No, I think you got to sign up in here.
Howdy. How's everything going?
All right, let's everyone take your seats. And we're ready to go. The March 4th, 2025 adjourned special meeting of the Malibu City Council is now called to order. Public comment will be limited to the items on the agenda. The consent calendar and the disaster rebuild ordinance workshop were considered at the March 4th special meeting. At today's adjourned special meeting, we will be considering item 3A on the agenda. In-person participants, if you'd like to speak on the consent calendar, please submit your request to speak form to the clerk. Remote participants, if you'd like to speak, please join the Zoom webinar meeting printed on the agenda and raise your hand in Zoom when the item you wish to speak on is called. May we have a roll call?
Councilmember Conrad? Here. Councilmember Silverstein?
Present.
Councilmember Euring?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Riggins?
Here.
Mayor Stewart?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. One thing I'd like to clarify, we don't have a consent calendar, even though it was on the script, do we?
Already did it.
We already
Yeah, it
did
was already done
Let me
yesterday.
bring you the correct script.
We only have one item left.
Yeah, we only have one item. I read what's on the script. You do not violate the city clerk. All right, we're now going to hear item 3A, the coastal program amendment item. Can we have a staff report, please?
Sure. Hi, Mayor and members of the City Council. I guess we're going to do a brief overview of what we did yesterday with the workshop and talk about some of the outcomes of that, which, by the way, thank you so much. It was great for me to see that as well in action. I know Alexis and the council have done it with the community lands, and I thought that was excellent to see everyone's engagement. So thank you for showing up to that. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, forgive us. This is what it looks like when you've got little time between workshop and the public hearing here. So thanks for giving us the grace. But just real quick, want to echo what Mr. Eaton had to say and thank everybody again for coming out yesterday. We had 32 participants on Zoom and we had 67 here in the chambers aside from staff and council, which was an amazing turnout. We're so grateful that we got to have that time for focused collaboration. We're going to give an overview of what was discussed. This is general consensus between all three groups. If you were present yesterday, there were 2 working tables here in chambers, and there was one on Zoom. So we're going to go by the sections that we had divvied out the topics under. And our first here, our goal yesterday, as we mentioned, it was to discuss the amendments that are proposed for the local coastal program and the Malibu Municipal Code with zoning text amendments. The structure was breakout groups. We had done that previously with our community lands project and found great success. We were able to have consensus on several key points that the City Council will be discussing and reviewing here today as part of the public hearing process. Primary development area footprint, we had definition considerations just to highlight here. Some of that was to replace the terminology. So footprint with either building pad or disturbed area, clarify secondary development areas. No structures can be rebuilt further seaward. Consensus on some of the amendments, that's the second half that you see there, and that's really where all of the groups came together. And again, this is the community consensus, so I do want to specify that difference. The community consensus is not the same as the council consensus. That's what we're here to talk about today. But out of that, so community consensus on the amendments was the request to look at building pad, also define bulk like for like, and then also allow the lateral expansion where feasible instead of height increases. Temporary housing provisions, we've got primary concerns there. I realize it's small print, there's a lot of text there. There's also copies of this PowerPoint over at our clerk table in case you would like to take a copy of that for yourself. Should non-displaced Malibu residents be able to rent temporary housing? Restrictions, only pre-fire owners, tenants, some safety concerns in terms of anchoring wheeled units, size limit debate. You have 1,200 square feet versus 1,000 square feet, and then community consensus, again, expand eligibility, clarify rental provisions, maintain potential 6-year limit. That's a 4-year limit with 2-year extension, strengthen enforcement to prevent misuse in some of that language. And we're going to dive into these a lot deeper. Tyler will be going through that. This is just, again, the community consensus that we're looking at here. CDP exemption issues, consider eliminating bulk as a restriction, clarifying OWTS certification, modify the 20-foot ADU street width requirement to match the LA County Fire Department, address geotechnical and plan review, which actually is not within the scope of this specifically. We'll get to that in a second. De minimis waiver provisions, allowing driveway improvements, streamline height increases regarding FEMA compliance, support shared geotechnical studies for efficiency was also an ask there. FEMA height adjustments and view protections. What was discussed is should raising homes to FEMA standards count as height increase? FEMA adjustments count against the 10% rebuild allowance. This was a question. Concerns about neighboring view obstructions, especially on landside properties. Consensus, community consensus on view protections, encourage lateral expansion before vertical increases, consider allowing landside homes to increase height correspondingly, address coastal commission concerns over scenic view protections, and also look at the upslope to increase height or mitigate view impacts. So those were also, again, this is the community consensus. I realize I'm going through this very quickly, but we do have a lot to get to in terms of the text and specific language itself for council to consider. ADUs, now we're to the municipal code amendments. That was the LCP. You have key considerations under some of this with eliminating the 20-foot street width requirement for ADUs, same exempt ADUs from TDSF for small lots, flexibility and conversions, allow pre-disaster temporary housing to convert to ADUs. Community consensus was to provide TDSF exemptions for ADUs in certain cases, clarify driveway width and requirements, new fire codes versus exempting or the legacy that you see here. non-conforming structures and permitting process. This was the last section that was discussed yesterday. You have the rebuild development permit, support for expedited RDP process, address concerns over unpermitted expansions, evidence-based approvals, for example, and then clarify like-for-like definitions for the rebuilds. Other requested was include ADUs under the RDP approval and clarify water tanks as allowed under RDP. So additional items, I'm going to plug in some of the topics that were discussed. I referenced the geotechnical earlier, but March 12th next week will be our building design professionals town hall. We're going to format it similar to what we did yesterday. And that is where we're going to talk about these specific topics. And so anyone that's looking at, the setback approvals, to talk about geotechnical report and shared studies, water tank installation standards, deputy inspectors for construction was another item that was brought up. So that is going to be on the 12th. That's not specific to what we're going to talk about today with the LCP and municipal code amendments. So just wanted to clarify, but acknowledge this was discussed yesterday as part of the group conversations, but it will be appropriate for next week in some cases.
Alexis, you just said that the format for the town hall will be similar to what we did yesterday. Yesterday was a workshop, so it'll be done as a workshop, not as a town hall?
It'll be done as a workshop. We're reformatting some of that, not a noticed council meeting. That's not what but as far as the group discussion and dialogue.
So does that mean, Trevor, that the city council members can't participate in it the same way they could if it were like the workshop yesterday?
That's correct.
Okay, so we are to some of the items for council consideration. I'm going to turn it over to Tyler, just a quick overview. As mentioned, some of the general consensus for temporary housing adjustments, CDP and de minimis waiver provisions, the FEMA compliance and view protections, ADU policy adjustments potentially, and non-conforming structure policies. Those are all the items as far as what came out of the conversations yesterday, but I know that we need to dig much deeper into those specific, into the specific technical language associated with those. So I will turn it over to Tyler.
Thanks, Alexis. And sorry, real quick, if we can go back to that slide. Just want to explain, what we did with less than 24 hours to get back here tonight or today. So thank you, Alexis, for going through all that. Essentially, these were community requests, and so these are things that the council can consider. I did not go ahead and just make a bunch of red line changes. So there's a couple based on some of the things here, just a very minor things that I think can add clarification based on what we heard yesterday, but just to make sure it's aware that the council can come back to this and consider if we want to start adding this into the adding some of these stuff into the ordinance. It's not going to be in front of you with red lines. So we'll go into the main presentation. All right, so thanks again, Mayor and Council. A lot of you saw this yesterday, so I'm going to chop it up a little bit and go through it a little quicker. Just hit on the main points. So we're here tonight to possibly amend the Malibu Local Coastal Program and Municipal Code Title 17 specifically for the rebuild process. We have a couple meetings that Alexis mentioned that are upcoming. I'm going to get directly into the governor's order. I said this a few times already, but the governor's order is only for the Palisades fire, and it's only for the parameters that are shown here on this screen. So the structure has to be in substantially the same location. You cannot exceed 110% the footprint or height. New ADUs are allowed as suspended from the Coastal Act and CEQA, supportive infrastructure. The city has full authority to determine what falls under the governor's order suspension, and there are other suspensions in the order related to building code and health and safety code. So some just brief comparisons between Franklin, Broad, and Woolsey, which we're also planning to help under these amendments, and the Palisades fire. The Franklin, Broad, and Woolsey fire will fall under the LCP in terms of getting those exemptions or getting those de minimis waivers, whereas the Palisades fire does not have to adhere to the LCP in any capacity, except for potentially two tools, which we'll get into. So some comparisons. Franklin, Broad, and Woolsey is restricted by floor area, height, and bulk, which is in the MMC. The Palisades fire, because of the governor's order, is footprint and height. And then again, Franklin, Broad, Woolsey, LCP, MMC will apply. Palisades fire, just MMC. So based on some discussion that we had yesterday, the one change that we have made since yesterday's outcome is this primary development pad, or we called it primary development area footprint. And I think from what I heard that the text itself, the language and what the content wasn't really an issue. We added disturbed area to be a little more clear. But I think it was just the terminology being used was tripping people up. So we changed it to, or we're proposing to change it to primary development pad. And we think that's a little more clear. And there is one thing at the end there that the Coastal Commission staff wanted us to add, which was, it doesn't change the intent at all, but you know, if replaced with another deck in the same footprint, they just wanted to add that in the same footprint. And what we would do is, this is in the MMC and in the LCP, so we would just mimic the language, whatever the council ends up approving. And because of that, we added a new definition that is not in your packet. It's called a secondary development pad to identify what else, what is not the primary. And this is just a building pad, disturbed area, or development area that is not connected to the primary development pad other than by a driveway or walkway. So something that's down the way, down the slope on your property, it's only connected by a driveway, that's going to be considered a secondary development pad.
Tyler, if I could interrupt you just for a moment. We talked about the development pad and footprint. I thought in the governor's order it said footprint. Do we need to stay with that or not?
No, I think that's what was tripping people up, is because these definitions is for, and maybe the visual will help. These definitions are for generally your building pad to kind of stay within the pad. The footprint that the governor mentions is for your building.
Okay. So we don't need to stay with his terminology then?
I don't think so. Okay. And I think the footprint was the prime reason why it was tripping people up, because they were relating it to the building footprint, and that's not what it is.
Okay, thank you. I didn't mean to take you off track there, but.
That's a great question, and my visual here I think demonstrates that a little better. So the primary, I forgot to change it, so I apologize, but the primary development pad would be the red arrows, and that would be for this beachfront lot, include your deck, it would include your front yard, include those graded areas. Your building footprint is something different. It's not, I don't know if it's defined in our code, I'll have to double check, but this is what the governor's order is referencing when he said within 100%, 10% your footprint. It's this original footprint of your building. Just another example for a non-beachfront home, and this is kind of that secondary development pad that we spoke about that is connected via a walkway or a driveway, but otherwise is disconnected from your primary pad at the top. All right, temporary home. So the proposal is, this hasn't changed since before the workshop yesterday, but the original proposal was to go down to 1,000 square feet to match the current ADU law, so that if you wanted to get your temporary home converted into an ADU at a later time, you don't waste your money on that temporary home. And then we're just proposing to up some fines for some things that happened during Woolsey, and we're proposing that only the property owner and tenant live on the property. There was some talk last night that maybe we expand it more, and that's something the council can consider. Expanding it to either not requiring that it has to be the same owner or tenant living at the time of the fire. It could be anyone, or they could say it could only be Malibu residents. There's other restrictions that or allowances the council can consider. We're proposing a limited geotechnical report in the post-fire debris flow areas. that ensure safety for the 4-year use. That 4-year use was also something mentioned last night, whether you want to extend that to a default 6 years, up for council's consideration tonight. And it must show compliance with the building code if not on wheels, and if it is on wheels, it must be fastened to the ground. So going into our local coastal program amendment, and once again, the local coastal program amendment is really for Broad, Franklin, Woolsey, and other fires, not for the Palisades fire. So this is going to, after this, any natural disaster, if these get approved and these get certified by the Coastal Commission, any natural disaster will be able to utilize these exemptions, these waivers, and we won't have to do this. We won't have to do this amendment again, hopefully, because the process will be in place, and people can start even faster. But in our local coastal program, part of our CDP exemptions, we are proposing, the black is existing language. So to qualify for the CDP exemption, it needs to be the same use as the destroyed structure. The Planning Commission, I think we heard from some people last night, want to change the floor area height and bulk to footprint and height to match the governor's order. Now, this is in the LCP. I think it's important to remember, we're not sure if coastal is going to accept the footprint and height, but for Palisades fire, you might not need to. There's some language in the MMC we can clarify for Palisades fire. So just wanted to make that clear, and we can try to make them consistent between both codes. Staff's proposal was to keep the floor area height and bulk, and I'll explain again why we feel that may be necessary. And then instead of incited in the same location as was the previously existing language, substantially the same location to allow a little more wiggle room, that actually is more consistent with the latest governor's order. So why does staff propose to keep bulk? It's really just an extra mechanism to help protect your neighbors. Again, as I mentioned last night, us planners, we're looking at the community as a whole. We want you to get you into your house how you had it as quickly as possible, but based on some things that we saw from Woolsey, there's impacts if some guardrails aren't up, and that can really affect your neighbors. And views are very precious in Malibu. It has a lot to do with your property values. And so we, at the staff level, feel that the bulk is that extra layer, that third dimension, which will inhibit some unnecessary massing into someone's view. You're still going to get your 10% square footage. You're still going to get your 10% height, but, maybe not allowing some vaulted ceilings if it's not necessary, because that could really impact someone's view and thus their property value. So footprint and height versus the floor area height bulk. Another reason I try to argue against the footprint 10% change is because if you put it in there, as you see at the bottom, it actually reads that you can't move outside of your footprint by more than 10%. So it's just something to consider. It actually could be more limiting, when I think that the intent was to make it less limiting, using the term substantial instead of this 10% outside the footprint is more wiggle room. And that's what you see here. So substantially means, you can maybe go out to 50, and I understand people want to know. People want substantially defined. I'll get to this at the end, but I do feel that a policy document is in order, which I can come back with for your guys' consideration. This is the codes, this is the laws that get people going, and the policy document can make things a little more clear for these kind of gray areas. All right, so what else is in our local coastal program CDP exemptions? Mechanized equipment on the beach and temporary shoring necessary for construction is now going to be exempt. Coastal Commission staff signed off on that. On-site wastewater treatment systems are now exempt, or now could be exempt if they're within your primary development pad, which before Woolsey, a lot of Woolsey residents will remember that you had to get a DMW no matter what to upgrade your system. Now, if it's within your primary development pad, you can get exempt, which is going to make it even easier. What is in the de minimis waiver category for the LCP? It's those OWTS replacements that are outside your primary development pad, improvements to your driveway, but now includes development on slopes deeper than 3 to 1, and retaining walls up to 6 feet in height, up to 9 feet if it's a replacement wall. Replacement seawalls that go beyond 10% in height are allowed as a DMW option for your OWTS. And again, here is kind of a crux issue that we heard from the community last night. It is staff feel or believe that the governor's order presents a gap in this height issue for the FEMA. And so we have it here as a de minimis waiver option, but it's something that the council is going to touch on how they feel the governor's order should be interpreted. And then the relocation of replacement structures, if you're substantially outside your original footprint, is added as a de minimis waiver option that potentially Palisades Fire folks will have to may be able to use to make it safer on their property. So here's an exhibit that we saw yesterday, just to kind of show what it means. So here we have the original home in the black box, and we have the replacement home in the red box. This home was 10 feet above elevation previously, and now has to come up to 20 feet above sea level to meet the current FEMA standard. And so we're just moving that box up 10 feet to meet that requirement, that federal requirement. But what it does for your neighbor across the street is, they're going to see an impact, some type of impact into what was their view. Where does this affect? There was a gentleman yesterday that mentioned this doesn't affect most of the coastline, and that's true. Big Rock area and Las Tunas area, those won't really be affected, but this strip of Rambla could be affected. And so, this is just a snapshot of about 30 homes that could be affected right across the street from PCH if we wanted to add some extra protection for those residents. Here's some existing primary view determinations where we saw what those views previously were. And so you can see, especially to the left, there's limited blue water views left, and slight increases could mean elimination of these views. Here's just a quick snapshot of the FEMA issue. So the FEMA, your floodplain elevations is available online on the FEMA website. And the Public Works Department, Public Works Director is the floodplain administrator and ultimately one making the final call on the FEMA issue. But here you can get some basic information from the FEMA GIS maps. And this part that we talked about, the Rambla part, it's 18 foot above sea level. So if a home was only 15 feet above sea level, they would have to come up 4 feet because you have to be 1 foot above the 18 to meet that. So that could be a 4 foot change. This is Carbon Beach, not the Rambla area, but you could see that potentially a 4 foot change could be very impactful to someone who has very limited blue water views left. So what is our proposed catch for this? In the non-conforming section of the MMC, we are suggesting to add some protections where feasible for those views. And we would ask that in your planning verification, you are allowed to go up to the increases necessary to meet FEMA, but you shall, to the maximum extent feasible, protect your neighbor's blue water views. And those replacement structures should seek increases in their floor area, and we could replace that term on square footage, however you want to call it. You should seek square footage increases laterally before they are allowed to increase vertically as viewed by your neighbor. And so here's just going back to that demonstration, what that might look like. If you have the room to go closer to PCH, or you have some room on the sides. I know it's, a lot of people are probably like, I have no room left. And if that's the case, you will be allowed to go up, but we're just asking that if you do have some room laterally to get your 10%, explore that first to try to help your neighbor. So we talked about height and FEMA. Let's talk about relocation of structures outside the footprint. Like I said, the substantial language could mean that you could go 50% outside your footprint, let's say. However, it's still not safe. I'm still too close to that bluff, and I want to move as far as I can away from the bluff for the safety of my home. Well, the DMW option that we're proposing will allow you to do that. ADUs. We talked about ADUs a lot yesterday, and we're only proposing that we make it, the only change in the current ADU law is that we are going to propose 1,000 square feet universal instead of 1,000 square feet being related to bedrooms. And then up for discussion tonight, the council can consider eliminating that 20-foot wide street width requirement, which some feel is inhibiting and others feel is necessary for fire safety. ADUs in general are allowed in the governor's order for the Palisades fire only. If you're in Broad, Woolsey, you still need a CDP. So here's just a kind of a snapshot of what I just mentioned. Still need a CDP for all other fires, but the Palisades fire, because of those governor's order, you just need to meet the Malibu Municipal Code, Chapter 1744. And it is important to mention that the building code still applies. So you might have to have a certain type of foundation. You might have to have the certain OWTS system to have your ADU. It's very important to know that up front before you go designing one. Okay, view preservation, restoration. I don't think this was a hot topic. It's generally consensus. This is just a cleanup. Instead of that Woolsey date, it's the date of the natural disaster. So basically what this means for everyone is if you're in an area affected by the natural disaster, you will not be able to have a primary view determination for 4 years for your structure, for replacement structures, and 10 years for landscaping. Our landscape ordinance was reviewed by the Los Angeles County Fire Department, and just want to again thank Chief Yanagasawa and Chief Durbin, Chief Stillwagon for their input on this. Very, very helpful. The state is going to initiate a Zone 0 requirement. It sounds like this year, sometime in the summer is what we're hearing. The city can be ahead of the game and adopt a Zone 0 policy for our city. There was mention that turf grass may be allowed at the state level between 2 and 5 feet. So we have it here for your consideration, but we can also eliminate that and just say, a true 0, nothing flammable within 5 feet of your home. We're adding that tree canopies cannot be within 5 feet of structures because, as Chief Durbin explained to me, that's really the critical piece is how close are your tree canopies to your home, and does it litter, dry brush onto your roof and those type of things. And so before we were the staff proposed a very prohibitive landscape ordinance, and it was just myself and the biologist at the time, and we just said, let's go as strict as possible and let someone else tell us it's too strict. And the fire department actually said it was a little too strict. So before we only said low growing succulents and grasses within 5 to 30 feet, the fire department said, well, for those smaller lots, that means you said no trees on the lot. And so we're proposing now to strike that. So you could put some trees on your lot. Again, it's really to do with the 5-foot canopy distance between your structure and also the type of plants you choose. So we're giving that option back to the residents. We are going to require irrigation between 5 and 100 feet. At least you have the infrastructure there to make sure your landscaping is irrigated in the case there's another fire down the road. If you're in a geological challenge area, you might need to go through some additional requirements just to make sure that you're not putting too much water into an unstable hillside. And then species on the invasive list are proposed to be prohibited, which they already are, but just to make it clear, and non-contiguous mulch areas shall be separated now with non-flammable materials such as stone, granite, etc. Non-conforming structures. This is what gives residents the ability to do a planning verification and allows you to get your non-conforming aspects of your home back. If you had a 35-foot tall home, that is no longer allowed in Malibu, but it is as a replacement structure. So you are allowed to go back up to 35 feet. You're allowed to go back up to 40 feet if that's what you had. You're allowed to go over TDSF if you were already over TDSF. So that's why it's placed in the non-conforming structure section of the code. And we're just proposing some additional language. Before it was written that only Woolsey Fire was allowed to get the planning verification. We're just making it universal for all natural disasters are allowed to get a planning verification for 110% rebuild. We clarified that applications need to be submitted in 6 years and building permits secured within 8 years. There was some gray area in the original way it was written. And then the Planning Commission can grant up to 3 years worth of extensions. And we clarified that non-beachfront properties over 18 feet in height must obtain a site plan review. This was already in the code, but it did not specify non-beachfront. But this is meant to be for non-beachfront because by right, and this is for new development, not rebuild structures, but by right, if you're on the beach, you're allowed to go up to 24 with a flat roof and 28 with a pitch. It's not the 18, that's for non-beachfront. So again, going back to that FEMA issue, a part of this section, we're just recommending to add a C1, and that is for those FEMA height view impacts, if you guys want to do that. Development permits. So everything, before we did any changes, let's say the governor's order completely suspended the LCP. You would have needed to get an administrative plan review for all of these various structures. You can get your planning verification for your house, but if you needed a driveway, you needed, a retaining wall, you would have to have gotten an administrative plan review if we do nothing. Administrative plan reviews can be a little cumbersome. It requires a notice of decision. Ask a lot of people who have been through the process if they could get out, if they had the choice between something like a APR or something like a planning verification, I would assume 99% of people would say, give me the planning verification, give me the expedited process. Seawalls needed to have a site plan review, and that requires noticing to your neighbor. That requires all this layers of things that you would need to do, and we're now putting that in a very expedited category that I'll get to. One thing I should mention is for those relocation structures in those geo areas, if you move your home substantially outside the footprint and you're doing a DMW to achieve that, if you have development over 18 feet in height, this is for non-beachfront residents, then you will be required to get a site plan review. That's just to ensure, again, going back to view protections, that because you're moving your house to a substantially different location, that's not going to have some unintended consequences. So the mechanism we then created to expedite or to streamline those accessory structures needed to rebuild is now going to be in a rebuild development permit. This is specifically for the Palisades fire, but in case in case some type of your project down the line is exempt from the CDP, there's still a tool here to get a rebuild development permit. Let's say OWTS, for example, because now it will be exempt if it's in your primary development pad. Now you have a mechanism in the MMC to get it expedited. So some of the things we're proposing to put in the rebuild development permit, the mechanized equipment that matches that DMW language, OWTS replacements, as I mentioned, instead of replacement seawalls, actually new seawalls for the Palisades fire will be allowed to protect your OWTS. We want to make sure your septic will be protected from going into the ocean. And new structures that are needed to meet state and federal laws would be allowed. Driveway widening would be allowed as well, including the development on steep slopes. So this is another change that was made since last night, and I think that people wanted clarity on specifically water tanks and to make sure that was included. We already thought it was included in the proposed amendments 1762-080, but I think it was still unclear, so we specifically listed water tanks and other water storage devices for the council's consideration, just to make it very clear that we are including water tanks in this rebuild development permit category. So some processing, a rebuild development permit is separate from applying verification, even though it follows the same process. The applying verification, by definition, is only something that is replacing for the reconstruction of a structure that was destroyed by a fire, earthquake, or act of war or other calamity. So these new structures that you're building around your property to facilitate your planning verification, to facilitate your rebuild, they're not a replacement structure sometimes, and so you need a new development permit to get you what you need. And so some administrative stuff, the planning director / manager will approve within 15 days once the application is deemed complete. Your rebuild development permit is good for 3 years, and if it's part of a PV, it has the same expiration as that planning verification. And then up to 4 one-year extensions can be approved by the planning director. So what does this mean for Palisades Fire? What does this mean for Woolsey Fire, Broad Fire, Franklin Fire? For the Palisades Fire, because you do have those governor's order exemptions, you're going to get a planning verification for your primary home rebuild plus 10%. You're going to get a rebuild development permit for your septic. You're going to get a rebuild development permit for your potential seawall. You're going to get a rebuild development permit for your driveway. You're going to get a rebuild development permit for your water tank potentially. For all other fires, not Palisades Fire, because you're still subject to the LCP, a lot of those will need a de minimis waiver. And so you're still going to get your planning verification for your rebuild plus 10%, but all those other structures that I mentioned will need to be done under a de minimis waiver and not the rebuild development permit. I said this yesterday, but maybe it's good in case there's new people watching. We've heard a lot of questions. People ask about, what type of information do I have? I heard someone say that I only have my assessor's record and it accounts for all my square footage. Is this enough? The answer is yes, that is enough evidence. There might be some more things we need to calculate your height, but if you have your assessor's record and it accounts for all your square footage lost, that's enough. Can I go from a slope roof to a flat roof? Yes, as long as it fits within your previous bulk, or unless that has changed, then you're allowed to do that. You may need a site plan review if you have some massing, outside what you did before and it's over 18 feet for a non-beachfront. Can I get my non-conforming conditions back? Like I said before, the answer is yes. Your new 10% portion has to meet the code. So, where your addition is going has to comply with setbacks, height, etc. But your house, your previous home, can be rebuilt to the exact specifications that it was last time. Can I apply now? Yes. No matter what happens today, no matter if you're going to wait for Coastal Commission to certify our amendments, you can apply now. We can work through the process with you. And by the way, we for the council's consideration tonight, we have an urgency ordinance. So if they do take action tonight, a lot of this can go on, the MMC anyway, can go into effect immediately. So Monday, our rebuild center is opening, and by Monday, a lot of this stuff can go into effect if the council makes an action tonight. Some further action we're recommending. I mentioned the policy document to help further shape this. These are just a couple issues. There's more issues to consider, like that substantial definition and things like that. But these are some issues that we could probably further clarify in a policy document. It doesn't need to be in the code. It's just a policy document specifically maybe tailored for the Palisades Fire, or if we want to make it for all natural disasters, and what are some extra guidelines for those developments. After our Coastal Commission meeting, right before our workshop yesterday, we were down to the wire with a couple changes with the staff. And so this is not in your packet, but I did mention this one earlier actually, but we would be changing this to a primary development pad, and this would be in the LIP and the MMC. And then the Coastal Commission staff wanted to add in the same footprint in blue there. The Coastal Commission staff, in terms of the de minimis waiver, wanted to make, if there was an issue, the way the de minimis waiver findings previously exist, or currently exist, I should say, is that you can only get a DMW if you're outside the appeal jurisdiction. And as we know, the entire coastline is within the appeal jurisdiction. So that would make it a moot point for anyone on the coast to get a DMW. So in order to work around that, the Coastal Commission staff was willing to eliminate that finding, which we propose to do here, but instead they asked that the planning director's decision on a de minimis waiver may be appealable directly to the Coastal Commission, and they did guarantee, because it would be related to fire rebuilds, that it would be an expedited review. But what they would be reviewing for is a substantial issue review. So they're just reviewing to make sure the planning director was within their right to issue that de minimis waiver, and if they felt that they were, then they just issue a letter of no substantial issue, and it's a done deal. So if you're in the appeal zone and you need a DMW, you can now get one, but it is still that determination from the planning director is appealable to the Coastal Commission. And here's just some extra language added in 13.411C2 that speaks directly to that. If appealed, an aggrieved person would have to appeal directly to the California Coastal Commission within 10 working days following the notice of determination. So our recommendation tonight is, review the changes from yesterday, review the considerations from yesterday, come up and ultimately, hopefully adopt the urgency ordinance 524U and the zoning text amendment 25001 and local coastal program amendment 25001 for this facilitation of the rebuild process. And then after the city attorney reads the title of the ordinance, introduce on first reading ordinance number 524, approving local coastal program 2501 and zoning text amendment 2501 for those rebuild amendments. And then direct staff to schedule a second reading and adoption of ordinance number 524. And lastly, like I said, consider the recommended changes in your presentation tonight from the staff. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Is that the presentation? All right. Do we, I think we need to go now to any public comments.
Can I just say, we normally have, if we have questions,
Yes.
we do questions. I have a raft of questions. I probably would not be exaggerating if I said 100 or more. But I don't want to disrupt the public presentation, so I'm going to hold them off. But I mean, I think I'm going to need that whole presentation to be gone through for the almost page for page, because there's a lot of assumptions built into the statements that are made. There's a lot of questions that arise from the statements that have been made. I mean, this is not a criticism, Tyler, of you by any means. This is very complex, and I, for one, don't understand a lot of it, despite the fact that I've tried really hard to learn it. But it may be not just because I'm not capable. I think there's a lot of embedded assumptions in here that may not be accurate about the governor's order. We're doing a lot going forward that's not necessary for Palisades, and we have to fully understand the future ramifications we are bringing on. And so I'm going to have a ton of questions. Normally, we would ask them first because it would inform the public comments. But I don't want to hold up the public because I know we're going to be here for a while. But I just want to make that clear.
All right, and I understand your position on this, and I think we all have questions. And I was going to recommend, after we hear the public comments, maybe try to decide what the order of march might be on this. And I would give a suggestion that maybe what we want to do is take it like you do, work out a contract, one section at a time, and do your comments by that section, so we can embed it in the actual flow of the document.
The only problem with that is there's a legal regime overlying these contract provisions that we don't even have an established agreement on yet. So we can't discuss whether we want to do provision A, what does provision A mean, until we understand the legal override on provision A, which is going to affect all of them.
All right, well, let's do this. Let's get through the public comments, and then we'll try and sort out what I might refer to as the order of march. How's that? Is that okay with you? All right. Let's go to the public comments. We've got speaker slips, a few. The first one is Arnold Bernstein, followed by Ed Niles.
I'll be very brief. I'm here to thank you all. It's a Herculean effort you put in last night and an exhausting one, not only for me, but for you and the staff. Thank you.
Thank you. That's much appreciated, by the way. Ed Niles is next, and Scott Dietrich.
Don't take this personally. As an architect, as an educator for 30 years at USC in urban planning, architecture, you're missing the whole point. This is a great opportunity to solve the initial problem for Malibu that has been historically there. Probably not when the Chumash were here. But the fact of the matter is, it is the infrastructure here that is in total failure. You know it yourself. The people on Point Doom know it. Everybody does. Not enough water, no communication, no power, no means to supply those devices. No time has been spent by the city at any time to try to solve these problems except to argue or to sue. We must remember that, Edison. And yet Edison continues to violate the basic engineering premises of any design of towers. They're designing for 25 to 35 mile per hour winds. The winds I recorded in Ramirez Can was over 100. So we have to work in parallel. I have a sympathy for all these people. I've been through 7 of them. I've been here for 60 years. So has my family. I have a sympathy for everybody who wants to build tomorrow morning. But the reality of the situation is we don't have a backup. So what does it mean? It's going to happen again. 2 years from now, 3 years from now, it's going to be the same firestorm. It's a man-made disaster. It's not a natural disaster. You're all old enough, I think, to understand what I'm saying. It's not a criticism of the planning department or anything else. But the planning I've been taught for many years, historically and presently, even in Rome, they made sure the water was there. They made sure of everything. They weren't stupid. So what are we going to do about it? We must do something about it. I developed a system, for example, just talking to the helicopter guys that bring water in, building 4 islands, one place, another, because we can't connect to District 29. We cannot use potable water people drink. We have to store water, which develops bacteria, which means that system has to be separate. So what? That's not unusual. We have means, we have thousands of acres of land that we can develop small islands where helicopters can land, people can use them, and so can the fire department. Anyway, so obviously my time's up. But I think that everything the planning department's doing is fine. I don't agree with the bulk mass. That's just adding more fuel to the fire, as it were. No reason for 10%. I don't know where they came that from. They must be satisfying some political drive. The idea is that the houses along the beaches, for example, They're 3 feet apart, 5 feet apart. You got to be kidding.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next speaker is Scott Dietrich, followed by Brian Merrick.
Thank you, Mayor Stewart and Council. First, congratulations to staff and Tyler. Yesterday's workshops were amazing. I learned a lot. I'm not an engineer, but I think that worked really well. We've got to ask ourselves, okay, what's our goal? And I think the goal is got to be we want to rebuild as fast as we can. But as the gentleman said, we've also got to deal with the future fires. I think that workshop format or town hall, however you want to call it, was really effective. And I think we ought to continue that and throw it up and open to all these fire issues and see where we can move forward. That's separate than what planning's doing now to try to get the code so that we can rebuild much quicker. Specifically from the workshop yesterday, the ADU policy, should we exempt it from the TDSF? And I think the answer is no. That, these are specifically so people can live without having a huge expense for the 2 or 3 years it's going to take to rebuild, so they can be right on their property. It's a great idea. We limit it to thousands so we're consistent and put in the other requirements, but that should be just for those residents and or the tenant that lived there on January 6th. More difficult is the FEMA requirement. Tyler mentioned blue water views. Well, there's whitewater views to be considered. Everybody up on the hill, Rambla Vista, Rambla Pacifico, Carbon Canyon, Escondido that looks down, they have often whitewater views. If you allow this beachfront structure to go up, first of all, 4 feet, 3 feet for sea level rise, and then another 10%, that thing's way up high. And you could be taking away many, many people's view of a whitewater situation, let alone a blue water situation. So I think you should modify that so that they can't block so many people's views, and I'll leave it at that. But I urge you, let's get a general fire workshop or whatever it calls so it best fits the council's ability to interact with people, have that open discussion. People want, for example, a czar. And I'd certainly nominate Jefferson Wagner, Zuma J, for that because he knows everybody and he knows the ins and outs. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Brian Merrick's up next, followed by Carl Randall.
All right, thank you guys. I also wanted to definitely give you all kudos for that meeting yesterday. I think that was actually a very good thing that we did, and I saw a lot of different people together and going over things, and it helped me significantly, and I think it helped a lot of people, so good job with that. I'm very appreciative of that. I think the biggest issue really is the FEMA thing, as far as what are you going to do? Now, are you going to penalize the people on the beach? Well, that's not fair. Are you going to hurt the people on the other side? There seemed to be like a consensus where, all right, if you're, and we're really only talking about La Costa Beach, I think, for the most part, because all the other beaches do not have anybody living on the other side. So, but on La Costa, I think maybe the compromise is allow the people across the street to go up the same amount that the house in front of them is. But you can't smush a house that was there legally, and you're penalizing it if you do that. So, and I don't know if you can just completely get rid of FEMA either, which maybe is something you can do. But I do know that insurance becomes extremely difficult if you don't do that. So I know that some people on the East Coast, where there's a couple of owners on La Costa, already have said, well, I can't get insurance if I'm not 16 feet above. That's what my agent out here told me. So that's a big thing to think about. as far as the developmental pad or whatever we're calling it now, and the deck, how does that affect, like a string line situation? If you're an older home, most of the older homes were lost, and you've got two big houses on each side of you, are you now no longer allowed to move, you couldn't capture 10% more into that string line? So that's a question that I have about that, even if it's just decking. Are you stuck being that guy that's always going to be on each side and not be able to go out the string line? I thought that there was a string line type of ordinance that you could build out to. And then I don't know much about the bulk. I was kind of confused about bulk, but what I did see was in our table, it was voted on like 16-3 to get rid of the bulk. And I don't know why that is, but it seems like if those professionals, a lot of them were professionals, if they're saying that, then maybe there's something to it. So, but I don't understand why that is, but I do know that it was voted on that way. So again, thank you for yesterday and thank you for all what you're doing.
Thank you. All right, Carl Randall, and then we have Joe Drummond with 7 minutes.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to echo some of the things already said. Yesterday's meeting was probably the most effective one I've been to in 30 years of coming to these things. Well done. Use that in other places where it's going to fit. But like Brian, I want to talk about the FEMA situation. Making decisions led by common sense to support local homeowners and not making decisions primarily led to reducing liability. That's what you're here for. Therefore, when addressing the issue of FEMA compliance, here's what we know. First, we know the FEMA UPRA study was underfunded, understaffed, and poorly executed. I was there for many of the meetings. Even the FEMA folks knew what they were doing wasn't quite right. But nobody ever expected it to be 350 homes at one point. Maybe 1 or 2, 3, 4 over the next 20 years. Even more, the study was focused on, for us, it was focused a lot of it on geography in front of Moonshadows, where we were in that 1 mile stretch. Moonshadows has no seawall, mean high tide line is up under the restaurant. We're thrown into that because they didn't have enough money to do it in smaller pieces. Let's see. So my beach has a seawall and a lower mean high tide line with even a lower mean high tide line on Carbon Beach with even less of a need for caissons. Ultimately, to honor the FEMA UPRA study is irresponsible, only in an effort to follow the rules and limit liability. Second, I am aware that what is in writing will win. It is called the parole evidence rule in law. But intent has equal importance in the rule of law, if not more of an importance. Both our governor and our president have been very clear regarding their intent. The intent is for swiftness and to cut red tape. A temporary moratorium and regulation supports this. To automatically presume that we must honor FEMA during this rare time when our governor and president have made their intent clear seems to me, and I know I speak for the community, to be in conflict with the response from our leaders and community. In fact, in yesterday's meeting, there was an opening made by Tyler office that the city council has the opportunity to interpret the inclusion or exclusion of FEMA based on the ambiguity in the writings by the governor's order. I know FEMA is a federal entity, but it stands to reason that the intent of the moratorium on regulation should not include a study that does not apply to me and my neighbors. We are not developers trying to build back and cut corners. We are homeowners who will build back better and responsibly to protect our home and investment. I suggest we make a decision led by reasonable thinking to allow our community to rebuild, excluding the UPRA study, and move forward with like kind of rebuild of our homes. If, and I say if, you receive pushback from FEMA to in fact include their grossly negligent UPRA study, then go ahead and require it and reduce their reliability and comply. But representing your neighbors in a time of reasonable need, I implore you to vote to allow us to build back responsibly, build back better, and much as we had before. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Joe Drummond for 7 minutes, and then followed by Paul Grassani.
Thank you also to the staff and the city managers for yesterday's workshop. It was incredible. I'm looking forward to more with this whole rebuild process. This is to set the context and tone before I get right into the rebuild codes. This can be applied to the Palisades Woolsey fire and all the rebuild burn areas. Big Rock is just one neighborhood that encompasses over 4,300 households in Malibu. Since 2018, we've lost over 27% of our household homes just to fire. And if these issues were taken care of, the percentage would be a lot lower. So this is Big Rock after the fire. And there's, I don't know if you can see that little, above our houses, there's a little, I don't know how to work this red light thing, but I don't know. There's a fire road, county road above there that was fully grown over and completely not maintained. So now that it's all cleared, we'd love to get the city, to get the fire department. I think Chief Diwali is coming, or might be here, to get that. Oh, great. Hi. Awesome. To get that maintained, because if we have, and then maintain a 200-foot at least clearance from those fire roads, then we can protect all of our homes. These are our homes that are now burned down, 170 in Big Rock. And this is all the miles of uncleared brush. Obviously, we don't want to clear all of it, but we just want, like, at least around our neighborhood, at least from the fire road, another 200 feet. So that might be 500 to 1,000 feet. And this is the memorial bench lost. That's all that's left up there. This survived. And it's my neighbor behind me, her house burned down, and this is her grandchild who passed away in 2019. They did this memorial bench for her. And that's what's left right now above Big Rock. So just to get into it, block walls apparently are what protect homes from fire. So I don't see any provision in these codes to add any block walls to our existing footprint or to surround our homes, not to encroach into the right of way, obviously. But I think if I had a block wall in front of my house wouldn't have burned down, that's for sure. Anyway, it's important to define like for like and existing structures if you can use to put these in the codes. It should encompass all structures lost as in the governor's orders, such as sheds, decks, fences, garages, pools, walls, solar, generators, etc., and also include everything that was the same before, such as non-conforming structures, water flows, sprinkler systems, drip systems, etc. If there wasn't an existing source of backup power, such as solar or generator, the city should add a way to fast-track these items within the planning verification. We appreciate also being able to move off of our existing footprint reasonably for safer and more efficient rebuilding. And I do believe, is it TDSF plus 10% that we're allowed to increase? I just want clarity on that. Brush clearance in a proper defensible space, aligned or even stricter than the fire codes, need to be mandated by the city in our rebuild codes. As per the CAL FILE defensible space zones, it's www.fire.ca.gov/dspace. Trees and bushes need to be spaced apart by a minimum of 10 feet and on hillsides at a maximum of 30 feet, or a minimum of 30 feet. On page 52, C1 of the staff report, no exceptions should be made for huge flammable new eucalyptus tree plantings just to attract monarch butterflies. They will all die if it burned again by the embers that inevitably hit them. And trees should be limited to 6 feet high, not 25 feet, unless they are native or fire resistant and can catch embers such as live oak, American mountain ash, etc. Tree canopies carry embers, don't forget, so please make this from 5 feet to at least 10 feet as per the CAL FIRE defensible space. I'm sure Chief Diwali can answer any questions about that. I know you're saying that there can be mulch somewhere in there, but I don't think there should be any mulch or ivy as ground cover, as they all light up during a wildfire. And bougainvillea and bamboo should also not be in there. We should be able to install drip systems in our geologically hazardous areas for fire-resistant landscaping without any geotechnical review. We had those before, and that's why Big Rock's water usage has gone down by 25%. So I don't think a geo review should be required to install a drip system. The best would be to have 3 to 4 approved landscaping templates, which we did discuss with Marianne during one of our rebuild committee Zooms, that applicants can choose from. So please amend section 17.53.090 to simply require drip systems without any geotechnical review. They also, drip and sprinkler systems should be supplied by an independent water source from the main water line, such as pool, water tank, or cistern. As Ed Niles surmised, there was no water during Woolsey and Palisades fire, and when the pipes burst, when a home caught on fire, because of reduced pressure, went to nothing in the hydrants. Our emergency water needs to be available during an emergency. This should be allowed with a PV in the fire department if the fire department recommends this. Separately from this, the city needs to immediately get the water company to create automatic shutoffs to each of our homes so that water is available in the hydrants even when our pipes blow once they burn down. And I didn't understand the whole 10% bulk thing until Norm Haney explained it, so I think it is okay because it seems to be the most advantageous for the rebuilds. And then about ADUs, if they should not be ever allowed to be rented out as a short-term rental ever, and it can be approved immediately 1,000 square feet, but like for like should obviously include water flow from fixtures, not the number of fixtures. This is how the city currently calculates this, and we must be consistent with our fire rebuilds. But this can be discussed at a future rebuild workshop. But adding bedrooms or ADUs can affect water flow. So if you give the choice to residents to either add a bathroom to the main home's rebuild or build an ADU, which has at least one bedroom or bathroom, they will most likely choose the extra bathroom and therefore control water flow to existing homes. I have much more, but
Thank you. All right, Paul Grisani's up next, followed by Luca Avacona, and he's got 4 minutes when he comes up.
Well, just to join the crowd, you did a great job yesterday. That was, I think you did the city proud yesterday. Everything that you set up worked. You did a great job of controlling the thing and moving it along and all of the rest of that, and I wish I could have stayed here the whole time. The FEMA wave uprush study is fatally flawed. The way they did it was they picked a point on the map once every mile, and whatever happened to be at that point, that was how they calculated the wave uprush for everything in between them. And so these points are a mile apart. And if you go to the point halfway between, where on one side it's 20 feet and on the other side it's 23 feet, you go, that isn't the way water works. And I think that there ought to be a provision that allows the people who are in a neighborhood a very separate neighborhood, they can have their own wave uprush study at their own expense and set a more realistic number for their neighborhood, because I think that the Randalls they have a very bad reading, because at the other end of the mile there's somebody who had a bad situation. I think that it made no sense when we got it here the first time. We had a lot of meetings about it, and then when we figured out that the way they calculated it was so poor, that made sense to everybody. The other thing I wanted to mention to people is the Coastal Commission is having a listening series that starts on the 17th of this month. And they've got one for English-speaking residents, Spanish-speaking residents, and then they've got one for businesses, and then they've got one for metropolitan areas and municipalities. And those start on the 17th, and over the next few days, there's more of them. But we need as much representation as possible in those. And I'm sure there's more that I could say, and Bruce, you gotta pare it down. Having 100 questions just means that you weren't paying attention to anything, because there aren't that many problems. Thank you.
Okay. All right, next up is Luca, then we'll be going to the Zoom.
Hello, everyone. Again, the meeting yesterday was very useful. I hope that tool is going to be used in the future for different purposes. I think we can all agree with that. As Ed Niles says, I am Roman and I'm not stupid. I've worked as an architect for 20 years. I have an understanding of code and how Malibu works around code, which is probably what needed to be explained in depth yesterday at these workshops. And I think we did a pretty good job. There's some things that needs some clarification still, I think. And one we have Chief here, so fire hardening was never actually touched, but maybe we can do that in other meetings, allowing 5-foot solid walls instead of having to be 42 inches and then transparent. That could be a solution in between homes. We've seen that cement walls have actually saved many homes, not only here in Malibu, but sorry, not here on PCH only, but in the Palisades as well. The language that we proposed actually, or that we were going into the 20-foot access roads to imposed by the fire department, we kind of noted that sometimes the fire department is willing to reduce that to 15. And so instead of taking entirely out, we would just propose for the language to be changed to whatever the fire department agrees to, which leaves a little, more leeway. I know that many cases are examined case by case, depending on whether you have sprinklers, pools, draft, close proximity to fire hydrant, etc. Going back to the bulk, as has been repeated many times, I think staff is pushing more towards personal opinion that they have on this bulk situation as a professional again, and as many professionals at the table yesterday, we repeat that the bulk concept is just really doesn't work. Expanding a bulk by 10% in a direction actually results in 30% volume, and it penalizes people that want to extend or expand or rebuild, even within the 10%, but just on a one-story situation instead of two, for example, because the first story would obviously, spill out of the 10% bulk. And as we said, the tank situation is a tank that is it's a layered situation that depends a lot on the fire department and District 29. We're not allowed to have tanks unless District 29 gives a non-will serve letter. So if that technicality can be worked out, in some instances in the past for Woolsey, for some areas in the bottom of Encinal, for example, the water district was able to the fire department was able to give a provisional approval, noting that the water district would improve the system to the houses, and people who were interested in that had to pay capital improvement fees, and everything was approved. So maybe that's a technique that we could use here as well. And then going back to the clarity of what this ordinance is, I think that the governor is very clear into saying that coastal is suspended. And so when we say that we want to put in, the coastal wants to put in the language of the de minimis waivers that these approvals are appealable to coastal, that goes completely against the spirit of this ordinance, I think. I think coastal, it's an overreach. They still want to keep control over us. I think we should fight back on that.
Thank you. Okay, do we have anybody on Zoom?
One raised hand, Mike Moore.
Okay, Mike Moore, go ahead, please.
Mike, you should see a pop-up to unmute.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so this is to address a question I asked last night via Zoom, but it wasn't answered or even provided as a comment. Specifically to the zone text amendment rebuild development permit for the MMC section 17.62.080. So specifically the language that says new structures needed to meet applicable state and local laws, building and fire code. This could be water tanks and water storage devices. I'm asking that you just add one phrase in there so that we're not restrictive to only as applicable for current code, but for fire hardening. So I'll reiterate what Governor Brown said when he visited here after Woolsey fire. He said, we're going to have to learn a lot more about what measures of protection we can build in. So we should follow his direction and his intent to have on-site water to defend our homes with fire hardening, right? I also spoke with Chief Yana Sagawa last week, and told them my idea of having a pool with rooftop sprinklers, and he agreed that would be a smart idea, right? So I'm just asking you to amend that language so that it's not constrained to applicable state and local laws, but also fire hardening if we choose to. One other thing, I agree with the previous speaker. The Coastal Commission does not approve and list the Pacific Legal Foundation to fight for us. The Pacific Legal Foundation has a long track record of winning cases against the Coastal Commission. So, in my opinion, our current city attorneys aren't doing that. They're not advocating for us. Pacific Legal Foundation will. What else? Bring back prescribed burns. The hillside up Canaan was last burned in 1997, and it hadn't been burned since, and it hadn't been controlled, and that's the ESHA, and that's Coastal Commission, as well as the MRCA. That area should be clear burned as well, or use goats. But Coastal Commission, again, they're fighting us on that. So, in my opinion, they're at fault, and they contributed to this fire. That's basically it. Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers? Is that it?
There was another hand raised after the item was called, if you want to hear.
Let's go ahead and hear just one.
Jed August.
I actually zoomed in commute. I just wanted to say amazing job last night with everybody working together. There's so much talent in the room. There's so many others in the community. If they were here and could have experienced that firsthand, they would be very impressed with the opportunities that we have to go forward. Of course, thank you for your listening ear. Thank you for looking to the vision of the future, your opportunity, your privilege to be able to not only set the dynamics for this current day, but for the future. Not to be an impediment to progress, but to be a pioneer to progress. As far as the FEMA flood comments, I think that can be challenged. Personally, I don't know, what authority to the microcosm of Malibu that FEMA report would have. So I would recommend looking into potentially challenging that, shifting now to construction and work access. I firmly believe that we need 24-hour access to the hills wherever, if there are not people living there. We need to be able to get up there and do that demolition and clear those properties off, especially to use the canyons at night, use the roads at night. Most importantly, I had a conversation on Saturday with the yardmaster at the Calabasas landfill who, we have a relationship, and he said, you do know that we have a limited amount of debris, a tonnage that we can bring into our facility each day. When we hit that limit, we're closing. And so that's going to cause a backlog of trucks not being able to go dump their loads there economically and efficiently. The other thing is I think it's important to coordinate in the hills once the construction or the demo and the construction begins. We need to have zones for the lunch trucks. We don't need lunch trucks all the way up in the hills and up in the canyons. We can come down to eat. Same thing with portable toilets. I don't think there should be a toilet on every single site that has a permit pulled, because then you're sending the portable toilet cleaning truck up there, stop after stop after stop. That's redundant. That's not necessary. We should have that zoned. And in fact, somebody mentioned, I don't know if it was Skylar, somebody mentioned about having zones for people who are going, whether insurance adjusters, homeowners, whatever, if they need a restroom facility other than a gas station into the limited zone, permitted zone, there are no other toilet resources available. And with that, I will conclude my comments. But again, absolutely first class. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the end of the comments. All right, public comments are closed. We'll bring it back up here to the council. Maybe if I could, let's try and work out a format for running through this. Alexis, did you have any recommendations, since you seem to be the guru of running the workshop? Any suggestions on your format here?
No, Mr. Mayor, I think the only recommendation I would say, and understanding there's a lot of questions and need for clarification, we can work through the sections as we did yesterday with the community and take it all in bite sizes, but understanding we're going to dig into the details.
Okay. I've got four things I'd like to bring up. I think if the council agrees, I think our objective today is to try and get a document that we can either vote on tonight or have to come back tomorrow. I think the preference would be to vote on it tonight. That would be, I think, the consensus, especially since we have a time constraint to meet the coastal requirement for their meeting. I think I also want to clarify with Tyler, one of the things that I heard last night as a moderator on the Zoom call, there were a lot of things that I would put in the policy bucket. People were talking a lot about the specifics for their particular house and so forth. Can you kind of clarify where we are on having a policy book that this is going to go to, so we know with comfort that if we don't address it here, it's going to be in the policy when you say it'll be in the policy book?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of issues that could be in that policy book, so I can't say that every single issue is going to be addressed, so I just want to start with that. But there is policy documents being worked on by the Building Safety Department as well as planning to further clarify some of these guidelines. The building is farther along than us because we've been working on these code amendments. But it's going to be basically what you see in these code amendments, just further clarification in terms of the planning side. But I don't know, I don't think the building official is here, but I know they've been working on a policy document since the beginning. So they should be getting close, I would imagine.
Go ahead, Marianne.
Well, I was just going to ask for clarification. Are we looking for a policy document, or are we looking for future topics that are going to be held for workshops and such? Because I hear a lot of stuff about questions about septic and home hardening and best practices for rebuilds and things like that. So
what I'm really trying to do is to say let's push the policy and things of that nature outside of what we're trying to process here, as opposed to trying to solve the policy issue in this document. I'm seeing your head shake affirmatively, and I think that hopefully that's a consensus of the council. Next question is more to Trevor. If we make changes to the document here that we have before us, where we've got the edits, are we going to be able to vote on those tonight, or how would you propose to work on that?
Sure. As long as these aren't changes that are, a strong departure from what's been proposed and what's been discussed here, we can interlineate it tonight. We can put the exact language that you went down for the changes, and you could introduce on first reading tonight. So the constraints are just it's within the subject matter that we've been talking about, and then the other constraint is if it departs too far from what Coastal's approved, you'd bring on risk of they wouldn't. They may not rule on it at the April meeting.
Okay. Then I'd like to come up to maybe a format, if we can get a consensus on how to run this. In my corporate days, when we have a large contract or a large agreement to go through, we go through it a section at a time. And you try and limit your conversation and your discussion to that section. You agree on it. And what I would propose, we do something similar, but with Bruce's comment about some legal issues, I think we might want to break this into two parts. One is to address the legal issues that you may have, if they could be separated out. And then when we actually go through the red line, and unfortunately I don't know that everybody can see the red line copies that we have. I believe they run online in red, but the printed copies came out, if they're in black and white, you don't see the red part, it's just a lighter color of print. But if we could, I'd like to get Bruce's legal issues aside and then go through section by section and vote on each section so that we know one section at a time that we're in a concurrence and the changes are confirmed. Trevor, does that work on your side? So Bruce, I'd like to come back with you.
Yeah, so they're not legal issues. But I don't know if the pain on my face, if you guys can see it or tell. I'm super anguished here, and I know you all are. I mean, we all start with the fact that we had this fire and our lives are all turned upside down. Even those of us who didn't lose our homes, our lives are turned upside down. And, we up here are responsible for getting you back into your homes and preserving the rural nature of Malibu, the safety of Malibu, bettering that safety. That workshop that everybody loves that we had yesterday, we weren't going to have that until a week ago. This was all going to be done without even having that input, that little input that we had yesterday that you all think was so great. Imagine what it would have been like if we had started having conversations among everybody and not just being hand-delivered a fully baked cake so that we could have figured out what the ingredients should be. This troubles me. There are so many policy issues, the policy issues that the mayor's saying, we'll put them on a list to deal with later, that have to do with what these things mean, with what we should be doing. We don't even understand the overarching policies, but we're putting together statutes and words that fit within those policies. And the policies aren't going to be, the way it's even being proposed is we're not going to develop the policies. The staff's going to develop the policies. Then they're going to present them to us. We should have been, and we should still be meeting, all of us collectively, to figure out what all the issues are, to explain to us what your problems are, because I'm learning more and more about them every day. I learned a lot about them yesterday that I didn't learn before. And I don't see how we can competently, intelligently, and responsibly be doing this the way that we're doing it. But we're going to be forced to do it this way. I mean, I'm going to be forced to do it this way because I think this is ridiculous. And, you know, Paul's comment that I must not be paying attention, actually, you need to be paying attention to understand what the questions are. You need to have a level of understanding of what the complexities are before you can get to the solution. And you can't just accept a solution that's fully baked. So I think we're going to be forced to do that because, actually, I want to retract that. I don't understand what the rush to get to coastal is because the governor's order has wiped out coastal. We have some minimal things we probably need to do under the municipal code to get you all functioning under the governor's order so that the city is in line with the state. All the other stuff we're doing is for Woolsey, Franklin, Broad, and the future. And those are all important. And we should have done Woolsey 6 years ago. We should have. We should have done it 5 years ago, 4 years ago. We should be doing it. But that's not the thing that set these papers in motion. The governor's order and the Palisades fire did. And we're conflating things because everything's a mishmash here. There's very little in here that has to do with Palisades, and I still can't figure out which of the little things they are because it's all being presented as a giant collective. And one person made a comment about these provisions that coastal looks like they're still trying to grab control. I don't think they have anything to do with Palisades. I think those provisions have to do exclusively with the LCP amendments that deal with Woolsey, Franklin, Broad, and the future. But again, we are rushing to judgment. You know, John Mazza keeps saying, follow John Wooden's advice, move fast but don't hurry. We're just moving super fast and we're not paying attention to the details, and we haven't developed the system that we're going to apply fast. We're just moving fast at light speed without understanding what we're doing. Now, maybe they all have a better understanding than I do. But every time I hear these things, I have more questions because this is complex stuff. We are rewriting a code that took years to put together and understand and be developed. We're just rewriting it overnight without a lot of thought about the implications down the line. And I just can't do that. I cannot responsibly do that. I was elected to represent everyone in Malibu, you know, not just you who lost your homes. You're critically important. But we have a whole city here. And, you know, the things Joe Drummond's advocating for, those are the things she objects to day after day in the ordinary course. Now she's here asking for all these accommodations, which maybe we should be giving, maybe are appropriate, but everything that you're asking for are things you would say 4 months ago, how can this person be asking for this? The Malibu Township Council is opposed to this. So we need to slow down and think about these things and think about how they work with other parts of the city. Those are my comments, and you know, I get into the weeds, but I just think we're going about this ass backwards, and we're putting the end before the middle before the beginning. We haven't even done the beginning.
Okay, I'd like to have comments from the council members about this.
So we have a professional staff, we have a city attorney, and they work with these documents as their regular course of their work. It's what they're hired to do. And after Woolsey, they did do this. They went through, I remember being in some of those meetings where they were talking about the things that they knew needed to be modified within the code to help Woolsey rebuild. And they worked very hard. They worked with the Coastal Commission staff. They got those things approved. Now, 6 years after Woolsey, there are things that they're discovered that weren't done complete. And because of a lot of reasons, they haven't been able to go back and look at them. We've had COVID. We've had upheaval in our staff through management and planning department and a variety of other things. And I think that this opportunity is to take those lessons learned since Woolsey and what things occurred within our community and how to make them better, because we know fires are a reality in our city. And these things are done by very, very educated people, people with their boots on the ground that are responding to residents every single day. And these are the modifications that they believe our local coastal program and our municipal code need in order to move forward.
Caitlin?
Yeah. So I think that we're getting in the weeds and we're on a good track. I think that we have a lot of information in front of us that we have to tackle. I don't disagree with what both Marianne and Bruce say. I think that both are valid. I think that we can learn a lot from Woolsey, and it would be great to have a town hall and represent them as well at our workshop and see where, you know, things went awry and listen to the survivors there. But I think that we have to stay on task. And what we have right now is a task as council. So let's begin. What do you think?
Okay. Steve, do you have any comments?
This is a difficult process. I mean, it's not going to be civil no matter what we do. We got a lot of comments from the residents last night that at least gave me some sense of comfort that we were headed in the right direction. All right. Now, I'd like to hear some of what Bruce has concerns with. All right. I mean, he has sort of looked at this through a different lens, and it may be the right lens. All right. I mean, but I won't know that until we hear it. So I'd like to give him a chance to sort of go through some of his questions and some of his concerns. Let's see if they make some sense. If they do, we can proceed down that path. If they don't, we can come back to a different path. But look, the one thing our job is to get this right. Right? I mean, this is something that is the impact this thing has had in our community is enormous. And even listening to the comments they got last night from the architects, and I don't think everybody really understands the problems we're going to have trying to get this city back on a solid path. I mean, I think about this stuff a lot at night, and I'm saying there are a lot of speed bumps we haven't even started getting into yet. So I'd like to give Bruce a chance to sort of hear what he has to say and see where it takes us.
Okay. I'll put in my comments here. First off, we've got a municipal code that we already have in place. We have a local coastal plan that we already have in place. And we're trying to adopt what the governor has given us the opportunity to make changes on. I think, and I'm not going to ask anybody to correct me on this, but I may be wrong. Just because the coastal plan says you don't have to have a coastal development permit if there's a disaster, where we get in the weeds with the Coastal Commission is in the nuances of things like, well, if you're going to move your septic tank, you got to get a coastal development permit. Or if you do this, then suddenly you're not under the coastal development plan requirement for the house rebuild, but it's all the nuances and the accessories that you find yourself back in the weeds. So it's a gift that has been given, but in order to take it, we've got to go through the local coastal plan and get the concurrence of the Coastal Commission that we're not violating what they have. So you got to get their concurrence in this to make sure we're clear. I agree about the part about the appeal that has troubled me ever since I heard that. We can talk about that when we get to it. The last thing I want to do, last comment I want to make on it too, is when you look at the timing for this, the governor gave us his ruling on February 13th. And this is after I'll call it 5 weeks of back and forth proclamations regarding this, and he finally got it right. And I've said this before, thanks to Tyler and Trevor, who led the negotiations or the conversations with the HCD, Housing Community Development, who assisted the governor in putting that out. So we thank them for their input on this. The 20th of the month, 7 days later, we had a planning commission meeting to review this. I realize that's tight time frames. They also had a meeting on that Monday. So we were running at record speed here to get this moving forward. And the comment out of every person that we've heard out of this is, please help me get back in my house. I want to get this solved as quickly as we can. So we're moving at turbocharged speed. And yes, it is a fast track, but we have stops along the way to do sanity checks, and that may be what we're doing here. We went from the 20th Planning Commission. Statutorily, we have to have so many days of notices to get us to this meeting right here. And that's what we have done. We had the planning session yesterday, the workshop, I should say, to get some input and see what was going on. Our requirement now is to have this, and this is if we want to follow this track, statutorily, we have to approve this today and then have a second reading on the 10th in order to get it to Coastal Commission in time for them to be able to review it. Otherwise, we fall out of track, and I don't necessarily concur with the comment that we don't need to do anything for Coastal because our MMC governs it. Well, if the MMC governs it, then what happens when we have something that the Coastal Commission says that they're responsible to review? So we could end up trying to be cute and be ineffective. The last thing I want to mention is when you talk about the comments from the staff, from people last night, I go back to something that several of the architects presented to us representing the Malibu Architectural Association. They had a line item point by point by each section, and for the most part, they said agreed, 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 agreed. I think they were helpful last night to try and clarify some of the additional issues, but for the most part, the professionals are looking at this and saying that we're on the right track. And let's not forget, this is, and I used this analogy yesterday, it's like a basketball game. We're setting the rules of how the game is run, but the individual plays, and that will be for each person's house, will be an individual assessment per house. Like we did on the Zoom call last night, a lot of people ask questions about, what about this, what about that? We were very careful to say, we don't understand the full package that you're asking about your full house, but this is what it would seem to be. You know, can I replace a wood fireplace with a wood fireplace? Can I do this? Can I do that? We had those kinds of questions last night. Those are the policy issues that will come out of this and will have to be addressed one at a time. But what we're trying to set right now are the rules of the road that we're going to follow to get to where we want to go. So with that,
So I would like line by line what we need to do to facilitate like for like rebuilds under the Coastal Act, because I understand the governor's order to strike all permit requirements under the Coastal Act for likes. And each time I hear something that we say, no, we still need to go to Coastal for this, I'm not persuaded that under the governor's order we do. Now, maybe I'll be persuaded that I'm missing one or two, but I think, I mean, for example, one we were told before and we're told again today possibly is the FEMA issue. I don't agree. And I think after we discuss it, we all won't agree that we need to go to Coastal to solve FEMA in any way, shape, or form because height doesn't change more than 10%. Height just, the elevation from the start moves, and then the height is exactly the same. So that was a misassumption. That's the kind of thing I'm talking about. A septic tank that needs to move substantially to a different place. Well, the governor's order doesn't say they have to be in the same place. It says whatever you need to do, as far as utilities, driveways, those things are all part of his order. They're already suspended from permitting. So one of the things I've heard by way of example was we need to go to Coastal to get a waiver or an exception, one or the other, for septic that needs to be moved to a different place. No, we don't. At least I don't think we do. And that's the things we need to figure out. What does this governor's order mean before we can figure out what we need to do? Because I don't think we need to do anything at Coastal for Palisades like for like rebuilds. And I've yet to be told and satisfied with the explanation of why we do.
Okay, if I could put the city attorney on the spot.
Yeah, can we get an answer? It's important.
Let's, Halen, do you have a question?
I was just wondering if we can get that answer.
Yeah.
Changes the dynamic of the conversation.
Sure. So we talked about there are two potential issues that would be beneficial to Palisades fire rebuilds. The first is the relocation. If you want to relocate your home from one area that's not within the footprint to another area on your site, that is one of the provisions that's in there. This would allow that to be happened through a de minimis waiver process. It would not require a coastal development permit. The second issue is the FEMA issue, and if the council wants to interpret height in the way that we've been talking about here, that you get this amount and it moves up that way, then it would not be an issue for Palisades fire people. It would be an issue for others. That's not the way that traditionally height has been measured under these things. So, but if we want to go forward with that interpretation, we have the ability to do so. There's also language in the governor's order that it is the local agencies to interpret that and not the Coastal Commission. So we would have a standard review that would be in our favor in that situation.
And what about location on mean high tide and so forth? Where does that come in?
State lands.
For the, what is it?
State lands?
State lands, yes. Where did that come into our discussion?
I'm
On
not sure what you're referring to.
the coastal lots being able to build back in the same spot they were at.
They're allowed to build back to the same spot under the governor's order as long as it's not more further seaward.
Okay. All right.
So there's two issues, only two. In fact, I think the FEMA one doesn't exist. It's a red herring. There's one. The one is for people who need, not want, need to substantially move their property to a different location. That's the only thing that we need to go to coastal for, and that is the only thing that we should be addressing, at least the first thing we should be addressing and ironing out, because that paves the way to the like-for-like rebuilds. I mean, first of all, 90% of the like-for-like rebuilds, the way is paved in the governor's order because most are not going to need to move substantially. Somebody might want to, but they're not going to need to. So all we need to go to coastal for is to help the people who need to substantially move. That's what I'm hearing from Trevor from his explanation just now.
Yes. So, Councilmember, that's why I was confused with your term misassumption or whatever was used, because you just got it. You understood it completely. So I don't agree that it was a misassumption. So I just wanted to make that clear, because the way you formulated your initial sentence was that this is all, we don't understand any of this. I think you just said it very clear. It sounds like you do understand it. The governor's order doesn't say you can just go build, the Great Wall of China. It says you have to, you're essentially suspended from the Coastal Act and CEQA if you fall under that criteria that is listed. And in your argument, FEMA should be included. That's a totally fair argument. So again, I just heard you say that the substantially outside the location was something that probably needed. So that's what we've been saying this whole time. So I was a little confused by the term misassumption, because it seemed like at the end we're speaking the same language.
Based on what you said, I think you and I are probably on the same page. I know for a fact from listening to the comments that the mayor's been making for the last two meetings that he was laboring under a different view about what's needed from coastal. I suspect others who've not said a word are also laboring under a misimpression about what's required from coastal.
Okay, well, hold on a second. Let's get into what the objective is for going to coastal. Why are we going to coastal? Is this to set the format for future issues, and also to bring our what we put in the MMC to comply in the local coastal plan for disasters?
Yes, so the purpose here is to take the treatment of how the governor's order applies to the people impacted by the Palisades fire, so that anyone impacted by a natural disaster will be treated similarly, as close as you can get under the Coastal Act, to the treatment that they get under the governor's order. So that is Go ahead, Tyler.
I just want to add too, we have this golden opportunity right now. We might not get this again. You guys don't have to make a decision tonight. Like Trevor's saying, the LCP amendments are to help future disasters, to go back and help some stuff in Woolsey that was not cleared up. And the governor, has been saying to the Coastal Commission to work with us. And, believe it or not, at some point, this fire situation will simmer down. People will move on to other things, and it is no longer urgent to the Coastal Commission to help us. And so we just took this opportunity to not only help our Palisades affected residents, but to let the Woolsey Fire residents know we did not forget about them. We want to continue to help this city gain as much control over its destiny as possible. And that's all this was.
And let me say one thing. The fact that we've got both these together, and Tyler or Trevor, correct me on this, the Malibu Municipal Code is what we're trying to change. And we're trying to take those changes and implement them in the local coastal plan. Is that not correct?
It's basically mirrors it so that as to the extent feasible, our other fire affected people can get some of the same stuff that is in the governor's order.
There's the other piece of this, when we talk about the LCP, is the municipal code changes that are put through, and a lot of those do, deal with and facilitate the process for Palisades fire impacted people. So both of them are paired together, so it's all brought as a package because they have overlapping issues.
Okay, so the point I've been trying to make is there's very little, very, very little we need to go to coastal for to facilitate boots on the ground, start doing your work for Palisades like-for-like rebuild. But we keep being told we need to get this done now because we have to go to coastal to get the Palisades rebuilds going. And that's the point. That's not true. And the urgency of coastal to help us in May is not going to be less than the urgency of coastal to help us in April. So we're being given this false deadline. And I'm not saying that pejoratively. I'm not saying you're doing it. We're being given a false deadline to accomplish a false result. And we're going to make mistakes. And look, I don't want to be here doing this today. I didn't want to be here. None of you wanted to either. I didn't want to be doing it all day yesterday. I don't want to keep doing it throughout the next couple weeks. But I want to make sure we do it right. And I think we're rushing to judgment. Now, I'm probably going to be outvoted. We're probably going to proceed with this all now. So I'll ask questions so I can understand at least what we are doing. But I just think this is a mistake. And I think that it's based on, again, I'm not blaming the staff. I'm not saying the staff's been saying this even. I haven't heard the staff say that we have in April, that we have to get there in April. They're shooting to get us there in April if they can. But it's a false construct that we have to get there, that we have to approve this week and we have to get there in April. The only Palisades rebuild that's going to get held up if we don't get there in April, and I don't think it's going to get held up because you can still do a lot of planning, is someone that has to substantially move their like-for-like rebuild. Because none of this has to do with non-like-for-likes. Everything that's like-for-like that doesn't have to substantially move is already covered, 100%. So we're letting that little sliver drive the train at a super speed in which it might go off the track.
Let me just ask one more question to the city attorney or Tyler. Does the Coastal Commission need to approve our changes to the Malibu Municipal Code?
No.
No. We control our own municipal code. They only have the certification power over the LCP amendments.
So when we make changes on the MMC and we don't require the LCP to be involved, we could run that ourselves.
That's exactly what's proposed. So what's brought forward here today is two things for the municipal code. One is an urgency ordinance, so the changes put in can go into effect immediately. So tomorrow, all those provisions will come into play, and people that are applying for a Palisades fire rebuild will get the benefit of all those changes to the municipal code. We have control of that. If we want to come back and make changes to that, at a future date, we can do that also. So there's no control from coastal over our municipal code.
So we do need to get the Malibu Municipal Code done as quickly as we can, correct? In order to have it ready for Monday, or ready as soon as possible.
Well, staff has moved as quickly as I can to give you the options to bring this forward as quick. This is as fast as staff could bring this, forward. And so it's up to you, what you guys want to do. But, the purpose is to help people. We already have, I think, one PV issued, and, a lot of people are ready to start moving forward. So the sooner we can get the rules in place so they can make their assumptions and make their plans, the better.
And even with respect to the municipal code, only a fraction of the changes that we're making are necessary to correlate the Palisades rebuilds with the governor's order with respect to the LCP. And it is, again, another misconception or misassumption that we didn't have the ability to amend the municipal code without coastal's permission. So there's a lot of lure and misassumptions and misconceptions that permeate up here, and that's why we need to figure out exactly what we're required to do, what we need to do, what the governor's order means, because that dictates what we still need to do in the municipal code.
All right, I've let you speak on this, but let's be clear about what I just asked. Please don't say that there's misconception. What I'm trying to do is to make sure we have clarity as to what needs to be done. People may be of the impression that you need to have the municipal code approved for changes at the local coastal plan. Let's make sure we take that off the table. So don't say there's misconception. We're trying to clarify the issue. So with that, I think we're at the point where I'd like to see what the consensus is. Go ahead, Mary Ann.
I think what we need to keep in mind also is, even though Palisades Fire is the largest fire that we've got, the Franklin Fire happened a month before, and these local coastal program changes are for their benefit. The Broad Fire happened a month before that, and there are homes on the beach that were burned, and it will help them. So even though it may not have a material effect on the Palisades Fire, we do have 2 other recent fires, not to mention we do have Woolsey fires, that fire rebuilds that are being held up and could actually benefit from these streamlining, so we can get them wrapped up and we can get those people back in their homes. So I do feel an urgency in order to get the local coastal program amendments done, because it is affecting, while a small number of people, they're still our residents, and they still deserve to have these amendments done so they can get their rebuilds and they can get back into their homes.
All right, Halen, do you have something? No. All right, if we have some concurrence on this, if Bruce has how do I say this? If Bruce has something that is greater than the individual Malibu Municipal Code, I would suggest that we start with the Malibu Municipal Code, go through it change by change, and for the public out there, there's a small package of changes on the red line, and that's what we're really talking about here. And I would suggest, if the council agrees, we look at it on each red line item and get concurrence on that item and move forward. And if we take care of those, and just to give an example, the definition for the local coastal plan and the Malibu Municipal Code is the same. You adopt one, you've set the pattern for the other. The local coastal plan is 5 pages, 6 pages, 3 pages front and back, 6 total. We've got maybe 10 pages for the Malibu Municipal Code. So it's relatively easy to move forward if we'd like.
Before we dive into it, may I request a
break?
Please.
All right. Let's do this. Let's come back at, we never seem to get done in 5 minutes. Let's come back at 5:05.
Just a note to the public, we closed the public hearing, so please do not discuss any of this with the council members during the break.
in 5 minutes. We don't get back in 10 minutes. We get back in 15 minutes. All right. Let's,
We're doing this.
everybody back?
Can I make just one real short, I sort of was short. Just one thing, like, I apologize to all you who have to sit there and watch this. But, again, I've said this before. This is our only opportunity to workshop these things together so that we can get to the result. I mean, this in the real world, outside of government, this would happen in a conference room. And then we would come out and announce what we did, and maybe we would do a dog and pony show. You're watching the sausage get made. So I apologize if you feel compelled to sit here the whole time. I apologize if I keep you here longer, but I want to make sure we get to the right place.
Well, I'm from the South. I've seen sausage made, and it is ugly. All right, Steve?
I don't apologize because you're seeing we're working on this thing, and that's what we're supposed to be doing. So, okay. Here's what I'd like to suggest, or let me give a suggestion of how we move forward. As I've listened to this, my understanding is Bruce's premise is the governor's order sort of dictates what we do in the municipal code and what we do in the local coastal plan. And if we really understand all of the aspects of the governor's order, what we do in those other two documents should be easier to get to. All right? So, Bruce, if it's okay with you, okay, I mean, if you would like to start taking us through the government's order and what your issues with it are or how you want to interpret it, and that may give us the foundation to go forward. Does that mean acceptable to you?
It's not up to me. It's up to the mayor. He's in charge of
Well, I'm fully in favor of that. Just two comments. This will be the mayor. This is the governor's order from February 13th. And our objective here is to see how we can get to the municipal code tonight, at least the municipal code to be under review. All right. Bruce, please go ahead.
Okay.
Is that okay? Is that okay with everybody?
Speaking for you, and I don't want to do that.
No, that's fine. I mean, my druthers would have been to go back through the presentation and ask questions before we even got to that, but I think it's okay. It's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Let me look at my notes. Well, first of all, so my first question to the council is, are we in agreement that the spirit of the governor's order is to facilitate like-for-like rebuilds with as little permitting requirements as are necessary to comply with any law?
I think that's a given.
Like for like and like for like plus 10%. Yeah.
Right, but when I say like for like, it's a shorthand for like up to an additional 10%. And every time, if I have to keep saying that every time, or we have to keep saying it every time, it becomes so convoluted. So everyone understands like for like means no more than 110%.
Got it.
Okay, all right. Okay, that's the first thing.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, as Councilmember Silverstein goes through the governor's order, but it would be helpful, just as that was, is if we're going to work through piece by piece of the governor's order to have consensus on the definitions and interpretations section by section, so that way we can take notes effectively and be able to apply them to codes later.
Right, so that was just a concept of what the spirit of the order is, and actually there was some discussion. Tyler suggested, I had it in my notes to say the same thing, that we need to have a policy document. I actually think this council, in a workshop with the staff, needs to sit down one day. We'll put it on Zoom because it's required for Brown Act purposes, but we need to sit down and actually codify within Malibu in a policy document our interpretation of each of these provisions, because they are then going to be unappealable gospel of what this order means in Malibu. And again, we really shouldn't be tinkering with the codes until we've already done that, because that sets the stage. But we're going to do it backwards. That's okay. But so we're not really forming interpretations tonight so much as we're trying to understand what we're going to likely agree to down the line. So I'm going to skip to paragraph 4 first, because that's the point we were just talking about. Local agencies that issue development and building permits for development projects shall be the sole agencies that may determine whether a property or facility is eligible for the suspension in paragraph 1 of the Coastal Act and the and CEQA. And it's not appealable. The local agency's decision as to whether you qualify and what it means and what the things that you're exempt from, we are going to be the sole determinant of what that is, subject possibly to judicial review. I'm not even clear that's available, but it's certainly not available at a further appeal level. So I want to understand, because this is important to me in my view as to what code changes we should be making and what authority we should be giving our staff, who within Malibu, who is going to have the ultimate authority to determine whether these things? Because it says the agency. The agency is technically the city of Malibu. So are we as a council going to be, not too long from now, going to sit down and codify our interpretations of all the provisions that the agency has given interpretive authority over? Or are we leaving that to the planning director and the building official? Because I think we have a responsibility. I think these are all policy decisions, what this means, that's going to become unappealable. And I think we have to work them out in order for the staff to be able to apply the code consistent with our interpretation of the order. And again, I won't say it over and over again, but that's why we needed to have done that before we even started amending the code. But we're going to amend the code. So I would like to say, I want agreement that when we workshop this, we're going to set these policies. We're going to sit, after we hear from the staff and after we have deliberation and hear from the public, we're going to create a document that's going to say, this is what it means in the view of the city of Malibu to be eligible for paragraph 1 suspensions. This is what paragraph 2A suspension means. This is what paragraph 2B suspension means, the FEMA type thing that we've been talking about. We're going to establish each and every one of those things so that the staff doesn't have flexibility and discretion to deny or to grant things that we don't think were intended from the governor's order. That's the first order of business.
Steve was first. Yes.
Look, I think we were elected to make those decisions.
Yes.
I mean, so that's their job.
Mary Ann, do you want to?
Why do we have a professional staff?
To apply the rules that we set forth as a matter of policy.
They're the subject matter experts in this stuff, so why do we have a professional staff?
Why do we have a city council?
If I may briefly, I would just like to weigh in as far as what you're describing, Councilmember Silverstein. I would say it gets to setting the vision for this city, but it is a collaboration, to Mayor Pro Tem Riggins' point, that we do sit and we workshop it, because our staff is looking at this and through their professional experience how it could be applied. But to do the execution, I think we're all saying the same thing here.
I think I said we'd sit down with the staff and hash it out, and then we would decide the policy. That's exactly what I said.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, let's get back to, I think what the objective of the session is for you to help lead us through what the governor's order says. We can figure out policy decisions afterwards.
So the governor's order says that the suspension applies to all property, it says property or facility substantially damaged or destroyed as a result of this emergency. We are going to need to decide what substantially damaged means. Okay? I don't, because sitting here, I have my ideas of what substantially damaged means, but I don't know what Doug thinks it means. I don't know what Mary Ann thinks it means. I don't know what the staff is going to suggest to us they think it means. But the suspension of the code, the suspension of the permits, is going to apply to any property that was destroyed or substantially damaged. We might have a more expansive view of substantially damaged than Tyler would have. We may have a less expansive view than Tyler would have. And that's a policy decision, and we're going to need to figure that out. And again, that's going to then apply to all these rules that we're making. We're making these rules in the abstract because we don't know what they even apply to. One example, just by way of example, might be a house that's contaminated. It's standing, it's untouched by the fire, but it's contaminated with toxins. Is that substantially damaged such that it's immune from the permitting requirements of the LCP? Or is that an undamaged home, completely undamaged home from the fire, which is not subject to any of these exceptions? And think about the ramifications if those are substantially damaged to what rules we are now making in the abstract. Because now it's not just the 700 structures that are burned to the ground, it's thousands, okay? So that's an issue we need to figure out. And again, and I don't know how we are doing code without understanding what the answer to that question is, but do we have agreement that we need to figure that out? And that's not up to the staff
No.
on a property-by-property basis.
I don't know that we need to figure it out tonight. I think.
No, that we have to figure it out. That
Well,
we
yeah,
put that
that-
on our list of things we need to figure out.
Yeah, and just to go back to what a contract looks like, and I know we're not practicing law here, but usually in a contract, you have what I would consider to be the body of the contract is what we have in the municipal code, but you have another section for definitions. And that's, you define what all these things are. In the municipal code, you just don't put the definitions in there. That's in the policy statement, I believe. I'm looking at Trevor, but I don't know that we necessarily always define things in the municipal code, do we?
It depends. I mean, not every term in the code is defined, but there are a number of defined terms in codes. There's usually definition sections, so it depends on, what it is.
But let's keep going through the governor's order.
Well, can I?
Or Mary Ann, please.
There are a lot of other entities that have input on what something is substantially destroyed. The building code has requirements for what they believe meets the definition of substantially destroyed. An insurance company, a bank, a homeowner, they're all going to have different interpretations of what substantially destroyed is. And I don't think it's something that we need to be the ones that are defining that for the world.
Marianne, you're making my point. The governor's order says we are the sole determinant for purposes of the city of Malibu as to what these words in this order mean. So you're exactly making my point. We can't rely on the fact that there's 5 different interpretations out there in the world, maybe even multiple interpretations within our own government. We need to figure out for purposes of this order what they mean. So you're exactly right. Insurance companies have one interpretation, which we may disagree with. We might have a more expansive in fact, I suspect we will have a more expansive interpretation of what an insurance company will have because their interpretation.
You already won the argument. Keep going.
No, I don't think we have. I don't think we have consensus on that at all.
About having definitions. We're going to have definitions.
I think we're talking about, if we're in agreement, I mean, I think the agreement is we're going to, Tyler already talked about bringing back a policy document to, serve as the basis for the discussion with the council. We talked about having a workshop. This is going to come back in some form to, go through these answers, not only about how the governor's order applies, but also if these changes go through, how they're going to be applied to give some guidance. So I think this is all coming back, and, it's helpful to sort of talk about these things to make sure these are topics that are covered when the staff brings it back.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll move on. Assuming we can get agreement on what properties the exemption applies to, we need to understand what do not exceed 110% of the footprint and height means, because I think there also can be different people who have different views of what those words mean. And again, we're now using those words in code changes that we're proposing. And again, I think that there's at least 2, if not multiple, more than 2 interpretations of what that means. So are we gonna, at some point in the future, after we make changes that include these words, then we're going to also get together and amend the code to define what the words are that we just inserted?
We've already said we're going to have a policy presentation for this to define those, right? Trevor?
Yeah. So the code changes are self-contained. We're talking about the language here in terms of the terms that the governor is using, and the governor's use of the term height, how that's measured. We talked already about how that could be interpreted multiple ways in the FEMA context, and footprint could also be interpreted in different ways. This is about the breadth of the governor's order, and this will apply to the Palisades Fire people. The rest of the code already has it self-contained in terms of how it will apply to different structures for the LCP and for the municipal code. This is, going through the governor's order, we'll be dealing with primarily the Palisades Fire, and then the policy document talking about the municipal code and the LCP will discuss how those are applied.
But when the governor, this is technical legal stuff, but when the governor says in his executive order, height, he may have a different meaning for what he intended than is in our municipal code currently. This is the FEMA issue, okay? We may decide it has a different meaning than elsewhere in our code. So, and this is actually an issue for tonight. This isn't just a policy issue down the line. We need to figure out what we agree the word height means, because that's going to inform the FEMA issue that we are addressing. Because if we decide, for example, contrary to what I believe is the right answer, height means from the ground up, then we need to go to the Coastal Commission to get certain dispensation for the FEMA floodplain. If we agree as a legal matter, as a construction matter, construing words, not construction, physical construction, that height is measured from the lowest portion of the building above the floodplain up, then we don't need to go to coastal for anything. So we need to resolve that definitively and explicitly as to what height means so that we decide whether we do or don't need a change from the Coastal Commission on that question. So put a pin in that. We're going to have to resolve that tonight.
Do we have a definition in the municipal code for height?
I can double check if there's one for height, but there is guidance in the municipal code on how to measure height.
There's two things. So I think Councilmember Silverstein is referring to whether it's needed for the Palisades fire people. For the other people, the LCP amendment about the FEMA plane would be needed because the height of the governor's order has no applications. The height is determined in the LCP. That's going to be the issue there.
Aside from the possibility of the 2 homes on the beach from the Broad Fire, do we have a single home that's been burned already that needs to have that resolved tonight? Other than Palisades?
Could you repeat the question, please?
We actually do have some beachfront applications that are either trying to be submitted or in the door.
As a result of Woolsey? I'm
sorry,
saying there are
Palisades.
disaster rebuilds other than Palisades. Do we have any FEMA issues on disaster rebuilds other than Palisades, other than possible ones in the future?
Well, there's a broad fire structure that was destroyed, so this would help them.
And they'll have a FEMA issue?
Potentially.
What about Franklin and Sarah Retreat?
They won't have a FEMA issue, but these could still help them too because they're inland.
They don't have a floodplain issue in Sarah?
Well, depending on where you are, but
I think they do. So we should probably look into that before.
Sure.
Okay. And just before we get out of this, this rebuild plus 110%, it's also in the Woolsey fire rebuilds as well. I think we've used this for years.
It's in our code from the natural disaster exemption, both in the municipal code and the local coastal program.
So it's been around for a long time.
So if I could add briefly, we're not inventing a new thing. We are fine-tuning and updating what we did with Wolseley. That's exceptionally good news because there will be consistency and opportunity now applied through the Palisades fire and that governor's orders. So we do have documents, policy documents that were applied there that will update to these orders that you can review. So there's consistency as we move along. And I've heard that from a number of the design professionals. Number 2, every city has a process where the planning director creates, when there is ambiguity in an issue, creates what's called a director's interpretation. It's a formal process. It says, we see ambiguity. Here's the way we interpret it, and it's a circulated document. Effectively, that's what we would propose to do here, is to generate a document relative to how we're going to apply this and circulate it. And that can be part of a discussion with you, part of a discussion with design professionals, but we've got to move. We've got to move, and we've got to work with Wolseley, update that, but we can't stop. We've got a dozen or more people in the pipeline. We've got a center that's going to reopen. The last thing that I'll mention is that you have an advantage by not creating a firm box around an issue, because we would have to imagine all of the problems with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of properties in order to get a definition that's going to be right. We're looking for a general definition that will be tuned likely over time as we are informed of the issues we're trying to resolve. That's a benefit to the city and to the rebuild process.
My problem is I want to be as flexible as possible for the residents sitting in this room and all the others who lost their home in this fire. And I want to not create unlimited flexibility down the line for situations we don't even understand what they're going to be at this moment in time, because we have a whole other portion of the population of the city of Malibu who's against that flexibility in general. So, and there's a lot that want to build like crazy, build, drill, drill, drill. So, and I was elected on a platform of protecting the environment and limiting development. I want to blow through that for Palisades, but I don't want to blow through it so far that it's going to destroy the fabric of the community down the line. So I don't want to leave open that box.
I have a question. Are we able to amend this later on if we see any issues? Right.
The answer is yes, with the caveat. So the municipal code we have completely control over. So if it comes through and we see a problem, we can go and change that. People that have applied under that code would be entitled to it unless we in the future say it needs to be retroactive. The LCP we can go and change, but it would need coastal approval for the change.
Let's keep going.
Okay, so let me go. So now this is an area where I'm just profess ignorance. This is not, I'm saying that there's no answer. I just don't know the answer, and I'd like to understand it because it helps me decide things down the line. I'd like to understand. Maybe everyone here understands it, and I'm just an idiot. What exactly is a footprint of the home, of the building that's been destroyed? What does that mean physically?
I can bring it up again, our demonstrations. Give me 1 second. So I think it's kind of helpful. Let's see here.
Right, there was a picture. I remember that.
Yeah. So your footprint is that roof line, and essentially it's really the foundation line around that house. That is your building footprint.
So for the most part, when you look down at the building, it's going to be the roof then, right?
For the most part, there might be eaves, right? So it's really, I think, measuring from the foundation line is a little more accurate in terms of footprint.
If a house is on a pad, is it literally the cement pad? Is that the footprint?
Well, we got to be careful. We're talking about building footprint, right? And that's why that term is used first, building footprint, and then your garage footprint, your pool footprint. Those are separate structures that each have an individual footprint.
Okay, well, for purposes of the governor's order, are we only talking about the principal structure? Are we talking about all those things?
You're talking about the primary structure and the accessory structures, but they're each individual structures. Mm-hmm.
So basically, if someone's doing a like for like when it's all done, if you Google Earthed it, you'd see approximately the same thing?
Essentially, yes.
Okay, and if you did a Google Street View, you'd also see approximately the same thing. It might cosmetically look different, but size-wise, it's going to look, and structure-wise, it'll be the same?
Yeah, well, so it might not be the same design. I can go from a Craftsman to a mid-century design, right? So, but massing-wise, bulk-wise, yes, that's true.
Okay, what's a facility? Again, Mary Ann probably understands this from her years of work in the city, but I don't know what a facility is.
In what context, I guess?
It says over and over in the order, footprint and, I'm sorry, something facilities, hold on.
Yeah, because there are facilities like
Property structures and facilities.
Property structures and facilities, yeah, what are facilities?
Well, like a public works facility is like our infrastructure, like the wastewater treatment plant, for example.
I think where he's referring to is
Yeah.
primary structures and facilities that are in substantially the same location as and do not exceed 110% of the footprint and height of the primary structure and facilities that existed immediately before this
So
emergency.
the governor, because there's a multitude of structures and uses that have been destroyed potentially. He's just trying to make it broad enough to capture all the potential issues. Because if they don't say facilities, then those public works facilities may not be included depending on what it is. So they are, from the experience of the building professionals over the course of the history, he probably worked directly with his HCD department to what are the wording we need to make this all encompassing to the maximum extent feasible.
So religious facilities, schools, other public agency facilities, any of those things would be included in that? Or would it strictly be something that's a residential use?
Doesn't have to be residential. It's structures, yeah.
All
Why wouldn't
encompassing.
that just be a structure?
So an example might be a concrete storm drain, or a catch basin, or a driveway curb, an exit onto a public street. It could be a utility pole. It could be a buried electrical line. Those are all facilities.
Okay, thank you. Like I did not understand that. I've assumed, and again, I may be wrong or I may be right, that a primary structure basically means the person's house?
For a residential lot, yeah, it's the principal use, the building in which the principal use is established.
Do we have commercial properties that are involved here, or just?
There are.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And what's the primary structure on a commercial property?
It could be the primary building. Let's take Malibu Village. It's that whole building, and maybe Malibu Village has a little. It has that trellis in the middle of the parking lot. That's a secondary building. That's not the primary.
Okay. And the one that you've mentioned, Tyler, and that I think we need to understand what substantially the same location means. Because Tyler uses a few times you've said 50%, and I know we get that from the exemption from the CDP for when you want to do a remodel that's not substantially redoing the house.
Correct.
And that was made up at one point. That's not in our code. That was a planning director decision, I think, at some point in time.
It is codified in our LCP. It becomes, when you do repair and maintenance, as long as you're under 50%, then you're allowed to do it. Once you cross that threshold, then you are considered a new structure, and so you may lose your nonconformities. We had this conversation when we did our fee study, and I remember Councilmember Euring laughing because we take it down to the deck. We make them do a 50% review on their deck because if they repair more than 50% of their deck, it could result in them losing some rights that they had.
So I'm interested in understanding what the other four people up here think substantially in the same location means, because I want to make sure we're all on the same page when we adopt rules that apply to something which is substantially in the same location.
I don't think this is a test to figure out what we've read in the municipal code. I think the question is,
It's not municipal code, it's a governor's order.
I know, we're trying to figure out what the governor's order applies to.
Right.
And I don't know that we need to define for each one of us what facilities and substantial means, but I'll leave it up to the group. I mean, if we're going to get quizzed on each one of these.
This is one of these things that staff's going to bring back and we're going to discuss.
Yeah.
But again, my point is, it may make a difference what rule you adopt for something depending on how substantial or insubstantial substantially means. If it's going to potentially impact neighbors, either that didn't burn or that did burn and are going to put back what they had there before, if substantial is a pretty broad word, if substantially the same is a very small parameter, it may not matter, and you may want to be as flexible as possible in what you let people do. If it's going to turn up down the line, someone's going to say substantially the same means as long as it touches the footprint. The whole house can have shifted, but it still touches it, so it's substantially the same. That might dramatically impact the neighbor or the neighborhood. And I think you need to understand those things before you adopt rules about how easy or hard it's going to be to do things.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
In Woolsey, how was substantially applied?
Approximately 50%.
So if somebody had a structure, they could relocate or expand that structure within 50% of the original footprint? Correct me if I'm
Yes.
wrong, please.
That is essentially it. It was a case-by-case basis, but yes, if you can move a little bit outside your original footprint, like in this diagram here, and it has no significant impacts, generally, I could say you were allowed to do that. If that 50% is going to trigger something like a non-conforming setback that you didn't have before, or you're closer to the bluff than you were before, if it triggers something like that, then we're going to say no. But if it does not trigger any non-conforming concerns or other issues, then it could have been allowed.
So like neighbors' views over 18 feet would be something that they would need to story pole so that they give a demonstration, or were there?
Correct, which is why we like the bulk thing or something similar, because that stuff all comes into play when you're talking about a three-dimensional world that we live in.
And that's exactly my point, Tyler, that when we're looking at height and footprint and deciding whether or not bulk should stay in there or should come out of the municipal code, one might have a different decision on that if the structure is not moving than if the structure might move in any one of multiple different locations up to 50%. So I'll tell you, my view is substantially the same means it's really in the same place, give or take a very small alteration for a good reason. I suspect from what I listened to up here, that's not going to be the view of others. If it really means precisely in the same place, but it could move a little tiny bit, then I might be more inclined to say you can do more things with it. If the majority up here think it means it could move up to 50% of the distance, or maybe somebody thinks it can move even further, I'd be less inclined to be flexible with the way that new building is structured. So I think we need to understand what buildings we're talking about, where they are.
This has been in our presentations the last 2 days.
The presentation has assumed 50% as a limit, and that's where I said that there are assumptions that may or may not be things we would agree with.
But with the substantially issues specifically, we are coming back with that is in our list in the policy document to further flesh out.
And it's a continuation of what we did with Wolseley. So we're not starting with a brand new concept. We're starting with how we proceeded before.
Okay, the next one I have is, I think we all understand this, but let's make sure we do. The governor's order allows illegal structures to be rebuilt without a permit. I see some people shaking their head, no, it does. It originally said legal structures in the very first order, and then he struck that paragraph from the first order, and he rewrote the paragraph and removed the word legal, and I have to presume that was a very deliberate act by someone who lobbied that change. So, under the Coastal Act, there's not going to be a need for a coastal development permit to replace, like for like, not only a non-conforming structure, but an illegal structure. And we need to decide whether in the municipal code, we're going to go with that same thing, whether we're going to allow as a matter of municipal code law, illegal structures to be rebuilt or not. And I don't know how many people up here or how many people in the audience focused on that, but that is a critical issue.
Trevor?
Sure. I mean, nothing's changed our municipal code, so we don't allow people to, if it's illegal development, then it's not allowed under our municipal code. So it would be treated the same as it would be under Woolsey. We go through an analysis to determine, if something is permitted or if something is not permitted. They've gone through a whole process to work out how to make that determination. But the governor's order only says whether the Coastal Act applies, whether you need a CDP for it. It doesn't control our municipal code.
Right, but the point is, if we are going to seek to recreate in our municipal code what the governor has done in the governor's order for homes destroyed in the fire, we would actually go so far as to put an affirmative statement in our municipal code that a structure that was illegal, that was burned in a catastrophe, gets to be rebuilt. Or we'd make a conscious decision. I think we just need to understand what we're doing. A conscious decision to not make that change, which is not in the proposals, which means, and everyone should understand it, that if you had a home that had an illegal component or was illegally located in some way or another, had a room that shouldn't be there, had some addition that shouldn't be there, under the governor's order, you don't need a CDP to build that back. Under our municipal code, you do, which means you won't. You won't be able to. Somebody could make a policy decision that we ought to allow it as a matter of municipal code, that we ought to basically legalize all the prior illegal things, just like we're allowing prior non-conforming to go back. And these are nuances that are not in the presentation that we need to figure out, because are we trying to give people back what they lost or not? Because that's a place where there's a difference.
So, Councilmember, and you're an attorney, and our city attorney's up there. You probably understand legal differently than other folks. What is legal? Does it mean it needs a permit? Does it mean it? If that's why we don't go defining it in the code, because it's such a complex issue. We can establish some guidelines to give further clarity in our policy document that says, generally these are acceptable forms of evidence, if you would like, but we don't want to pigeonhole people in case there's methods in which they can prove legality.
So it's typically going to come in the context of something that's non-conforming, or in terms of what was going to be there and what's your 110% footprint, because you're going to need a permit for it. So the staff has gone through, in Woolsey, about a process to evaluate that as close as we can. As it gets older and older, there's more of an assumption that the structure was legal. If you put in something illegal, you're under code enforcement that you did 5 years ago, and you still have an active case, you're not going to get credit for that. So that's the application of this would be the same as it would be in Woolsey, unless the council wants to go and make an affirmative change to the code.
And I'll add, from my experience with Woolsey Fire and working in Calabasas, Malibu, like Calabasas, are new cities. So you inherited the bulk of your community built under a different set of rules by a different group. And I will guarantee you, things were approved without proper modifications being filed, without permitting that is historically in place. We had files that we pulled out in Calabasas that were sent to us from the county about apartment complexes. You open them up, they were empty.
Yeah, but after Woolsey, I think after Woolsey we found there were a lot of houses that were burned. Not an issue of just did they have a permit. People had actually bootlegged things. Not was the permit properly granted, but did they even have a permit? And I think we need to make a decision as a policy matter. Are we going to let people build back legally whatever they had there before, whether it was legal or bootlegged, or are we only going to allow them to build back what was actually authorized in the past? Mary Ann and I spoke about this informally a couple weeks ago, and I thought we were both inclined to say, let's use this as an opportunity to let people keep what they had.
Can I just make one last point about it too? And that's why the governor took it out, is because he wanted to give the city the authority to determine. Yeah. And if they put it in there, it would have been a little, that may need further clarification. So we do have the opportunity to explain what we agree to be legal. We don't like to use that term in planning, but existing. In our policy document, I think is the correct way to approach that matter.
I think one of the clarifications that we need to make clear to the public is if that square footage wasn't accounted for in the assessors, that it's now going to be accounted for. And so it will be taxed where they weren't. So they are going to see an increase in their property taxes, and it may be substantial because it's going to be taxed at current rates, not with the
added tax won't compare to the added value. Okay, the next thing I think we need to understand, well, this is going to bleed into a large conversation that we're going to have in the future. But again, I want a commitment that we have to do this. We need a set of rules for how to determine what was there. To me, it's a policy decision what evidence you're going to accept and what evidence you're going to reject. Staff, the professional experts, are going to expertly apply those rules once they have them. But we need to develop a set of, I don't know if people were thinking forward this way about this, but we need to establish a set of rules of what kind of evidence we agree the staff can utilize to confirm for the PV that what's being rebuilt is like for like or is not. And there are all kinds of options that can be on the table. So I mean, are we in agreement that we have to do that at some point? And we need to do it sometime soon because people are going to do their PVs next week, the week after.
Well, it gets back to the planning director's directives and the policy issues. I believe that's the...
And the governor's order gives us a great head start. They identify 4 different types, I believe it's 4, Trevor, different types of documents.
It gives the agency great discretion. And again, my point is that the agency is the city, and the city's policies are established by the council, and the application of those policies is expertly done by the staff. So we need to recognize that we're going to need to assemble pretty quickly again after tonight to establish those rules of how to determine the PV. Otherwise, the staff is shooting in the dark.
Well,
I think we've already started on that list of documents. As we prepare to open the one-stop shop, we've jumped ahead. We started with the governor's orders. We're happy to review those with you.
Okay, so in other words, you're going to start having these meetings with people and applying the rules you think make sense when we haven't discussed what rules to us make sense. I mean, that's not a criticism, but is that an accurate statement of what was going to be happening?
That is correct. That's where we're starting from. Again, using our Wolseley background, using the council's interest in moving these applications through, using the governor's orders and list. Yes, that's where we started from.
I do want to make sure, because we're also missing a piece of critical information here. It does say in the governor's order that local agencies, I have it here up for you all, local agencies that issue these permits are the ones to determine eligibility. It says local agency planning or permit approval shall be determinative of eligibility.
Right.
So it does provide that clarity.
So I understood that, and my point is that the local agency planning and building approvals would be done pursuant to the rules established by the policymakers. So maybe I'm the only one that cares about this.
No.
I'd like to know if there are at least 2 other council members who believe, as I do, that the PV determinations shouldn't be made on a set of rules that we have not authorized. If 3 people at least don't care whether we've authorized them, the staff should just right away go ahead and do whatever it's planning to do. But if at least a majority of us think we ought to be setting the rules for how like for like is determined, then they can't be moving forward without us having had that discussion and determination.
All right, Bruce, I'd like for you to not use the words "don't care." I mean,
I mean don't care.
Well, no, that's not fair. I think you also have to realize that we've got precedent that we've been using since Woolsey and before for all this. They have a precedent set of documents that they've used, and they have a process that they've used for now 6 years. So it isn't like it just magically appeared. And you've been on the council now for 5 years.
And I've objected to a lot of the things that have been going on for 5 years, and I've been in the 3-2 minority each time.
Well, and I would actually say it's going back further than Woolsey. These were applied in the 2007 set of fires. And I would hazard a guess, possibly even back to the 93 fires, because those were done a year and a half after we became a city.
But anyway,
so staff was trying to rebuild those.
Can we say one more thing?
I put the question on the table, though. I mean, do 3 of us want the evidence that can be used and how it's going to be used by the staff to be established by the city council, in which case that means we need to meet again really quickly and go over with the staff in a workshop what those rules should be, and then approve of them so that they can then be expertly applied? Or 3 of us when I say don't care, 3 of us are willing to rely on the discretion of staff and not set those rules at this level at all, and then recognize that whatever those decisions are, they're unappealable. They're not appealable to the Planning Commission, they're not appealable to us, they're not appealable to Coastal. They're just whatever the staff determines is evidence of like for like, that's going to be accepted. The neighbor may be able to prove that that house is not the same as it was before, but it's going to be irrelevant because it's a determination that once it's made is binding.
Bruce, sorry, Mary, just a second. You've already established we're going to bring this back for review and define the definitions. Let's don't pound the horse here.
No, Maureen says as of Monday they're starting to make these decisions.
Correct. And one of the things that we're working with is remember that every day people bring their house to be remodeled, and we go through the same exercise. What is your square footage?
No, their house is there. You can go look at it.
So,
but even so, we're still verifying square footage. We're still looking at assessor's records. We're still looking at building permits. So this is not a brand new exercise
Maureen,
for staff.
we're going to have dozens, if not hundreds, of empty canvases for which there's going to be no definitive records of what was there. When someone goes for a remodel, you can go to their house and it's standing there. And yes, this happened in Woolsey, and yes, it caused a lot of problems, some of which ended holding people up, some of which caused the neighbors problems, some of which ended up giving somebody something more than they had, some of which worked out just perfectly fine. We have an opportunity to make sure we get it right, that it doesn't cause holdups, that it doesn't cause unintended benefits. And again, I don't think we're taking this with sufficient seriousness.
You've already won the case. We're already going to bring it back.
When?
Can I just add one more thing? I think, Councilmember, you are making a decision. You're the decision maker tonight for the rules in front of you. You just want more clarification, which can go House. No, so hold on. This is what I'm saying. So even if when we create this policy document, there's still going to be people that argue the policy document, right? And so what I'm saying is, without you or the council looking at every house into like one by one by one by one, there's always going to be some gray. There's always going to be someone that challenges the policy document, that challenges the law. So that will never go away, minus the council taking an action one by one by one.
Yeah, it's a broader issue. I'm not talking about that level of detail. I'll give you just let's use the word since that makes the best way to do it. The last sentence of paragraph 4, which I think Marianne earlier was alluding to, in making the determination described in this paragraph, local agencies may consider, but are not limited to using, prior building permits, certificates of occupancy, county assessor data, coastal commission records, photographic sources, such as Google Maps and lake detection and ranging, LiDAR, and other reasonably available sources of information accessible to the local agency. The local agency, again, the City of Malibu, through its policy determiners, needs to decide which of these things, because it says may, it doesn't say shall, which of these things are the ones that we agree the planning staff should be using. We should decide which ones the planning staff must be using. We should decide which ones the planning staff should not be using or cannot be using.
We've already established that.
But they're going to start doing it immediately.
They've been doing it now for years.
Yeah, no, they have not been doing it under a carte blanche order of this nature.
Yes, these are the documents. Other than the newer technology of LiDAR, they have been using Google Maps. They have been using building permits. They've been using CFOs. They've been using Coastal Commission records. This is how this is done. They look to the professionals. You know, maybe there was a set of plans about the house. If you're lucky, you have a set of plans. I'm lucky. I have a set of plans for everything that's been done at my house, and that's the first thing I grab when I get evacuated. You know, silly me's lived in Malibu their whole life. They grab their plans when they leave their house. I know, I'm not trying to say anything against anyone who didn't. That's not a criticism. I'm just saying that these things exist, and this is not the first fire that Malibu has been through. And yes, occasionally it's not 100% accurate, but we do the best we can. And I think the city has done a pretty darn good job of evaluating different people's houses through different disasters and getting substantially back what those people had before.
Okay.
There are mistakes. We do our best. We're humans.
Bruce, you've established your statement here.
Okay.
Let's move on.
So supportive infrastructure, that includes septic, because septic, it says utilities, is that septic?
Yeah, driveways and other things, supportive to the primary structure.
Since at one point there was thoughts by some people that we needed to go to coastal to authorize the septics through some exemption or get some language, can we add the word septic or whatever better terminology there is at some point to make clear that we view that as part of the supportive infrastructure that's governed by the governor's order?
It's detailed in our LCP and MMC amendments.
That's our proposal in the amendment. We call it OWTS, on-site wastewater treatment facility.
Okay, but we're in agreement that that's part of the governor's order that doesn't require any kind of approval, right?
The governor's order, no, it's for Palisades Fire, it's suspended.
If the septic system required for the house to operate and be approved, it falls under the order.
Correct.
Okay. You answered my other questions before when you outlined the two possible things that the governor's order doesn't cover that we would possibly need to go to coastal for. So can we talk about the FEMA issue? I mean, because I know it's specifically addressed, but this is part of the governor's order issue. As I understand the governor's order, you're not changing the height. You're in like for like. If, as a result of FEMA, you're required to raise the whole structure, but you stay within the same distance from your ground floor, from your floor to the top of your roof. I don't view that as a height change. Are we all in agreement that that's not a height change? Or does somebody here think that the amount of distance that you had to raise the bottom counts towards your height?
Go ahead, Mary.
My interpretation of the height change is that the zero level has changed. Their ground level has changed from where we measure their base place that they start. So that is now their new zero elevation. And so they should be able to rebuild the structure height that they had at their pre-zero elevation under the code that built their house. So we're just moving that zero elevation up or down depending on what the FEMA requirement is how I'm interpreting it.
Do we all agree on that?
Yeah.
Okay, now in this particular diagram, which I know Luis prepared, not the staff, it also shows getting an extra 10% on a non-conforming property. Is that part of what's permissible here or no?
The 10% needs to comply. This is just a diagram to kind of show all the potential issues. But the council, there's been an appetite from some property owners on the beachfront to grant them the 10% in addition to changing their zero elevation level.
That's why I'm asking the question.
Yeah, so that's why it's demonstrated here. It's not that we're saying you can do it. It's just so you all can see all the potential impacts that may be.
I didn't mean to imply that you were showing it could be done. I'm actually using that to frame a question, which is TDSF and is height restrictions, are they still subject to an additional 10%? If you had maxed out, I'm not asking the staff this, I'm asking council this. If you had maxed out, do we understand the 110% to mean you're still getting another 10% as long as it's like for like? Or are you limited to exact like for like in that situation where you maxed out on height or maxed out on your square footage? Because I think you can interpret the order either way, and I'd like to understand which way we do interpret it.
Anybody want to bite?
Sure, I'll do it. So just like with TDSF, if you had a home that was at its max TDSF pre-fire, you wouldn't be entitled to the 10% increase in violation of our TDSF rules. I would say that the height is also similarly. You can't exceed either the 24 or 28 or your existing height at the time of the fire.
We all agree on that?
Yeah.
Okay. So again, I want the public to understand that means this is going to be another place in our municipal code where there's going to be some lesser flexibility than there is purely under the governor's order, because the governor's order doesn't say subject to TDSF or height limits or any other restrictions that municipal codes may put on. So I just want to make sure we're all on the same level playing field as we move forward with the decisions we're going to make as to what changes in the municipal code to make.
There won't be a TDSF limit on these are all beachfront, right? So they're with the other.
They have their box that they have to conform with.
Okay.
But there could be a FEMA issue if you were in Sarah Retreat, for example, where you have a high floodplain. Maybe. Yeah, go ahead, Marion.
Thank you for that clarification. Yes, you're right. A non-beachfront structure would need to comply with their required heights per the municipal code or local coastal program. That makes sense to staff? That a Sarah Retreat or a non-beachfront property would have to comply with the 18 feet or have a site plan review if they had to change their FEMA flood elevation.
Yes. But would you want to change the zero elevation for them as well?
If FEMA requires it, don't we have to?
Okay, just wanted to be sure, because then
that's why I was asking for
it
those.
would be different than the beachfront then, from what I just heard. Yeah, because you'd be saying that I guess let me rephrase that. So
how about we use the colony? Let's just pretend the colony burned down. We wouldn't be just talking about the beachfront homes. Say if there were non-beachfront homes that burned in the colony, they all have their own FEMA flood elevation that they have to comply to. So their height elevation, their new zero would establish where you start measuring from.
You're just saying from non-beachfront, the portions of 18 feet would need a site plan review?
Right. Their new zero wouldn't be based necessarily on finish or natural grade if they're subject to FEMA floodplain height issues.
Mm-hmm. So it'd just be consistently applied based on the FEMA circumstances.
Does that make sense to everybody?
And Colony's a good example.
Right. And I just want to say that I came to my belief of my understanding and what I've stated from working for the city of Malibu and going through many fires. So it's the experience that I learned from working within the system that formulated my opinion. So
I appreciate that. And like I said, I'm coming at this as someone who doesn't understand a lot of these things, and my questions are to make sure that I can intelligently and responsibly go along with the group to approve these changes, knowing that I understand what they mean.
Right, but I say that to make the point that as a staff member and working with the staff members in the building and the planning and the experts, it was from their knowledge and their experience that helped formulate my interpretation of those things. So it's pointing to why we should be relying on our staff and that we can have faith in our staff because they know what they're doing on these things.
I just have one last question on this area right now that we're doing with. It's diverging a little bit, but it is related. If someone, for septic systems or OWTS, in a like for like, is it going to be limited to one that will handle that size building, or can people pre-plan a much larger one and fall under the governor's order so that they later down the line are going to be able to build their house bigger if they choose to and already have a septic that they would have otherwise needed greater permissions for?
It's the way we've structured it is to say if the building code requires a specific size, that's what's covered. If you want to build beyond that in anticipation of greater capacity to your home, then you're probably into a different category.
You're into a CDP at that point?
Because the issue is you have to keep it within 10%, or otherwise it's got to be required by code to be one of the accessories.
Is anything we're being asked to agree to going to give someone the wiggle room to put in a larger septic than their house requires so that they can do the equivalent of the old option 4?
No, they're still limited to the minimum standard size to meet their requirements for the rebuild.
Okay. Okay. Thank you all for indulging me. I need to understand these things.
Let me just ask on point of that. Given how expensive the investment in a new wastewater system is, why would we want to preclude our property owners from being able to put in a system that could accommodate their max TDSF for their property? I'm just putting that out for discussion, so.
Well, I'll tell you, my view is we want to do everything we can to facilitate, and I've said this before, the expeditious, efficient, and economical rebuild of what was there. And we want to not have that bogged down in any way, shape, or form by people trying to take something more. And we don't want to be gifting anything beyond that. That's a big gift to get back what you had without permits, basically, or with minimal permits. And I don't think we want to be able to start creating mischief down the line. So I'd like to see Malibu rebuilt the way Malibu was, if possible. And it's when it's when everyone starts taking new things that the system starts falling apart. That's what happened in Woolsey.
Okay. Bruce, are you through with the?
I am. I mean, now, like I said, I have a lot of questions as Tyler went through the presentation, and the presentation is like, it deals with all the different things we're doing and not necessarily in the order in which we're doing them. But we can either go paragraph by paragraph where we go through the presentation, but I did have points in the presentation that I didn't understand. I'll be guided by whatever the group wants to do at this point.
Steve?
I
think you've been very flexible.
We had the issues that Bruce brought up as a result of the governor's order. We want to try and just tie those down because I think there is some sense that some of that's going to come into play starting Monday, right?
What do you want to try and do? Well, I was wondering if we got through the municipal code, if that would tie that down.
Bruce, what do you think?
I don't think we're going to be talking about those issues at all in the municipal code. Not yet.
Were you talking about policy definitions?
Well, staff can tell me
I think
if I'm wrong.
we already got in the guidance to bring this back. I mean, we didn't notice this to go on issue orders or new policies from the council here. We're just considering what you're going to put in the LCP or the municipal code.
All right. So, Steve?
If we're going to get them resolved and so it works, I got no problem.
Okay. Well, maybe let me ask this, because I know this confuses me, and I don't know whether it confuses others. But could you go through again this difference between floor area height, bulk, and footprint and height?
Councilmember, I just want to put something on record because I just want to make sure it's understood correctly. I think you asked that the minimum standard size. So that is what we did write in the LCP. So because the exemptions or the suspensions of the Coastal Act apply to the Palisades Fire only, the rebuild development permit language is worded differently. So it could allow someone to just get, it just says improved OWTS. So I just wanted to make sure I was honest after I reanalyzed what you said. But we do have that in the LCP where the only way we got the exemption instead of a DMW for your replacement septic is if you were doing the minimum standard. So we did add that language. I just forgot where it was in the game.
And that's what had triggered my thought. And I know you're being honest. You know, people just misspeak or forget about something. I never trust the fact that you're being honest with us, and I appreciate that correction. So when I read through these, I thought there was the ability to get a larger septic than you need more easily.
For Palisades Fire, that minimum standard restriction is not included. We just said improved systems.
So
now, under the governor's order, how would that work? Go ahead, Helen, I'm sorry.
I'm just trying to understand. So it is written that people can get a larger OWTS, even if they're going to like for like, and so therefore down the line they can change their house.
But their larger system may not be. It's likely larger because it's been engineered and required to be larger, because somebody has actually studied distribution area, filtration, tank area, distribution box, all of those features. We have so many properties on the beach that have literally cesspools that are still there, or very small systems with some sort of a dispersal tank, so to speak.
I don't think anybody's arguing with the process that says we want to make sure that they got a septic that will accommodate the size of their house.
Per the building code.
And if, you know, the house, they've got an undersized septic based upon the house that they have, and they really should have something larger. I mean, that's what we should be doing. What we did under Woolsey, though, and we did it over and over again, people would come in, they had a 3,000 square foot house, and they got a septic system that was like, you know, 40,000, whatever the hell it was. So we don't want to do that. I mean, as long as we're giving them what they need and it's accommodating the house that they have, I think we're in good shape.
Well, you don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. Mary Ann says maybe she does want to do it. I'd like to know where we all are.
Can I just say too that from our professional opinion, you know, I know that there's concerns whether it turns into like a rehab facility or it turns into something. I understand that argument, but from an environmental protection argument, the bigger the system, the better. The more advanced, the better, because now you're decreasing the opportunity for seepage to leak into the environment.
Yeah, and if I could ask you a question, and this gets back to the example I was using about having to go to coastal. If you had a cesspool before, now you got to put an advanced wastewater system without the changes we're making here, you'd have to have a permit for that, right?
You would need a DMW without any changes.
With the changes we have here, but that was where coastal, I remember the session we were talking about, the coastal said, well, if you don't have these adjustments that we're making here, then you would have to come back for a CDP or a minimum CDP.
Right.
So we are getting around that. That's where coastal.
No, why isn't that covered by D?
Because, well, let's not get into why it's covered. We've got it fixed in the draft we have here.
So what are we doing? I'm just, can somebody repeat what the rule is?
Okay, so this is what's proposed, so you guys can discuss.
Yeah, we got to propose to fix any questions about it in our.
The Palisades fire is going to be governed under the MMC in very large part, 99% of it, or whatever. The language that's currently in the rebuild development permit, which will grant someone the entitlement to replace their OWTS, allows them to just improve their OWTS. It doesn't have a limit on capacity.
Yeah, and that's the MMC that we're going to talk about in just a minute.
But wait a minute, but Doug, I'm hearing you say that it's your understanding.
No, this is what was first proposed when we were first talking to Coastal, when I was in a meeting with them. Let's don't get bogged down in that.
Okay, but my understanding is Coastal has no say in the matter. If somebody is rebuilding like for like, and they need a dramatically different OWTS than they had before.
In the same place.
Anywhere on their property, they are exempted under paragraph 2D.
They probably are.
So why are we tinkering with that for them?
Well, let's get to the document itself.
I have an answer.
Yeah.
So for the broad fire and any future natural disasters that may occur that may affect properties that are in the appeal zone, they would be allowed to get a DMW and not have to go a coastal development permit to replace
I
their
agree with
system.
that. I'm talking about the exemption part that we're proposing for the Palisades.
That's in the LCP changes we're making, not in the MMC. Okay. Let's not get bogged down. Let's get into the MMC.
For example, there was a Woolsey house that was in the appeal zone, and they were not able to qualify for a DMW because there was ESHA on the property, and they wanted to relocate their system. They had to get a full CDP to replace their system, even though it was going to be more environmentally protective for both the house and the secondary structure that was down on the beach. So that caused a Woolsey property undue requirements because they didn't qualify because of the LCP.
Right, well,
So that's
we'll
another
get to
reason
this.
why we're changing the LCP to help natural disasters in the future.
Okay, so do you want to go through like the red line
Yeah,
of the
let's go through
text,
the
or do you
red line.
want to take
If I could.
the?
Well, can I just get an explanation of the bulk thing? Because that's causing a lot of people consternation. I'd like to understand the difference between what the governor's order permits and what the municipal code permits when it comes to this footprint and height versus floor area height bulk. Because that picture was eye-opening to me when I saw it for the first time yesterday, and I'd like to talk about that.
Okay, we don't have to use the term bulk. We don't have to use the term bulk. I just would recommend finding something that accounts for that third dimension is what I mean. Footprint and height. Okay, footprint is left to right. Height is up or down. Bulk is that third dimension, the massing that you might be able to do. So if you just do footprint and height in the 2-dimension, you could end up with a situation where they get this additional massing in the third dimension that is not accounted for. So we don't have to use the term bulk, but we should, I mean, if we want to help neighbors protect their views and make sure it's clear, then there should be something that.
But bulk is the term that's been used traditionally.
Bulk is the
in
term that
code,
has been
and Glenn is
used.
familiar with
Is
this.
it volume better?
That's fine.
I think of it as volume.
Volume is fine. This is existing language that existed in our LCP when it was created because of what's probably in the Coastal Act, and they use those terms.
But unless I'm misunderstanding the comments we've been getting, I'm hearing some people saying that by keeping the requirement of bulk or volume or whatever we're going to call it, we're actually limiting what people can do. That didn't make sense to me, but I'm hearing some people saying that we are limiting what they can do by keeping it in. I'm hearing other people say, and I think it makes sense, that we're by eliminating it, I'm so confused. I'm hearing people say both, including it enlarges it, and other people saying it diminishes it. And I'm hearing the flip side of that as well, that if you take it out, you're going to let people have more. If you take it out, you're going to make people have less. I look at it from your diagram, which I'd never understood this before, that if we keep the word in, we're going to limit the amount of additional space the plus 10% gives people. And that if we take it out, as the governor's order has it, people can get more square footage in there, more volume in their house. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. Let me give you an example. So someone has, let's say, okay, we're still on bulk, but let's say we eliminate the term floor area, we eliminate the term square footage, and we just rely on footprint and height. Someone on the beach, and this is a valid argument to this resident, so I'm just using you as an example, but if I were you, I would probably want it to be honest with you. But they already have their massing established, they're square, and they have this two-story loft that they want to make, a full 2-story. It's still within their full bulk. It's not going to change anything to the eye of the beholder. Our person across the street is not going to change anything. But the way the laws are currently written in our MMC, there would be a limitation on more than 10% square footage. So that's kind of just my example to use when you take out layers. There's additional allowances that are given, which could be what the council wants. From a planning perspective, we were just trying to ensure the neighbors have a say in this, because what could happen is this stuff gets built, and we're going to hear about it afterwards. But the damage has been done already, and so if you don't want to use the word bulk, that's fine, but there needs to be something to account for the volume, in my opinion, the volume to help protect neighbors.
Right, so to use your diagram here. Now, when my uneducated view of what height and footprint meant, the footprint part makes sense to me there with the red, but I would have thought the 10% more height meant you follow the slope. You increase at each increment along the slope up to 10%. So you're still going to have the same shaped home, but it's going to be 10% higher at each section. This blew my mind when I saw this, because to me, that's not increasing that house by 10%. That's increasing that house by a much larger percentage. And I didn't think the governor intended to give people that benefit. I doubt that he went through this analysis. Basically, if you've got a home that's 100 feet, well, that may be exact, maybe it's 50 feet wide, and you got one little room at the top, you're saying if we take out the word bulk, you're enabling somebody to completely take over the rest of that floor. They're basically increasing the size of that house by about 130, 140%, right? And I can't believe that's what was meant by 110% of height and footprint. But that apparently is the way we would interpret it. If we take out the word from the municipal code. Now, it's understandable to me why the architects are saying we want it out. They want the most they can get always. But I think that would be a mistake if that understanding is correct. I know we'll get to that later, but I just wanted to make sure I understood that.
I'll go back to the comment that the governor made when he announced this. He said, I want people to be able to move back to rebuild the house they had before.
And this wouldn't be before.
This wouldn't be the house they had before.
But it's encapsulating that 110% of the house that was included in that. So, I mean, there are some other factors that go into this. You know, if you're going over 18 feet, you're going to have a site plan review that's going to be included in that, and so that's going to have to be demonstrated to your house. If you're on the beachfront, you've still got that zero elevation, and they may not be able to pop out that room because it may exceed the allowable height at that measurement. Remember, beachfront homes are measured by street side and by the ocean side, and the lowest finished floor elevation. So it still may have some protections built in because of our code standards.
Okay, but that's where we get into the discussion we're about to have.
Yeah, I didn't understand that, I have to say.
We'll get to it.
Okay. All right.
Are you okay?
I'll cede the floor.
Okay.
For now.
All right. If we could, let's get started at least grinding through this. I would suggest we start with the municipal code. We've got a red line everybody has, and I think staff was kind enough to match the red line to the presentation we have here. Is that correct?
Actually, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Would it be better if we started with the LCP? Because if we are trying to make that deadline, that's the one that has the stronger timeline. If we don't do the municipal code, then
Yes.
I think that makes sense, because we could do the municipal code next week if we had to.
we can do the urgency ordinance with.
All right.
Am I
I think the
accurate?
municipal, we got to get that tied down for Monday, right? I mean, we're starting.
What's Monday?
Well, it's not just Monday. I mean, look, I'm willing to go either way anybody wants to go, municipal code or LLC. I think if we do one, it feeds into the other.
And the LCP is less, right?
Yeah.
Point of clarification, just what Monday is it's the opening of the rebuild center. So as this factors, the municipal code becomes immediately effective should council adopt the urgency ordinance.
Thank you.
So that is the purpose of the comment.
That helps very much.
I'm good to go
Thanks.
either way. Which way you guys want to go? LCP or MMC?
LCP.
LCP?
Sure.
I think the LCP, because we've just worked on it last night, and it's fresh in our minds.
Both these.
Yeah, let's do the LCP.
All right, let's do the LCP. And the beauty of that is, like I just said, when you look at the definition on the front page, same for both. So let's rock and roll. Trevor. Tyler, do you want to start off with, we're looking at Chapter 2 definitions, general definitions?
Yes, just let me bring up my, because we did change this from what's in the staff report. So we're proposing now to change it based on some feedback last night. We're proposing to get rid of the area footprint portion and just call it the primary development pad. Include the word disturbed area to add further clarity, and for the Coastal Commission staff, with another deck in the same footprint at the end.
So my first question about this proposed definition is, what sections or paragraphs of the LIP will this definition, will these words that are being defined be used in, and for what purpose?
So for the LCP, we have, so now we have an exemption that was carved out, a CDP exemption for and this is back to that OWTS, that's to meet the minimum standard size.
Is it in these pages?
It is.
So which paragraph is this definition going to fit into?
It's, of the LIP, it's section 13.4, point 6.
Well, is this going to live, though, in Chapter 2, 2.1 definitions?
It's going to live in Chapter 2,
And
yeah.
then you get referenced everywhere else in the document.
Right. I want to understand why we're making this definition for what sentences it'll fit into. So
the definition lives in Chapter 2. It is used now in Chapter 13.4.6 and maybe in 13.4.11, which I'll pull up.
Okay, so where is it in 13.4.6?
And 1-8,
It's
1-2.
Right here. So right here in 13.4.6, number 4 uses it. Construction activities do not enter the intertidal zone or extend beyond the previously existing, in the new term, primary development pad.
Okay. So
that's one.
And Tyler, just to clarify for the record, the intent is if wherever it's mentioned, the name will be changed from what you put up there to.
Correct. Yeah, if you change the definition, I will go through and change it in all phases in the LCP and in the MMC.
So you're going to change footprint to building pad, right?
The development pad.
Instead of being primary development area footprint, it's going to be primary development pad.
Okay, so
and then we have it here as well. So basically, the OWTS, if it's in your primary development pad, you'll be able to now, and it's the minimum standard size to accommodate your rebuild, you're now exempt. You don't need a DMW anymore like you did before.
okay, that will be for everything.
Other than Palisades.
That's not for Palisades.
Correct.
Okay, so it's just making that change for others. No, so it'll be exempt if Coastal agrees to it.
Correct. It would be exempt from a CDP.
Okay, anybody else have a?
It would still be subject to the municipal code requirements
Right.
for the replacement of any of the items that are defined within the primary development pad.
So in that case, they would get an RDP, like someone in Broadfire would get an RDP for their replacement OWTS.
Okay. So one more time, I'm sorry. What does this facilitate that can't be done without this?
So before there was no development pad definition, and so you just had to get a DMW for all replacement OWTSs. Now there's been a little bit more clarity and a little bit more wiggle room for us that if you are, because the idea is it's a disturbed area, so who cares really about the potential impacts because it's already disturbed. So, and these are subsurface structures too. So the OWTS, as long as it's within your disturbed area, is allowed to kind of move where it needs to go as an exemption from a CDP, and it even avoids the de minimis waiver, which some people argue is still too much.
So this area we're defining is going to be used for the OWTS, maybe some other things. It's not for the structure in any way, shape, or form. It's just for the utilities and other things?
For the most part, yes. Yeah, it's not for the structure because you still have to meet, and that's covered here where we say is cited in substantially the same location.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that was my first question. Thank you.
All right, Mary Ann?
I would say, can we accept this as amended from staff?
Can Helen, do you have a comment?
I'm good with that.
Okay, let's put it.
Well, I just want to make sure I understand the other words. Is main building pad defined, or is this a colloquial term?
I don't think this is defined. That's why we had to define it.
So it means the foundation or the concrete that it's sat on? I mean, what does it mean if it's
you're talking about building footprint? Is that what you're talking about?
Main building pad.
This new definition uses the words main building pad. What is a main building pad? Where is that defined in the code?
Yeah, go ahead.
So your zoning code sets out a primary structure, an occupied structure, and everything else effectively become accessory structures to that. So this is a colloquial term to define the footprint, that term's been taken out, replaced with pad. It's the physical boundaries of that occupied primary structure.
The reason I ask is again, look, for 20 plus years, I worked on developing statutes that would have long range implications. And we didn't use words other than common English words. We didn't use jargon that wasn't defined because different people might have different understandings of what it means, and it leaves room for arguments down the line. This to me is jargon. This is not a common English word because I don't know what it's not a word I use in ordinary discourse. And it troubles me that we're creating a definition that includes words that are undefined because we're just basically creating a bunch of ambiguity. Maybe others don't have the same concern I have, but there's a number of terms like that in here, and I know we've used them in the past, but since we're creating a new definition, it troubles me that we're creating one with a bunch of undefined words.
Mary Ann?
I think for the people who are regularly involved in the construction and building trade, I'm going to look for a nod from the architects that are in residence. These are common terms that are used within the parameters of construction, building, things like that.
That is by definition what jargon means.
I would say follow through. We can't take any.
No comments.
Yeah. That's the point.
I'm going to ask for a solicitation for close the public hearing, so we shouldn't be taking anything from the audience.
That's by definition, that's exactly what jargon means. It's words that mean something to someone who's a professional that don't necessarily have the same meaning to someone else. And different people interpret them at different times. And it's best to have set forth explicit understandings of what words mean.
Do you have a suggestion to replace main building?
No, I don't, because I didn't even know what it meant until I asked.
Well, now that you do you have a suggestion for a replacement?
Because, Bruce, you start getting into every one of these be a capitalized term. I go back to the idea that you know it when you see it. And the main building pad, there's only one building pad on a lot that's the main one. It's you either have the main one or you have an accessory.
Oh, no, my issue is what is a pad? Is that defined?
What is pad? It's the spot, it's a flat spot or the place where you're going to build the house.
Is pad the foundation?
Right.
We are defining it. We're defining the development area pad. That's what we're trying to do here.
No, what is a pad? Is it? Are there multiple things that can constitute a pad?
Somebody Google pad and see what the definition is.
So, building pad, I'm just looking up one definition. A leveled area of land often raised where a building structure is placed.
And where are you reading that from?
I just Googled it.
Okay, so that's, I could probably find 5 other definitions on Google.
Bruce, some of this is just, first off, this is what we've lived with for years. And you're taking the whole Malibu Municipal Code and looking for definitions in it. And you know, if we want to go back and define all these, we can. But if they're not capitalized, and which would indicate there's a definition for it. We define primary development area footprint.
My guess is, and the staff can tell me, that this concept has had application elsewhere in our code and history. The concept, not these words. And I wonder then, if that's the case, I wonder why we're creating new words to mean the same thing as some old words that were used for the same concept, because I don't want to create inconsistencies. Maureen, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, but as a licensed architect for 42 years, I would tell you I know building pad is a known word.
The term building pad is used elsewhere in the LIP. It's in the definition of development area. I think it's in other places too. So
I would just say
used.
that we are creating a definition. So the whole purpose of this is to have primary development pad, and how that is defined is the main building pad or development area or disturbed area, which supported the primary building in which the principal use of the lot was situated or conducted, as distinguished from a secondary building pad or development area that is not attached to the main building pad or development area, for purposes of properties that were damaged or destroyed by natural disaster. For beachfront lots, decks that were attached to the primary building shall be included in the primary development area footprint if replaced with another deck in the same. I can't read my writing, I'm sorry.
It's pretty obvious when you look at it.
That's the whole reason we're doing this, is to create a definition so that people have something to reference and use to move forward with their proposed development.
Yeah. The term building pad is used at least 8 times in the LIP, so it's something that's been used and should have a common understanding under our implementation plan.
Okay, one last question then. What's a natural disaster?
I think that is defined.
What is a
I think
natural?
that is
I'm
defined.
serious.
Let me find it. I'm pretty sure that one is defined already. So hold on.
Yeah,
I mean, let me ask this question. If a homeless person burns down someone's house, are they going to qualify for this?
I think it says like natural calamity. That's why I remember that term right.
I asked that question yesterday.
Because why shouldn't they?
Well, you're trying to define this so that there's no room for interpretation and it's all very clear. Is that what?
No, this one actually I think may be too cabined. I'm worried that a natural disaster is too narrow because I don't understand why someone who loses their house from no fault of their own should be not given this opportunity, but someone who loses it in a natural disaster. And someone made the comment, and I agree, this is not a natural disaster. This was a man-made disaster.
So the term that's often always used is act of God.
Act of God.
Yeah, weather, earthquake. If you're taking a
Either
Oh,
look at
everything or nothing's an act of God.
insurance documents, that's often a term used.
Also, further clarity, natural disasters are defined by FEMA.
Well, that's what I was getting at. Is this out of our lane because FEMA or the government's going to say this is a natural disaster or this is a man-made disaster?
No, it's not out of our lane to define terms in our code.
Well, is it going to be somebody else down the line that says
They're going to declare it.
they're going to declare it?
It's imminent threat to health and human safety. And so I just want to expand if we're going to be specific about natural disasters as to what qualify for that. Also, it leads into what is reimbursable funding and all things that tie to it. So in terms of who defines and what it is, that's where it comes from.
Well, I saw there's another.
Franklin wasn't. So 3 weeks before, Franklin was not declared. Therefore, they are not.
I mean, I think we're getting too far. I mean, natural disaster, there's an exemption for structures destroyed by natural disaster provided by the Coastal Act, and there's a whole body of case law and understanding of what that, means under the Coastal Act. So it would apply to the same. If we're using it in the LIP, we'd have to be consistent about how we would do it.
Well, I thought I read elsewhere in here just the term disaster was used at one point without natural in another one of these provisions.
So disaster is defined in our LCP as means any situation in which the forces which destroyed a structure were beyond the control of its owners.
There you go. But that's not a natural disaster, right? That's just the definition. Is that natural or
natural
disaster?
is not included. It's just disaster.
Right. So do we have the ability, I have the appetite if we have the ability to take the word natural out of here, which is why I was asking the question. Because what you just read to me is the way it ought to be. Anyone who loses their home based on actions outside of their control should get all of these benefits, not simply someone who it can be attributable to. Well, you say no. What's what other people think?
Well, let me give you an example of why that's not the case. So let's have a car in front of your house catches your house on fire that belongs to somebody else. That house, it was beyond your control.
Okay.
So that's a disaster. So suddenly now you've got all these exceptions.
Yeah, sure.
So the code does give us further clarity too, because in the term of a planning verification, It says, means ministerial vacation by a building department or planning department to determine for the purposes of reconstruction of the physical specifications of a structure destroyed or damaged by fire, earthquake, act of war, or other calamity. So it doesn't use the term natural disaster, but it gives you the parameters for which a planning verification can be issued.
Well, that's any fire. Right. So I'm asking the question: why are we using the word natural in this definition that we're manufacturing if we don't have to?
It's a term that the LCP already used in the exemption language of 13.4.6. So
Was natural given to us by Coastal? Is that what their recommendation
it
is?
was already in the LCP. So to answer your question, yes, but a long time ago.
Right. And if we brought this back, taking it out, are they going to have pushback?
Potentially, yeah.
Right.
Let's see if we got enough votes to pass this. I'd like to have a motion to approve 2.1.
I don't think you want to do one motion. Yeah, if you want to do a straw poll to see if you have.
All right, we'll do a straw poll then. Let's do it that way.
Let me ask you, Doug, let me ask you the question. The house blew, or the car blew up, somebody else's car burnt the house down. You don't think the guy should get some break, try to get his house rebuilt?
Well, every time there's a fire, they get to use the exemption, LCP exemption.
All I'm asking is that if we're going to adopt this definition for straw poll purposes, we ought to straw poll eliminating the word natural, so that it creates a better benefit. The worst that's going to happen is Coastal's going to say, we insist on the word natural, do you or don't you agree with our change? And we'll say yes, but actually maybe I wouldn't, but I think we ought to take the word natural out. This is what I meant before about things come to us pre-baked and we're told, well, if we don't agree to it, we're going to screw things up.
I think you can
Tyler,
right?
isn't this definition only used in this section dealing with exemptions for natural disaster?
Yes, and sorry, Councilmember, I thought you were trying to define maybe natural disaster, but if you just want to change it in this definition to disaster, I think that's fine, right, Trevor?
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Okay.
It's just for this definition that he wants to change it.
Is it going to affect anything in the exemptions? I just want to make sure there's a cross-reference that we're not going to inadvertently, if we look at the actual LCP as written right now, under Chapter 13, does it say natural disaster, and so we need to tie the two?
Tyler, this is only used for the natural disaster exemption. That's the only time that you're using this definition, right?
Correct. It is exemptions for structure destroyed by a natural disaster. That is in the LIP.
So Coastal's going to have the position that this only applies to structures damaged or destroyed by a natural disaster. If you're trying to expand that to things beyond it, it wouldn't apply to the exemption. You could get tripped up by the Coastal Commission and sending it back for mods, which will take more time.
Leaving aside take more time, do we have the capacity to ask that 13.4.6 title take out the word natural as well?
Wait, this is for the exemption to.
That I would say that's definitely
dead in the water.
A problem.
Because it all comes from the Coastal Act, and the Coastal Act is providing this exemption for natural disasters.
If you all vote on it, we can try to go for it, but we're advising that it's
I don't think it'll have a material effect on who's covered, because it's all covered by, it's only for structures that are damaged or destroyed by natural disasters. That's the overall exemption. So I don't think it would get you anywhere in addition by making that change, and it could end up leading to delay.
Is arson a natural disaster?
Yeah.
Arson.
By way of how it's been applied, if the state or county or entity declares a natural disaster,
right,
then we get the exemption. So I'm for leaving natural disaster in this description.
I'm going to cede this one, but I don't believe a declaration is made of a natural disaster. I think a catastrophe is the word that they use when they declare it. So I don't think the state or the federal government distinguishes between disasters or catastrophes that are natural or unnatural. They're based on the magnitude of the damage when they declare it, not based on the cause of it.
If this is what if this is what the Coastal says, Coastal Commission, this is their recommendation of a word.
They've agreed to this as it's worded in front of you here, yeah. Other than the pad thing, but we don't see that being a major issue.
Let's put it to a straw poll. Everybody that's agreeable to this definition it's on our screen. Have any objections to it? Being none, it's approved. Let's go. All right, let's go to Chapter 3, I believe this is 3.6M1. This is about the 1,000 foot versus 1,200.
We put on the screen the language that we're looking at.
Can we get it on the big screen in front of us? It might be easier. We can see it up there.
So we're past definitions. We're on 3.6.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the first red line on the second page of this, going from 1,200 to 1,000 square feet.
On our comments back from Coastal on our ADU ordinance, are they wanting to see us adopt 1,200? Has that been discussed, or?
That wasn't the crux of their argument. I would have to look because they redlined a lot of it. So, but I don't remember the size being too much of an issue. There was a lot of regulations that we were putting in that were too restrictive.
I would leave this out because we can always make it smaller through our municipal code if we choose to, which I'm going to talk about later, but there's no benefit to making the LCP more restrictive.
This is for temporary housing, not ADU, so I just want to make.
I know, but there's no benefit. If the LCP allows up to 1,200, we still have the flexibility to decide in our MMC to allow less, which I actually don't want to do, but there's no benefit to the city of Malibu to asking the Coastal Commission to further constrain us than we already are.
I actually agree with that.
Okay.
I just think that for consistency's sake, having it the same in our MMC and our LCP is good practice.
But Marianne, suppose 5 years from now we want to amend the MMC to go to 1,500. I'm not saying we would, but suppose we did. We'd then be constrained by this provision.
Okay.
I mean, we couldn't go more 1,200, but why would we hamstring ourselves in a way that we don't need to?
Well, hold on a second. This is for temporary housing structures, and you're talking about 1,200 square feet. That's a pretty good size temporary structure. It's for having people live on their property while their house is being rebuilt. So this is a pretty good size place. If you look at a double wide trailer, double wides are what, 12 by 40 or so? I mean, you're talking about pretty good size.
1,200 came in as a result of, Richard Bollick put it in because that was the size of the trailers that people were bringing in Woolsey.
So it's a double, triple wide.
I'm just saying that's why it made it up to 1,200.
I think both Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Silverstein, you guys both make valid points. As a staff, we want consistency to the maximum extent feasible to Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Reagan's point. To Councilmember Silverstein's point, when the powers that be have already granted you a leniency, perhaps you don't want to go. So I understand.
Yeah, to me, there's two separate but related issues. One, the one Doug's talking about, we're going to debate when it comes to the municipal code whether we want to allow temporary housing to exceed 1,000. I'm going to advocate to do it, but maybe on the losing side of it. This is a separate issue, though. This is the issue of what should the LCP say. And what I'm saying is, even if we decide to go to 1,000, even if we went to 900, why would we hamstring future councils that might want to allow a larger leeway in a future disaster, and then they won't be able to do it because we lowered the number in the LCP? We have control to go smaller. We don't ever have control to go bigger.
Well, you're allowing under the LCP, you're telling people they can go up to, if you went to 1,200 for a temporary, because this is, and not on the Palisades fire, but let's say a future disaster, they can go to 1,200 feet. We're allowing that. So the question really is, do we want to set a standard that for temporary housing that might be converted to an ADU, that you're going to have this huge place? I mean,
that's also a great point, Mayor. I
forgot
to mention that this is tied into the ADU law, which currently we are limited to 1,000 square feet. So it's to make sure people don't spend money on temporary homes that they can't later get permitted.
That ADU law is also part of our municipal code.
Yes, but there's a 1,000 square foot limit in the LCP as well.
Yes, sir.
The MMC and the LCP are consistent at 1,000 square feet for the ADU.
All right, well, I propose that we not take words out of this provision that we don't need to. Is there an appetite for that?
Well, 1,000, the question really is 1,000 square feet. Is you got,
I thought isn't the question, we want to have control over what we're doing. And if we take it out of here and put it in the municipal code, then we can change it any damn time we want to, right? We don't have to wait for anybody.
We just want
to have
We want consistency between the two documents.
You're saying the same thing I am, Steve. If we don't change the LCP, we have greater flexibility down the line. We always have the ability in the MMC to reduce it. We never have the ability to enlarge it. So the bigger it is in the LCP, the better.
The standard is if it's less impactful on the environment. We have flexibility.
All we're saying is we're giving the city council more control if we only put it in the MMC, right? That's,
yeah, if we're fine with 1,200 square feet.
You don't need to be fine with 1,200 square feet. We can say 1,000 square feet in the MMC.
I think you mean 1,200 in the
permitted under the
LCP.
LCP that we're not letting you use.
It's just bad precedence to set this because people are going to argue that they get the 1,200 in the LCP, and so they're going to install a 1,200, and then it doesn't consist. They're going to want to come back and convert it into an ADU, and they're not going to be able to convert it into an ADU because it exceeds the city standard for an ADU at 1,000 square feet. So either we need to change all our documents and just move up to 1,200 square feet for our ADUs, and then that will solve the problem also. So why don't we just do that? We just change everything to 1,200. It matches the state requirements. All right, we can have our municipal code do that, have our local coastal program, and then they're all the same. And then when somebody wants to convert this into their ADU, all they have to do is put it on a permanent foundation.
So I'm actually going, I actually intended to go somewhere pretty close to what you just said, but not completely. I think that we ought to have a provision in our law that a temporary home after a natural disaster that can be up to 1,200 square feet is an exception to the 1,000 square foot limit for an ADU, that those people should get to convert. They've been through a disaster. I don't have a problem giving them an extra 200 square feet that everyone in general is not entitled to. I think that was effectively what we did in Woolsey. Woolsey fire rebuilds got to live in up to 1,200 square feet and then got to convert it, notwithstanding the fact that we created a 1,000 square foot limit. And I've got no problem giving Palisades fire victims, I hate using that word, the same benefit, which would require some further crafting on our part that wasn't proposed to us, but which I think we probably we could do.
so,
Go ahead, Steve.
I've lost what we're proposing.
Well, it's either 1,000 or 1,200. The only comment I have in it, these are big. If you got a 2,500, 3,000 square foot house, you got now a 1,200 square foot ADU coming in there. That was not part of the original structure. That's a big addition to the footprint of that occupancy. You've got a duplex or.
So it's 1,000.
So it's 1,000. I mean, all these are big.
Yeah, well, this is the space they're going to live in while they're rebuilding.
Okay.
Okay, so just for Palisades, this probably isn't even going to be material because the lots that are involved in Palisades, by and large, are so small, they're probably not going to have room for a 1,200 square foot temporary housing and be able to rebuild their home, let alone be able to keep it after the fire and such. So this is kind of a moot point for Palisades in and of itself. So this is really deciding what's going to be allowed for either Franklin and, not Broad, but Franklin and any future natural disaster.
I like 1,000 square feet.
You don't?
Yeah, I like it. I mean.
All right, let's build this.
Right, but do you want to change the LCP to be 1,000 or do you want to keep the LCP at 1,200? Because it currently exists at 1,200.
Make it 1,000.
Well,
that's what the proposal is.
Wait.
Steve, didn't you just say you didn't like 1,000?
Hold on. I'm sorry, Haley.
No, that's okay. I'm just confused.
I am too.
Sorry. Who's up first? Okay, so we're talking about ADUs. Oh, no. People living in their temporary homes on their pads up in Big Rock, on the beach, and we're deciding whether or not it's 1,000 or 1,200. Up to 500, 600, 700. Okay, max 1,200. So that being said, they can keep that as their ADU later.
They can convert it. You have to convert it.
Potentially. I mean, wouldn't you want it a little bit bigger? If that's,
Well, 1,200 is the limit on the ADUs.
Right, 1,200.
If we, let's just get a consensus. What's the number? 1,200?
1,000.
1,000?
1,200.
1,000 or 1,200?
I mean, does it matter about septic, and isn't it kind
Well,
of?
That's a whole other thing that you have to go through.
I mean, like the beachfronts aren't even going to get this. Doesn't
That's what
matter.
we're saying. This is moot.
This is
for
moot.
Palisades. You're setting the future standard for elsewhere.
So the table I was at yesterday, I learned something I never dreamed of. So let's just see if we're all on the same page. I was told that people on the beach are going to be able to put their temporary living trailer 1,000 feet or 1,200 feet, depending on what we decide, on their property, and then as they build, they may be able to raise it up and put it on top of the single story they might have had before, and now have a 2-story house with the second story being an ADU that they were living in temporarily.
You might.
My mind, the emoji, if you could.
That blew my mind.
What is going on?
That
I'm
blew
like,
my mind too, but somebody showed me the code provision that said, yep, that's absolutely the case.
Let's get back to the side.
I mean, I'm inclined to say 1,200.
Okay.
Yes.
Mary Ann?
I'm 1,200 if we're going to change everything else to 1,200.
I'm with
If we're
her.
going to change ADUs to 1,200.
That's right. It has to be, I believe, consistent.
Well, I'm willing
I
to
don't want
change ADUs to 1,200, but only ones that resulted from a conversion of a temporary housing, and otherwise have a 1,000 square foot limit.
1,200, 1,200, 1,200,
1,000 to Steve.
1,000?
Still 1,000.
All right.
Like an
1,000?
auction.
1,000?
No, I'm 1,200.
All right, I'm 1,000. So we got 3 12s. Looks like it's 1,200.
Well, Mary Ann said only if we're going to
Well,
change
there's
the ADU.
conditions.
Are you got to line it in here. Which way? With the caveat, you're going to change it on the next one, on the ADU?
I mean, I think it started out as 1,000. And I think the only reason they got up to 1,200 again is because during the Woolsey fire, some people were bringing in these big trailers, and Richard made the change to accommodate them. So 1,000 was the original concept of this thing was 1,000. So I like that.
We changed it, I think, at our table to go smaller because of that. The roads weren't able to.
That's the facilitating whether or not you can actually get it onto the property.
Well, here's the policy point I want to make, which is that just as we are going to be trying our best to give the Woolsey Fire and Franklin and Broad Fire people as much of the same accommodations as we can that are going to go to the Palisades Fire, I think we ought to be giving the Palisades Fire as much of the same accommodations that we gave to Woolsey. As a policy matter, I don't want to tell anyone who lost their home in Palisades that they should be able to have a temporary house that's smaller than someone who in Woolsey was allowed to have. That's my sole rationale. It has nothing to do with my thinking about whether 1,000 or 1,200 makes sense. It's got to do with fairness.
Well, if we do it in Palisades, we've set a standard forever.
Right, for natural catastrophe, temporary living that gets converted to an ADU.
Let's go back one more time. 1,000?
1,000?
1,000?
1,200.
1,200.
1,000.
1,000?
You went back.
Yeah.
All right.
Because that's what our ADU law is, and so if they're going to convert it, then they.
I'm going 1,000.
All right. We got 4,000s. 1,000 it is.
4,000, I got that.
What did he say?
4 votes for 1,000.
He didn't do well in first grade math. He's got a problem. All right, let's go to chapter 13, number 2. This is where we get into bulk.
So, for this portion, just so you guys have some, framework, because this is in the LCP, I wouldn't say that we have this part signed off on by the staff. Trevor, do you disagree with that, changing this? Or
you talking about coastal staff?
This is not signed off by them?
Well, I think they generally did. No, I'm talking about the footprint change, the blue change. Because it was their understanding that I was going to recommend the purple. So all I'm saying is if we go back with the blue, that's fine. If you all choose to do that. I'm not 100% sure if Coastal Commission is going to accept that.
Because they wanted the bulk in there?
They were under the impression that because I was going to recommend the original language, that's what they reviewed.
And that's consistent with the Coastal Act?
I believe so, Trevor.
Doesn't it already read as floor area height? And height or bulk? There's no change is what.
There's no change. I just.
Coastal did not want to change. You're now proposing a change to make it footprint and height?
The planning commission wanted to make it footprint and height.
Oh, this is the planning commission's proposal.
In blue, yes.
Okay.
I wouldn't change this one at all. I would leave it alone.
Which way, leave it alone to what?
Leave it exactly the way it is, not propose any change.
So it includes
to it.
bulk.
To include bulk.
Right.
To include bulk.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm including bulk too.
Yeah, so the purple is not really a change. It's just, I wanted to demonstrate the staff recommendation following the planning commission recommendation, which was the blue.
Yeah, your recommendation is to keep it how it was. Okay.
So let's make sure, bulk,
What did Woolsey have? Did they have bulk?
Yes.
Yes.
So it's like you're treating them the same.
And this would stop the extra.
yeah.
It's just potentially, I don't disagree that we need to flesh out the bulk thing more, and maybe that's what we can do in our policy document. I'm not disregarding that. It's a complex issue, but I'm looking out for the neighbors is all I'm trying to do.
Good for you.
Yeah.
And I think we open up Pandora's box, they have huge volume increases if we don't have bulk in there.
I'm with the bulk.
Yeah.
So we don't need to make any change.
Right.
No
I just
change
wanna make
to
I'm with no change.
1346A1.
Bulk stays.
2.
All right, next one is number 3, substantially.
So this is my whole argument with the footprint being included in this section is, if you do it in 2, you're actually limiting to a 10% footprint change only. By getting that footprint out of the equation and putting substantially in 3, it gives us more wiggle room to determine what does substantially mean that we can do in a policy document.
I'm fine with that, the way you've got it here. How about anybody else?
That's fine with me.
No objection.
I mean,
No objection. Bruce, you're not in the courtroom. All right. Do I have?
I'm good with it.
All right. See, that's the way to answer, Bruce. Not no objection.
I'm not good. I'm just no objection.
All right. No objection on that. It's approved.
So number 4 is a new proposal. This was signed off by the Coastal Commission with all the staff, I should say, with all the text you see here, basically allowing for mechanized equipment and temporary shoring on the beach necessary to construct these replacement structures as exemptions of a CDP. Currently, you will need a CDP to have mechanized equipment on the beach.
And you've added the no feasible alternatives and best management practices, correct?
Per their recommendation, yes.
Recommendation from?
The Coastal Commission staff.
I mean,
I'm good.
Looks good.
No objection.
I mean, without this, some people might not be able to construct or be much more difficult.
There would be
They would have to
arguments
get a
that could
coastal
be
development.
made that if you had, yes, that people could start arguing because you have mechanized equipment on the beach, you need a coastal development permit. This is to clear that up.
Yeah, give them a big.
Okay.
I'm good.
I'm good. No objection.
By the way,
all right.
This one,
Keep moving, guys.
all right, let's keep moving. We got this one done. Let's move on to number B.
so B is also a CDP exemption. It looks funny because this is actually a strike by the Coastal Commission. It's saying the same thing. We just cleaned it up based on our conversation. So essentially, so let me give you some context. Before there was the 1,500 gallon limit, we realized quickly that just wasn't, nobody could use this exemption in Woolsey because all the minimum standards was like 3,200. So you automatically got kicked into a de minimis waiver. We said, can we just get rid of this 1,500 gallon requirement and just do it based on primary development pad? Because the assumption is if you're in the same disturbed area, who cares? They actually agreed to that, but they just wanted to put that minimum standard size to Councilmember Euring and Silverstein's point to make sure it's only the minimum necessary to rebuild your structure.
Okay.
But if they want a bigger one, they can get the de minimis waiver, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Any? Halen?
Nope.
No objection?
Looks good.
I'm in.
All right. I'm in too. So it's approved.
Okay, and so we eliminated C. This was that was in the Planning Commission recommendation packet, C, because the staff originally recommended that, but we are recommending to remove it now because we're adding it as a de minimis waiver option, and we clarified it clear per the Coastal Commission staff.
And it's a de minimis in the de minimis waiver section to follow, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Okay, and just once again, to be clear, all these things we're talking about now are not needed for the Palisades. They're already built into the governor's order. What we're doing now is for other people.
Essentially, yes. Mm-hmm.
All right, let's move on to 13.4.11. A1 looks like the first place.
Yeah, so this is for, now we're in the de minimis waiver category. So this is the chapter that governs the de minimis waiver. So we have some, language here about your OWTS. This is, if you're outside the primary development pad, then you can still do a DMW. Or if you need something greater than the minimum standard size.
What happens if the new location outside the disturbed area is ESHA?
That's there's some findings you have to make that qualify it.
There's, I think, three findings that you to make that it's less impact. That's the least. You can show it
on the next page.
Least less impactful.
So
substantially superior to the previous site, I think is the standard.
So Woolsey Fires that were not able to do a de minimis waiver because of ESHA would now be able to do this?
If the new location is substantially superior based on the 3 criteria that are listed in the findings, they can move it.
Is substantially superior including even if it's within the buffer zone?
It says right there, so you have to weigh the impacts on ESHA and the impacts on safety, with safety being the primary focus, right?
You're talking about relocation, right?
Yeah, we're talking about relocating.
Yes, that's specifically for relocation.
We can put the finding up there if you want to see that exact finding.
I just want to make sure that everybody can upgrade their system and get a de minimis waiver if they've been affected by a natural disaster and not have to do a CDP because there's some.
Now they can, because we got rid of the, if you were in the appeal zone before, you could not use a de minimis waiver. So for the example you used, that's why they needed a CDP. This now allows us to process de minimis waivers even in the appeal zones.
Thank you.
Okay. Any objections to number 1?
Which has never been allowed before, anywhere.
Someone could take this back and appeal to the Coastal Commission.
Yeah.
If it's that was the one caveat is it can be appealable to the Coastal Commission.
Go back to them, okay.
But they at least allowed us to do the DMW.
I'm in.
All right. We have N.
Are we just doing A1?
A1 for the moment, yeah. Are you in? Yeah. All right. Bruce, you in?
I'm cool.
All right, he's cool, so I'm in too. That's approved. All right, let's go to number 2.
Okay, so this is for DMW for minor improvements to existing driveways or access roads. The black language was what existed before, and the problem with that is it didn't account for accessory development like your retaining walls and grading on steep slopes. So what happened during Woolsey was we get these situations where, you cut into a steep slope, and now it's triggering a CDP with all these variances. We're trying to make it easier for folks. The whole point is we're widening this for fire department purposes. You shouldn't be penalized for, the accessory development necessary to make that safe.
This takes care of Mike Moore, right?
It will, but it will take care of other folks too that had to go through a similar.
Yeah. You got it. Thank you.
But they still have to comply with the 6-foot wall, 3-foot separation, 6-foot wall. They can't have anything taller unless it existed previously.
It needs to be, new walls need to be 6 feet, and if you had a replacement wall, that can go up to 9 feet. Some more CDP we're going to be resolving very soon. Yes.
Okay.
I just don't want to hear from him anymore.
All right, no objection?
No objection.
No objection? No objection. All right, that's approved. Let's go to number 3.
Okay, so originally when we went to the Planning Commission, we wanted new seawalls. This was kind of a deal breaker for them, but they were allowing us to say, okay, fine, replacement walls. So if you already have an existing seawall and you just need to make it taller than the 10% that is allowed under the exemption, then you can do so under a DMW. It's not going to affect.
10% is by right. It's if you go over 10%, right, you get a de minimis waiver of an existing seawall.
Yes, 10% is allowed, is exempt.
Okay. Yep.
Yes.
Right. So if sea rise or whatever else, they've got to raise it up. We're okay with that, right?
Correct. It'll just be a DMW.
All right. Any objection?
Nope.
Nope.
Just trying to, okay, so Broadfire, if they have to replace their seawall, or if they didn't have one, this wouldn't apply to them if they didn't have one. Only
So
if
if they have a seawall and say they had to raise it by 10%, then that would be exempt. If they had to raise it by more than 10% in height, then they would use this DMW carve-out.
Okay. All right, it's approved?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, let's go to number 4.
Okay, so this is the FEMA issue that some are arguing that we don't need to rely on for the Palisades fire, which is fair. But this would be for other disasters. They get similar treatment for the FEMA issue.
And the blue was added by the Planning Commission, correct?
Blue was added by the Planning Commission. So we originally proposed that you have a cap of 24 and 28 as measured from the road. We got rid of that at the Planning Commission, and we just said the minimum necessary to meet FEMA, even if creating a non-conforming condition, meaning like if you already had a 40-foot tall house, you can go up to 44 now to meet this requirement. And the purple was added just as a point of reference.
If we are correct in our understanding that height is measured from the now elevated floor area, why do we need this provision at all for anyone?
This is for non-Palisades fire. So we in the Palisades fire have the authority to do that. For other fires, the Coastal Commission will weigh in on how height is being calculated.
But so they can take a different view of how height is calculated. I mean, because we're talking about a home destroyed by a natural disaster, which is exempt from CDP even without the governor's order, right?
Correct.
And the height issue is part of what's allowed to be put back. Like for like, plus 10% is already the law for a natural disaster.
Correct.
So why, if by logic, if we're right that for purposes of the governor's order, that doesn't count as increased height, why would it count as increased height otherwise?
You're leaving it up to the Coastal Commission to make that interpretation for you, and they could very well say that they don't agree with the way we're calculating base 0 moving up.
So my argument would be if they say no to this, then we're stuck knowing in the future that people can't do that. Whereas if we don't put this in at all, we can take our own interpretation forward, and unless somebody appeals to them and then they come to that conclusion, people are okay.
Because you don't have that.
If they say no, and if they say no to this, it also could have ramifications to our interpretation of the governor's order.
No, it does not. The city has the authority to interpret the governor's order for Palisades fire.
What do they hear that for?
Well, I mean, I've got a little concern with the wording of this, because I see you took out the not shall exceed at 24 and 28. I understand that, but don't we need to have something stating that an existing condition can only keep their existing condition? Where we have a 30-foot home, they can't get the 10% increase above the 30 feet. They can only get the 30-foot home back. I don't know that I read this that it clearly conveys that.
Okay, so I don't think the Coastal Commission staff would be against that, because we're all trying to meet the same intent, and their intent, not speaking for them, but I would believe they would want to protect public views to the maximum extent feasible. So something that limits additional height beyond something we don't want, I think they're going to be ultimately okay with. They were okay with this as it's worded, but what Mayor Pro Tem, if I understand, is to not give them more than just the minimum. And so this needs to be reframed to make sure.
That's what we're doing in this, aren't we? We're saying even if they're creating a non-conforming condition.
Yes, that's why we wrote it to be, but I think Mayor Pro Tem is uncertain with the way it's worded, but that is the intent, yes.
Increases
You lost me.
structures.
All day yesterday, we were talking about the process that says you can build what you got to build, but you can't create a problem that you didn't have before.
You can't add to a problem that exists, so you can maintain your nonconformity. In this case, it would be height.
Okay, so if it's non-conforming now, I can recreate the non-conforming piece, but I can't make it any worse. Okay.
Except for the height of FEMA.
Right.
Only for
That's what
FEMA
I
height.
feel
Only for
doesn't
FEMA height.
convey in this paragraph. I don't feel it conveys that nonconformities, because from the way this is, it seems to be interpreting the 10% still tied to the change in the FEMA elevation, that 10%, not the actual structure. Am I just reading it wrong?
So I think on the break, whenever we have that, Trevor and Maureen and I can work on some language that may be speaking to what you're saying.
Do you understand the concern? I'm trying to understand.
Well, I think what Mayor Pro Tem is saying is that the way she's reading it is it gives you it could give you an additional 10% on top of the minimum necessary to raise up the FEMA. Is that
I just
correct?
want it tightened so it's very clear. You get to keep your nonconformity height. It's not tied to it's the building height that stays the same, but your FEMA elevation is adjusted to. And I just don't feel like this is reading that way, and maybe it's just.
Your concern is that somebody would shift their whole building up and get an extra 10%?
Right.
Yeah.
Right,
Okay,
which
let
we don't
us take a
want.
look and see if we can add something to clarify.
Unless they are less than the current code standards. You know, if they only had a 20-foot house, then yes, they can apply for that extra 10% because they're still going to be less than 24 feet or 28 feet for pitched on a beachfront home. But if they have a 30-foot home, they don't get to exceed the additional 10%.
What cap do you want? Do you want a 28-foot that was talked about earlier, or 24 for a flat, 28 for a pitched? Is that the cap for getting your extra 10%? Is that what you're seeking?
No nonconformity can be increased.
Yeah.
I think that's
Yeah, what's your
what I want some in there, is something saying that no nonconformity can be increased. But if your current structure doesn't meet the 24 or 28, you can certainly apply your 10%.
Yeah,
No nonconformity can be increased beyond the minimum necessary to meet FEMA, I think is what you mean, right?
Well, yeah, but we're still tying the height to the FEMA height, which that's where I think we're getting into trouble.
I think I understand
we
it.
shouldn't be calling this a height increase at all.
That's my point.
Right,
it's
language
not
is inconsistent with our interpretation
Exactly.
of the governor's order. We should be using words that are more extensive, that capture the description of what's going on.
Let them rewrite it and come back after the break.
Sure, but again.
I think we understand the issue.
All right, but I have one quick question. On the FEMA flood zone requirements, don't we add a foot to that? So is that assumed that the 1 foot, if the FEMA is up 3 feet, we add 1 foot to it? Is that right?
Yeah, because that's the federal requirement as I understand it.
Okay, so it's.
the zero level encompasses it.
The 1 foot above is I believe the federal requirement. Public Works isn't here, but I believe that's what I read.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to come back to
Just take a
four.
look at it and let's come back after.
I have a drafting suggestion, but I also have one more question. Why is this only when it must be raised more than 10%? I mean, why isn't it just if you have to raise it because of FEMA, full stop?
We could word it that way too. We can take out the 10% if that's causing confusion. Yeah.
Yeah, so my drafting suggestion to you is start with when the previously finished floor elevation must be raised on account of FEMA. And then incorporate what happens, which is that you still get to build the same height above that newly raised level. That's the way you want to phrase this.
I think that's what's tripping everyone up, is just the way it's phrased at the beginning. So we'll definitely work on that. I don't think it changes the intent, so we don't think that it's going to be an issue with the coastal staff.
We want to make the point that you preserve your height above the raised elevation. We don't want to call it a height increase.
All right, so that's going to come back to us after the break, which we're going to try and get to soon. All right, number 5.
So this is for the relocation. I think I heard consensus that we still, it does fall outside the governor's order for Palisades, and this is if you were substantially outside your footprint, excuse me.
Who's going to decide if it's substantially better, superior?
The planning director is the one who governs, issues a de minimis waiver.
But you got it struck.
You got it crossed out.
Yeah.
That's because the planning commission wanted it crossed out, but it was redundant, because if you go up in this chapter is issued by the, or I think
Just
it's
make
actually down here.
sure somebody responsible as.
The planning director shall issue the notice of determination. So it is covered. It is a redundancy.
Okay, as long as there's a review of that, that's cool.
This is a hyper-technical statutory interpretation concept, but substantially outside is not the same thing as not substantially the same. And we should be sticking with the exemption is for if it's insubstantially the same, right? Or not this, by using different words, you create different concepts.
So
what is your suggestion?
What's the words of the governor's order?
No, this isn't.
I know it's not. We're trying to replicate the governor's order as best we can, though, right? For others?
Yeah.
So what's the words of the governor's order? It's in paragraph 1, the very first, where the exemptions come from. I'm sorry, it's A. It's 2A.
Primary
In
structures.
substantially the same location. So we want to say that are not in substantially the same location. We don't want to say substantially outside.
Yeah.
We're talking about 3, where it says not the same general location.
We just want to use the exact same words as the governor used, not in substantially the same location.
So instead of not the same general location, not in substantially the same location?
That's what I would do.
Okay.
Does that make sense to others?
Yeah. It's a good catch.
Yes.
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 Yep.
With that change, this is approved. All right, let's go to number 6.
All right, so the Coastal Commission staff wanted us to be more specific. So if you recall, we had this in the exemptions and it was broad. That's C here. They wanted us to put it in the waiver category and be more specific. What type of structures are we talking about? And those are water tanks and other water storage devices necessary to construct, install, or use that replacement structure as required by state, federal, or local law. And specifically crafting out that new shoreline protection devices are not included under this waiver in case it can be argued that that's required by building code, and that's because we didn't get it as a de minimis waiver in 3.
Okay, there was a comment made earlier about trying to put in something about for fire hardening.
So that's beyond what is required. So that would say like, I as a homeowner want to do the best practices to make sure my house is safe for the next fire. The fire department's not requiring me to do so, but I want to make sure I have the tools that are going to be used in best practice.
Okay, well, let's go back to the fire department requirement. If the fire department says you don't have sufficient water flow and you got to put an extra tank in, does that fall under the state and local laws and regulations?
It does.
Yes.
Okay.
If the water district or the fire department tells you to do that, then it falls in this category.
Okay. All right.
But if you're just electing to add a water tank or other water storage device, would it?
It's not
include this?
covered the way it's worded, no.
So that they would have to get a CDP or?
If they had not built their house yet, it would need a CDP. If there was an existing structure, they could possibly get a CDP exemption because it would be an accessory structure at that point.
Since we do want people,
Yeah.
I think we want people to be able to do that. Is there
I'd be
any
in
wiggle
favor.
room in the language that we could present and make the argument that they ought to agree with it?
I'm totally for fighting for it, or I've been told not to use that term, so I apologize.
I would suggest we try and put it in for fire, improving fire hardening or something like that. And also, we talked about having swimming pools, being able to draft to accomplish the same thing. So if you got a swimming pool, you already have this.
Right, that's the case.
Yeah, I think we put something in there about fire. Let's see if coastal will buy into it.
Maybe we could tie it to like recommended by, not required by law, but required by law or recommended by officials, fire department or whatever.
Recommended by the city's building safety commission.
Yeah, that too.
Recommended by.
That would fall under local, so that should be fine. We want to expand it to whoever's recommending, federal, state, or local can make that recommendation.
Required or recommended.
Right.
Okay.
And then the only thing regarding with Bruce coming back, I do want to have some policies as to exactly what the development standards are for those, height, location on properties and things like that, to make sure that they're situated in a place that's not going to cause a neighbor's view impact or such.
And they're not very pretty either.
So
Again, yes, so any
the
development standards so that they.
So the change is to add or recommended after required?
Well, no.
Required or recommended.
No, but that's by law. The law doesn't recommend, right?
I mean, do we need to put something about?
Regulations could recommend.
You could
People
say,
recommend.
You
May
could
I,
say,
Mayor?
We could adopt regulations.
Chief Diwali's
Yeah,
here.
we could adopt a local
Would he
regulation.
maybe have
All
some
you would need to do is-
expertise on this? Could
all
we bring
would
him
need
in?
is
Chief,
just
could we ask you to come forward?
All right, we got an answer over here, guys.
I like recommend. That's good.
Chief, do you have any comment, recommendation about trying to put this in?
Would you please come to the podium?
So we got it on the record.
You can say no once you get to the podium, but at least that way we'll try.
Chief, thanks for bearing with us. We have I know you're skipping your dinner, but we've always got a Cliff Bar here for you for dinner.
Is that it? Is it low calorie? I'm not sure the answer to the question because it's kind of bounced around and I'm not sure. Is it just concerning the ability to install ancillary water tanks on a property to augment what you already have?
Yes.
So then, okay, now I have the frame of the question. The question is now down to the word recommended or required?
Would the fire department recommend that be in place in some of these high-risk areas?
And you can tell us if you don't know the answer.
Can I
That's fine.
suggest, I don't think we need to put this gentleman on the spot.
And we actually
can
should not
adopt
be
the
taking more
regulation.
testimony at this point. We should not be close to public.
I was asking for his professional opinion.
I know.
So
We got an answer over here.
But we have an easier fix, which is that if we.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think this just allows us the tool in the code to make it a little easier in case they do is all.
If this is if we add recommended and coastal accepts it, then we can adopt local regulations that include recommendations.
Great. Let's do it.
Yeah, let's put it in.
So the only change is then to add or recommended after the word required.
Right.
All right, with that change, we got to buy-in?
And we should include in our presentation to them that this is to facilitate fire hardening of areas and prevent wildfires from destroying them.
All right.
So that if they want to go against it, they're impairing the ability to make the area safe.
not prevent, but
Impairing.
in greater ability to protect.
Okay, let's move on to findings. I'd like to bring the findings up as all together.
I'm sorry, Mayor, before we move on, I did forget to mention, based on our Coastal Commission staff comments, 13.4.11A, which is the beginning of the chapter, is proposed to add this language. That wasn't in the red lines because it was added after the staff report was published.
Say it again.
This is 13.4.11A, the beginning of the de minimis waiver chapter. And after our staff report was published, the Coastal Commission staff wanted us to add this language in blue here, which is that the development would be appealable to the California Coastal Commission, as described further below.
I have a question about when we say the Coastal Commission staff and the Coastal Commission. I mean, the staff, they're Brown Act body, like we are. So when we get their staff's view of what they'll agree to, that's not because they've polled a majority of the commissioners and gotten their determination, right? That's just their belief as to what the commissioners will do when presented with the argument?
The only thing I'll say about that, and Trevor, please weigh in if you feel, I just, when you have a staff recommendation, sometimes that goes farther than not.
And he's correct. I mean, they should not be polling the commissioners. I can't imagine they would in this case, given the time frame here. But that the Coastal Commission does defer to its staff a lot.
This was
not unprecedented for them to go further, though, right?
not unprecedented.
And we could go down there and testify and explain the importance of these further changes that they're not recommending?
Let's talk about, we're talking about the appeal issue here. So this is something that, we push very hard on. And they have never, number one, allowed a de minimis waiver in the appeal jurisdiction ever, anywhere in the state. So already it's something that is unprecedented before. And their interpretation and long-term policy is that anything in the appeal jurisdiction must be appealable to the Coastal Commission. And that's the stance they're taking. I think there's an argument around it because the de minimis waiver section does not specifically require that, but that's been their long-held policy. And, you're going to have another entity voluntarily giving up its jurisdiction is what you're, asking them to do. They had the final call about, what this language is going to say. There's very good arguments for not having that appeal because we want to keep it administrative. These are things that are, de minimis, and if the findings are made by, at the local level, that they're already categories that are not going to have an environmental impact, especially when these findings are made. The only concern could be if the local jurisdiction is acting arbitrarily and capriciously, which in that case, somebody could go take a writ and go challenge it in court. They don't have to go have an appeal to the Coastal Commission to protect those resources. And there's a good argument for that, but it's,
I want to add too that we did argue to eliminate some red tape in terms of the appeal process. So in a CDP appeal, you must exhaust all local appeals before you get to the Coastal Commission. We said, can we, maybe you guys will disagree with this, can we cut out our, Planning Commission, City Council appeal process so that the residents can go directly to the Coastal Commission if that's really the crux issue to kind of expedite that appeal process. So, and they did mention that because, they're going to facilitate rebuilds, like, in any capacity, that these would be a priority for them in terms of processing.
And they did agree to, with this in there, to require that the appeal happen before it's reported to the Planning Commission. So when the notice is made of the appeal, notice is provided to people within, 1,000 feet, certain jurisdiction, amount of people around there. And it's going to be resolved before it would be reported to the Planning Commission. So it would minimize the ability for people that don't live near the project to go and interfere with it or to, raise a baseless appeal. And that's always a danger with a Coastal Commission appeal because there is no fee, charged to go and appeal something to the Coastal Commission. So they built in these buffers. I can tell you that what we heard from staff too is if, I would be pretty certain that this would be the type of change that they would at least delay the time they would hear this, because their representation to us is that the March 14th, the deadline applies if we don't depart significantly from, what they've agreed to at the staff level. This would be a departure from it. So it's up to the council about whether we want to push this. I think there's very good arguments to do it. We should anticipate that it would be heard at May at the earliest if we'd go this far.
13.4.11C2 already exists. The only thing in general, right? We're just being asked to include the blue language.
Well, we've removed, there's a provision that was in there that says it does not apply to any application within the appeal jurisdiction. So that's been removed. Right now, you cannot get a de minimis waiver if you're located on the beach anywhere in the appeal jurisdiction. So this changes it so that it applies, throughout the city. It's just that if it's in the appeal jurisdiction, this appeal right would apply. It's 10-day right.
Yeah, so before, if you had to make this finding that's crossed out here in the black language that says that the development is not in a location where the action on the development will be appealable to the Coastal Commission. So this was just a full stop, to use your term, that you couldn't, if your project was in the appeal jurisdiction, you could not make this finding, and thus you could not get a DMW.
So let me see if I understand. We have two possible options, and maybe others have more. One is we just accept this, and we could go to the hearing and present testimony that the commission should not include this in there. Or we remove it, and coastal staff can always put their recommendation in to their commissioners to not accept, and then if they accept, I'm sorry, I'm getting tired. So we could ask that it be removed. Coastal staff could include it as a recommendation in their staff report to their commission. Their commission could either accept it or reject it, and then it comes back to us to accept or reject anyways. Does anybody else see another option?
Right, as I understand the way it works is if we want to propose the black language and not the blue language, right? That's what our preference would be. We want to say, we want this new provision, it's just what it says in black. And the Coastal Commission staff says to the Coastal Commission, we're fine if you adopt this change, but we want you to also adopt the blue. Or we recommend you reject it unless they also include the blue. We have the opportunity to argue to them that they shouldn't, that they should just let us have it. And the worst case scenario tends to be, they'll say, okay, we agree with our staff, we won't approve this unless you come back to us and tell us the blue is fine. And then that's a formality. It takes a week or two or whatever, and we say, fine, we accept their change, and we move on. So if we put it in now, if we keep this in, we risk by needing to take another week or two or three before it becomes effective. But if we don't put it in, we might actually get this. We might actually get what we're asking.
They could wait to hold our hearing until who knows when.
I'm hesitant to do anything that delays things, like at this point. I don't know. I would like to do what is best for the residents. Does anybody have an answer for that?
This is for future fire.
I know.
This is, future.
But I don't want to delay what's going on right now for us. I worry about that.
But, I mean, the long-term consequences of this is that our residents apply for the de minimis waiver, they get approved at the staff level, then somebody appeals it to the Coastal Commission, and they're delayed while they go through the Coastal Commission appeal process.
Because that's an automatic stop on the approval until the Coastal Commission rules.
Right. To be clear, the appeal is not a CDP. It's just whether the de minimis waiver findings were correctly applied. And they would take that and they would bring it at the next meeting, Tyler?
I don't want to say that, but they said they were going to, because anything related to a natural disaster rebuild, they're going to accommodate.
Then what's the point of having an appeal process? I mean.
But here's the
It's
downside.
it's to make sure that they wanted to just make sure that the city made the right determination in their purview.
Is the argument from the Coastal Commission is that these are the most sensitive areas, in the city, most environmental impacts, and if somebody sees something that was missed or something was improperly applied, they want to be the backstop for that it's not, shuffled through, that there is some form of backstop. And this is the least backstop they're willing to accept is this.
I want to go back to Halen. I mean, the Coastal Commission's been getting haircuts from everybody. Everybody's taking a piece of them away. So, the fact that they're going to roll over for this one, I think that chances are bad none. And let's just get it done. So. Yeah.
Look, it's not fatal, but and honestly, if I was in their shoes, I'd want to have that safety net in there.
And what's the provision this is replacing again?
Just adding.
Well, this is just adding to what is in there, saying that if you're in the appeal jurisdiction, then it is appealable. What is being replaced is we're about to get to section B, but now you don't have to make a finding because it was a moot point that your project is not in the appeal zone.
We're deleting the finding. Previously, anyone in the appeal jurisdiction was ineligible for a de minimis waiver. Now everybody can get one. If you're in the appeal jurisdiction, instead of being ineligible, now you would have this appeal.
Wait, so I mentioned there would be some properties, maybe not a lot, where under the existing rule, the planning director's decision would be the end of it?
It'll still be the same.
Because there wouldn't be an appeal jurisdiction.
No, it gets reported to the planning commission, and the planning commission can vote to require a CDP, essentially.
That's part of the current process.
That's part of the current process.
Right now, the planning commission has the final say.
If you want me to bring up the language, I'll do it.
But it's just reported as almost a consent item right now.
So the change here, the effect of it.
They have three to accept?
The change or the effect of it is that the people in the appeal jurisdiction now can get a de minimis waiver. They just have this extra step. Everybody else is under the same process for the current de minimis waiver process.
But under the existing law, if you're not in the appeal jurisdiction, the planning director gives the approval, it gets reported, the planning commissioners can pull it and require a hearing, and they get to reject it if they want to?
Not pull it. They can vote to make it a full CDP.
Require a full CDP,
Okay.
same
And
like an HDP.
so this would take that out, that potential out from the planning commission?
No, that's still in there. This is just adding an extra layer of appealability to the coastal commission if it's in the appeal zone.
It's an extra step between the director's decision and the report to the planning commission.
So, all right, so either way, if it's outside the appeal zone, it gets, the planning commission can pull it and require the CDP. I'm sorry, even whether it's in or out.
Any de minimis waiver when it's reported.
What I'm trying to get at is why then why wouldn't we limit this new provision to de minimis waivers granted within the appeal zone? That would eliminate the right of appeal directly to the coastal commission when it's outside the appeal zone that doesn't currently exist.
It does exist. You can't appeal it to the coastal commission if it's in the appeal zone.
No.
I'm sorry, vice versa. If it's outside the appeal zone, there's no appealability to the coastal commission.
Right, but this would now make it appealable even though it's outside the appeal zone.
No. Hold on, let me go back to the wording.
Yeah, that's how I read it.
Okay, here we go. So, however, if the development is within the appeal jurisdiction of the coastal commission, so that would mean developments outside the appeal jurisdiction don't have to abide by this. But for the developments that are in the appeal jurisdiction, then the coastal commission is appealable, or the decision is appealable.
I'm sorry, where does it say within the appeals? Oh, if the developments, okay, I thank you.
Okay, and then we further clarified that here too, where we said for development within the appeal jurisdiction of the California Coastal Commission, the planning director's decision may be appealed by an aggrieved person directly to the California Coastal Commission within 10 working days of issuance of notice of termination.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion, we approve this.
Yeah,
Agreed.
I'll go along with it too. I think we're throwing them a bone.
I'm okay with this.
All right. Stays as presented. All right, let's get to the findings. Let's try and take all these as one pass since it's 5 findings.
So it's 5 findings, and just remember that 5 is now going to be eliminated as proposed because that was the whole appealability thing.
Oh, okay.
Or if you're in the appeal jurisdiction.
Right, cool.
So everything else is accurate except for 5 is going to be struck as proposed. Essentially, all this is it was specifically tied to OWTS and driveway improvements because that's only what the de minimis waiver was allowing previously. Now we've expanded it to multiple structures, so we just made it structures need to make these findings. And then if it's an OWTS on a beachfront lot, no further, it can't go any further seaward than the existing OWTS and no further seaward than the previously existing seawall, whichever was further landward.
And you're saying number 5 is out?
5 is cut.
All right, and 6 is already out?
6 is proposed.
Oh, 6 is replaced, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah.
And 4 encompasses everything for driveway road, the retaining walls and everything?
It doesn't need to because it's allowed in the allowance, in the
Okay.
requirements, yeah.
Okay.
I'm okay with these things.
I'm okay with it.
I am too.
All right. No objection, right?
Let Bruce finish up.
I'm good. I like it. I'm cool, I'm good, no objection.
I think we got a unanimous.
Yeah,
go ahead.
You okay, Bruce?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's go to waiver expiration, all you did, and
From reporting, C, right? So
reporting,
again,
yeah.
number 3, we just changed OWTS and road to structures or improvements.
Okay.
And then for expiration, same thing.
All right. With that, no objection?
No objection.
No
All right,
objection.
we have completed this with the exception of a rewrite on that one item.
Hot damn.
Let's take a break until 8
Oh, no, let's just
o'clock.
keep working. No more.
8 o'clock, we'll be back.
You guys ready?
They can get
Committee's back in order. Do we have a response on item number 4 and 13.411?
So 13.4.11, let me see this. Point 4. Let's see if we can put this up here. Let me send it to Kelsey and Tyler. Parker.
Maybe include Parker, Trevor, if you have his email.
I just sent it. Can you forward it to Parker? If you pull it up here. I'll read it while we're waiting to put it up there. Right. So this would go into it would replace the current proposed change to 13.4.11A4. And the new language would read, increases in the previous finished floor elevation, where the previous finished floor elevation must be raised to a higher elevation than the previous elevation to meet Federal Emergency Management Agency flood zone requirements as determined by the city's floodplain administrator. Such increase shall not exceed the increase in elevation to the finished floor required to meet the minimum FEMA flood zone requirements. The height from the finished floor to the roof of the structure shall not be required to be diminished as a result of the increased finished floor elevation, even if the prior structure was non-conforming in height.
That's about as twisted as I can.
Yeah, I was going to say, man, that's a long way to get.
I made it work.
You happy with that, Tyler?
Well, I didn't really get a chance to read it. I heard, let me read it real quick. It's right, but Trevor, can we just eliminate? Can we just eliminate must be raised to a higher elevation to the previous elevation? Because aren't you saying the same thing there? Increases in the previous finished floor elevation where the previous finished floor elevation is needed to meet FEMA.
They said the same thing.
I don't know. That's just because that's why I think it's confusing because you're almost reading it twice.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you could take out to a higher elevation than the previous elevation. Increase in the previous finished floor elevation where the previous finished floor elevation must be raised to meet FEMA Emergency Management Agency flood zone.
Yep.
Height from the finished floor.
I think we're not clearly differentiating between the height of the structure versus the height increase for the FEMA floodplain.
We're referring to as the increase in the finished floor being required by the FEMA floodplain requirements, and then we're talking about the height of the structure. So we're
So the last sentence, the overall height of the structure shall not exceed. Right. Does that make sense at the end? The overall height of the structure shall not exceed, and then we can fill in the blank.
Well, I mean, I think it should be more clear that your non-conforming structure height can be maintained but not increased.
I think we have that.
because
Last sentence doesn't, I don't understand last sentence.
The height from the finished floor to the roof of the structure, or you want to say the height of the structure?
Can we just say the structure shall not receive any additional height that then is necessary to meet the FEMA regulation?
Well, like I said, I still think it's kind of conflating the increase in height from the finished floor elevation due to FEMA is separate than identifying that you don't get to increase your nonconformity at all.
Yeah.
Right.
But we don't want to use height to describe the increased elevation. We only want to use height to describe the space between the finished floor and the roof. We want to make sure we don't fall into the trap of calling the increased elevation height.
Correct.
So how about this for the last sentence, Mr. Mayor, this makes sense. The height of the structure from the finished floor to the roof shall not be required to be diminished as a result of the increased finished floor elevation, even if the prior structure was not conforming in height.
No.
Can I make a suggestion? Because we don't really need it in the LCP. We just need the caveat to be able to raise the finished floor, the minimum to meet FEMA. The 10% issue is really, 10% height issue is really for the planning verification.
This has nothing to do with the 10%.
It does, so per pro temp's point.
10%, and whether you're measuring the increased height of...
Councilmember, your microphone.
I apologize.
No, it's got to do with the like for like. Remember, the concern in the community was that when you build like for like, if you're considering the distance from the original elevation to the roof to be whatever height the roof is from the ground, if you were considering that to be the height of the building, then when you raise the elevation of the floor, they were saying, I'm going to lose that delta because now my building is going to have to be higher. In fact, it doesn't have to be higher. It just has to be at a higher elevation. It has to be starting at an elevation that's higher, but the building's still the same height. This isn't the 10%. This is preserving the ability not to lose the FEMA elevation. 10% is a separate issue.
The original sentence started, height increases beyond 10% for structures that are located on or adjacent to the sandy beach that would otherwise be exempt from the requirement to obtain a coastal development permit.
And when we discussed it before, we said that putting the 10% in there was confusing things because this wasn't about 10%. This was about making sure you don't lose height of your building.
Okay, but I don't think this paragraph
Actually,
makes it any more clear what the result or how it is that somebody is going to be designing their building on.
That may be, but this has nothing to do with the 10%. This is just to make sure that the height is measured from the elevation to the roof.
But we do want to capture the 10% because we want to make sure a non-conforming structure that exceeds the allowable height for the city does not get the 10% increase.
This doesn't give it to them.
Last sentence, I think they're supposed to take that away. The height from the...
It says they don't have to be lower. It doesn't say that they get 10%.
When I read it again, I think I understand it. It's not going to be understandable if you're not in this conversation, though, I think is the problem.
Correct. And I want to make it more so that when somebody reads the code, they know exactly what the intent of this is.
Why don't you guys go into the municipal code and we'll tinker with it some more.
Okay.
We're going to the municipal code. Hopefully we can get some parallels here. Okay. All right.
Okay, so we started with primary development footprint area. We're just going to mimic what we did in the LCP.
All right. Everybody's encouraged with that, I assume?
I realized we didn't do a secondary, we talked about having a secondary development area, but did we ever
you're
write
right.
anything for a secondary development area?
Great catch.
In either
All right, Pro
document?
Tem. We did, and we did add a condition, just to make it more clear, because I think in the workshop, people requested that. So we just have, sorry, let me find it. There it is. A building pad disturbed area, development area that is not connected to a primary development pad, which is the other term, other than by a driveway or walkway. Meaning like, obviously they might be connected via a driveway or a walkway, but if they're not connected via a graded pad area, then that clear enough?
Works for me. Everybody else? This will go in LCP and MMC.
Yeah.
Yeah, but wait, just one thing about the height issue. A number of people, and Tyler also talked about the potential impact to the landside properties of that interpretation. And I just want to say, I gave a lot of thought to that. I think the answer is, forget that there's a fire. Anyone on the land side, I'm sorry, on the beach side, has the right to go to 28 feet from their floor. If they were to buy a vacant property today, the FEMA elevation would be their base. They would then have 28 feet off of that. If they were to rip down a property, I think, and get a CDP, it would take them longer, but once they got that CDP would start the height measurement from the FEMA base. So the only thing we're doing is giving people an expedited way to get to where they otherwise could have gotten anyway. They're not impairing any view that would have otherwise been protected. They're still going to only be able to go to what we consider 28 feet from the base.
I will say, though, that would have required a CDP, and we would have put in some view corridor protections, which may or may not have protected them. So this is no longer needing a CDP.
But those protections don't exist currently under the CDP, do they?
On a beachfront property, you do have to establish, for new development, you have to establish a view corridor, yes.
You have view corridors, right? They're gone in this thing, is that right?
It's not, because it's not a CDP.
It's not that they're gone, they're just not required because the CDP.
I hear you. So you're saying
that
that wouldn't happen. That's an interesting fact.
And you know, to your point, it is by right, but your neighbor would be able to come to a public hearing and weigh in on potentially designing your project differently.
But they would still be entitled to 24 feet or 28 feet.
They still would.
Yeah, but they probably have an even improved blue water view as a result of the view corridor that would be required.
Using this picture, maybe the view corridor on the right, you know, the house directly to the left, the picture to the left, the house directly in front, maybe that view corridor gets, you know, in between those two homes gets a little wider, but maybe they lose the blue water view, the horizon view at the top for the ceiling, for the roof.
So the Coastal Commission lets you get away without having view corridors? I mean, I can't believe that.
No,
the governor's order does.
Well, it's a caveat in our LCP as well. You can get your non-conforming structures back as long as it was destroyed in a disaster, natural disaster.
See, I just want to say that this is one of the reasons that it troubles me that we're moving as fast as we are. Because I was troubled by this. I worked through it. I spoke to a lot of people. I thought I had come to an understanding that it wasn't a problem, and now I'm back to thinking it's a problem again.
Which is why your planning staff had made sure that views were considered as part of this.
Yeah, we're going to get to that, though.
All right. First thing, we got the definition accepted with the changes for both.
Mayor, your microphone.
We've got the definitions approved for both with the change.
For secondary?
The secondary, all right. Let's go to next page. This is 17.4040, A18A is 1,000 feet versus 1,200. Are we going to stick with the 1,000 feet?
Yeah, we already did that.
All right.
Yes.
That's approved.
I just want to note that I dissent on that one. I agree with all but even going back to the Coastal Act ones, I agree with all the changes, except I think that one should be 1,200.
Okay. Thank you. All right, let's go to I, temporary structures.
There's actually on G.
On this G?
I don't see it. Yeah, that's the increase from 100 to a 500 for if your house permit, your temporary home permit expired and you didn't remove it.
Oh, there it is, yeah.
Got it, okay.
All right.
I'd like to propose either $750 or $1,000 a day fine.
I want to go even further. I want someone to have to sign a consent document when they put their temporary structure on that says that the city can force it to be removed when they're in violation of the rules we set forth. We know we're terrible in enforcement, and because we have to establish a violation. And I think there's language that could be included in a document that gives them the right to put it there. that mandates it be removed. And I think there should also be some penalty on the rebuilding if somebody's in violation of this. We do not want people using this as an opportunity to make money, to rent to other people, to live there when they have no intention of building, all kinds of mischief that can occur and has occurred in Woolsey. And $500, $700, $1,000 is irrelevant.
But we could structure that as a condition of the approval of the permit that, debating whether you need to have it in the code, or we could just put this in as a, as a policy to include that condition. You could go either way, but the condition would then consent to the removal of the temporary structure and require reimbursement of the city's cost of removing such structure. Probably
it's like a consent to judgment.
Yeah, it would basically we'd include in the condition. It would basically be a license to allow us to go on to remove it, an agreement for our cost to be reimbursed, and that's probably sufficient between the two of them.
And I'd want to see some delay built into any future permitting as a result of the violation.
Such as what?
3 months, 6 months, you're stuck. If you violate this rule and take advantage of it, you're not going to get to rebuild for a while longer.
Well, as long as our process takes, I don't think that's really going to be that big of a endeavor.
They're already building on the property.
They have to stop.
Well, if you have to take it out, it's because
you could just say that they are not eligible for another temporary structure on their property.
Right, but the way I hear Bruce saying that they wouldn't even be able to apply for their PV for their rebuild or any other structure without some type of a time frame delay.
And maybe you lose your right to go through the accelerated system, and you got to get a CDP at that point.
I'm hesitant.
Well, by this time, they've been there 4 or 6 years probably.
Yeah, I'm hesitant because of neighbors. Neighbors want neighbors to finish building, and then we're penalizing neighbors who are following. Like I live in construction sites all the time, meaning your neighbors perpetually building. Maybe I like the idea where we take it off, or they have to take it off, they have to remove it, but I think if your neighbor is building for 10 years, you're suffering.
If that's acceptable to the council, it's the conditions of, consenting to the removal of it and paying the costs of that. We don't need to put that in the code, but that can just be implemented by staff as one of our standard conditions for that temporary permit.
Can we put it in the municipal code?
My concern is that
codified.
Is that, the exact language of what it was, but we could, if you want to put it in there, we can say, let me put a proposal together.
So did I hear that you guys want
to? What about $1,000 a day?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm fine with $1,000.
$1,000?
Okay,
yeah, $1,000 a day. You okay?
Yep.
All right, $1,000 a day on that. Let's go down to I while Trevor's working on this, temporary housing structures.
Yeah, so this shall only be occupied by the property owner or tenant living at the date of the natural disaster. And then there's that fine that we can increase to $1,000 to match the other one if this law is not followed. I think this term was supposed to be crossed out at the end, right, Trevor?
Yeah, actually, this is the provision I was more concerned about having a stiff penalty.
This liens one, I think you crossed out at some point, no?
Okay, so it's $1,000.
Sorry, you're jumping back in here. Where are we, Tyler?
Who removed?
On I just remember seeing a draft, maybe it didn't get carried over in this one, where you had removed this last sentence.
Who's you?
Why would you want to take the liens out?
Trevor, or it was recommended to say it differently or something like that. I don't think it was worded this way.
This is where I was actually thinking, that if people are going to abuse this and violate this proscription, they ought to have the structure removed. And again, I would delay their ability to move forward at that point too, because that's the only way people are going to honor these rules is if there's a meaningful penalty for breaching them.
I think $1,000 a day is a pretty big penalty, and it's a lien, so.
You could conceivably be making $1,000 a day on your 1,000 square foot home that you're renting to someone that's beachfront, or that's up on the mountain overlooking the ocean. And even if you're not making $1,000 a day, you could be making a substantial portion of it, such that this is a meaningless penalty.
About $365,000 a year. That's pretty substantial.
Plus a lien.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just hesitant to delay neighbors.
I'm not recalling where this was dealt with, but I do know that you shouldn't rely on those liens to be able to be used in these types of circumstances. There have been case law that's come out that has put in question whether that is allowed, and it is currently debatable, and I don't want to talk too much about that up here on the dais, but I wouldn't just assume that we can do it. If you want to keep the language in, it would allow it, but it would allow it under the code, but whether it would be allowed legally under state law and case law is a separate issue.
Well, wouldn't the way it would work is if you put it there, you do it, and the court would either strike it as invalid or leave it be, but if you don't put it in there, you don't have it.
I don't want to I don't want to
go on the record. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm having to talk more about this, but I don't want to put it out here.
So, because this was in the draft staff report, so are we recommending to strike it?
I would prefer to stay in there.
Yeah.
If for nothing else, the optics. And I do think Bruce's language about a license and removal is something for the issuance of the permit.
Yeah, I'm putting something together on that.
So the larger,
why don't we make them also remove? If they get caught with this, they have to remove the house from the property.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's up
what
here.
we're doing. Right.
That's what was added with this verification thing. Upon expiration of the housing permit, the property owner shall. I guess that's speaking to expiration.
Right.
So we can add
this is for a violation, not an
We
expiration.
got it screwing around.
So add additional that the thing must be removed.
Yep.
Right. So aye. Okay. Consensus.
And we're going up to $1,000 a day again?
That works for everyone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
$1,000.
Just point of clarification, for both then G and I, we're looking to add language as far as additional penalties, if you will, or in terms of requiring the removal of the temporary home.
Yes.
On both of those sections. Thank you.
Okay, we're jumping around.
It was G and I. And both of those G and I were going to say, if we catch them, they got to
Councilmember, your microphone?
You need to be closer.
If we catch them, they got to remove the temporary housing.
Now, does I capture the ability to let your family members live there?
It was intended to, but if that's not clear, and I also wanted to point out, are we done? Well, I don't want to get too convoluted. So we want the liens, right? We want $1,000, and we want to add that temporary home shall be removed, right, into this equation.
Through a consent process, that we don't have to go through some court process. They've consented to it being removed.
What does that mean? Because I'm not familiar with the legal.
Councilmember Silverstein, I know you had mentioned that you were looking to have that codified. And so we would recommend bringing back a policy document that governs that for the permit process. I recognize that you're wanting it in code. Just in terms of best practice, it would be easier, but still bringing that back before the council for that discussion and ultimate vote.
I'm hopeful we'll amend the code again later to add it in.
Understood.
But I think it does need to be clearer to make, like the family, there's probably some even better.
No, we do. I'm going to get to that, but I just wanted to make sure we covered those two portions first before we moved on to the larger issue, which Councilmember, you're getting to, and this came up in our discussions last night with the community. Let me pull up the other PowerPoint real quick, because the community had nuanced approach. It was, we heard, let's see. Just give me one sec.
Oh. Yeah, some people wanted other fire.
Yeah, they wanted like
Malibu
Malibu residents can do it. Anyone can do it. We heard, or
They wanted your in-laws. I think.
And one was the
didn't like
in-laws,
his
so
let's put them in a trouble.
out of all the various ones, what do we want?
My preference is it's the owner of the property and their family member, their extended family, and anyone who was renting the property. I wouldn't go beyond that.
Yeah, I agree.
It's temporary housing. It's not a substitute housing.
So just to make it clear that it's available for the extended family of the property owner.
Yeah.
Or the tenant.
Oh, wait, so clarification, so owner at the time of the fire or
Yes.
owner of the property? Thank you.
Owner at the time of the fire.
Yeah. And also, I wonder what the appetite of the council is for if it's going to be the tenant at the time of the fire, the owner has to be giving them a lease that extends once the property is rebuilt.
I think you just say the tenant at the time of the fire.
And I think, part of the conversation last night, there was some consideration because, like say, you lost a house on the beach, you don't have the ability to have a temporary structure because of the limited size. Can you rent somebody's temporary housing in another part of the disaster area?
My feeling is no.
No?
I think you're getting too twisted. It's
Okay.
it's
That's fine.
seriously abused.
There's also
I
a
empathize with
caveat,
you.
can someone have multiple temporary homes on like if the beachfront properties could not have a temporary home, could someone across the street maybe have two to support that other resident who, that was floated to?
It's supposed to be temporary housing on your property.
Right.
Yeah.
For the
we
property
made it
owner
to-
or the tenant?
And I thought it was to not exceed 1,000 square feet.
Correct.
So you'd have two 500
You
square
could have
feet.
two buildings.
Gotcha.
Maximum two buildings up to 1,000 square feet in total.
And those two buildings would have the bathroom and a shower, like two little
They would have
RVs,
to be
Jayco's.
Yeah, you have to connect to your, an operable OWTS.
Gotcha.
Really minor word issue. Instead of the temporary housing structure must be occupied, it should be occupied only by. It can sit vacant for a little bit of time if necessary. It sounds like we're requiring somebody to be in it.
You say you change must to may?
No, may be occupied only by.
Oh, maybe occupied only.
Say that one more time. I'm sorry, Councilmember.
Yeah,
Where are we
it
at?
says the temporary housing structure, I would strike must, put in may, and after be occupied, add the word only or solely.
Maybe occupied only. Is that it?
Yeah.
By that definition, are you saying that they can't have anybody except the immediate family in the house?
Oh, well, we were supposed to also add some words. to
We do have
capture the
that, yeah.
family.
So we have add that the temporary home must be removed as part of the violation. Add that family members can also live in it, and that must be occupied is changed to may be occupied only.
Yeah. Doug, do you want to make it the immediate family, or is it any family?
I think it's any family. What I'm thinking about is if you got your girlfriend living with you.
It's not
Would they be there with them, right? So they would be on the property.
Yeah.
He's got
She
to
wanted
live
to
in
be
the
in the
trailer.
trailer.
He ain't going to be his girlfriend-in-law.
But this could include
Oh.
a parent or a child.
Yeah, so it's a family, related party. All right, are we okay with that?
Well, I would just as the language would literally preclude what you just described, which we shouldn't be literally precluding.
Is that the significant others?
Property owner and such other person who cohabitates with the property owner.
Just property owners for
Property.
the tenant. They can classify them as a tenant if they need to.
And related.
No, but it wouldn't be the tenant from the time of the fire.
At the date of the natural disaster.
The property owner's living there. If there's significant other person there, then the property owner's there, right?
Yeah, but if we use the words only by, then it's literally saying, no, that other person can't be there.
Yeah.
And we don't want to cause that interpretation.
So you're saying take out only by?
But
Why don't we just say must be occupied by the property owners, their family, or the tenant at the date of the natural disaster.
I think we'll put, must back in there.
How about, this? Okay, would this language work for I? The temporary housing structures shall be occupied only by the property owners or tenants or their family members.
Tenants, family members?
Well, do you care? Or
Yeah.
only for property owners? Living on the property at the date of the natural disaster. And then the new sentence would be, should this requirement be violated, the temporary housing structures must be immediately removed. The property will no longer be eligible to place temporary housing on the property for a period of 5 years. And the owner shall be subject to a fine of $1,000 per day, and then include the lien sentence also.
I'm fine with that.
Why are we going to allow them to put temporary housing back after 5 years?
Yes. Well, otherwise you have in perpetuity. You want to make it 10 years? How long do you want to?
Well, they don't need temporary housing once the house is rebuilt.
What if they rebuild it, it burns down again?
Then that's a different fire, right?
But this would be
So you're saying that, yeah.
there would be an argument it's in perpetuity if you do.
5 years is good.
5 years is plenty.
5 years is plenty. That's, look, a lot of this is just the message you're sending, so.
You would just want to put the fear of not being
Right.
non-compliant. I'm fine with that, the way you've got to read it.
That would be okay?
Yeah.
And did you want it for the families of both the owners and the tenants? Or
Yes.
just the owners?
Okay?
I still think you're not capturing Doug's example of a girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever other significant other that's not family.
Well, as long as there's a family member there, are you saying?
If you got non-related party living at the house,
Right.
yeah.
Technically, you're not capturing that person. That's why I said someone cohabitating with the owner or the tenant. I don't think there's anything pejorative about that concept. That means they're living in the same place.
I really don't think that's necessary. If the owner's there or the tenant's there, regardless of what the cohabitation is, I mean, that's like saying that, are you saying that only the property owner, but their children can't be there?
No, that's
Because they're
family.
not the owner of the property.
No, that's family.
That's family. I think we just leave it alone. Let's just,
Yeah, I would say so.
I think it's
Just
way
property owner or tenant at the time.
Also, I would say the definition of family for some is also subjective, so
That's what
that's a broad, it can encompass
I'm thinking
a lot.
we're getting into really technical issues that aren't really always our business. If I'm a tenant and I'm with a friend and I want to live with my friend, it's none of my business.
all right, let's assume that I is complete with Trevor's language.
Okay, so the language I read was okay?
Yes.
Trevor, at the end, are you going to be able to maybe put all this on a document for us and we can review it one last? I don't know. I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'm getting a little lost here.
I have the notes for the ones that I'm rephrasing. So I have this one, and I think for G, you also wanted to add similar provisions, if this would work. Failure to obtain this verification shall result in a fine of $1,000 per day until the verification is obtained. In addition,
Can I suggest that we try to nail this down as best we can now? That the difference between today and Monday, when we have our next regular meeting, is beyond de minimis. We could bring this back on consent with whatever further tinkering city attorney and staff have to do once we lay down the parameters. I don't think we have to do this tonight.
No, we can do an urgent approval Monday for the MMC. We just need to get the LCP.
We already did, right, we'll approve the LCP. I think we should hammer through the MMC, but we could put it on consent on Monday.
No. Well,
Not for the urgency ordinance, right?
No?
If we don't introduce the exact language tonight, then we would need to reintroduce it. So if we don't arrive at the exact language on this, then you need to reintroduce it at your meeting on Monday, and then you would have to have a second.
Okay, but can you not introduce it on consent? Somebody can pull it and comment on it if they want to.
We would need to have a public hearing.
Didn't we save tomorrow?
All right, let's just keep, how late do you guys want to go?
Why'd you guys keep going?
I'm prepared to finish this. I just think we're going to get
Let's
I think
finish.
we're too tired to get those words right on the ones that
Yeah,
we're having some problems.
I think the quality goes down after a certain amount of time, and I do think, I know, I'm sorry, not saying anybody's quality is poor, I know mine is. But didn't we do a third day, like, for this?
We can come back.
I mean, I don't really want to, but I think if it's necessary, we
We don't
should.
need a long meeting tomorrow to finish it.
Why don't you guys keep going through, and then we'll see if we can, if you guys are happy with what we draft up here.
Because it's from 3 to 9, I thought, is what we were going to do, and then we could come back one last.
Yeah, we wouldn't, if we continue to tomorrow, we wouldn't need to come back with public comment again. We would just finish this.
That's right, just done.
Well, the problem is that we, we closed the public hearing.
Right.
So nobody would be able to talk to anyone else between now and tomorrow.
Right, but I'm saying, let's get through this.
Yeah.
You can make whatever word changes that we've not yet nailed down. Come back. We won't talk about this because there's nothing to talk about anymore until we see what you come up with, and then we'll just meet for an hour tomorrow and finish it and approve it.
Or let's see how far we get tonight.
We're not going to get through
We're
this
not going to get through this.
in half an hour.
And just a point of clarification, there wasn't a parameter as there was with last night's workshop that was set around today, so.
Plus, we got to tell you, Tyler's been sleeping faster to get some of this stuff done, so we got to.
Yeah, let's,
Is this what we're trying to get through tonight?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, let's be reasonable and realistic. No offense to everybody, but we have to be fair and send people home.
Yeah.
I want to go home.
Well,
At some point.
Staff might actually
The quicker
prefer
we get
to
this
not-
done, the
Yeah.
quicker I can take my vacation.
Okay, let's keep
So,
going.
yeah.
let's go to it. All right, so
Sorry, no, I
we've
didn't
got,
like that. but- Okay,
hold on a second. Trevor, I think
J.
on I, or probably on G, I think we just changed the $500, you're fine.
Just to
leave it there.
1,000? Okay,
All right?
then we're good on that.
All right, going to J. J.
Okay, J is, this is the geotechnical report if you're in a flood hazard area, just to make sure it's going to be safe from debris flow.
This is requiring someone from the city to agree to this, or can the person who wants to put it there have their own expert that says it satisfies that?
The report must be submitted to the city for review and accepted by the building official, the last sentence.
I thought the review by the geo guy was only going to be in a condition where it was raining or it looked like there was going to be some.
That's what this says.
That's what it says.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so our understanding is it's not going to be required for everyone, just if you're like in a sensitive area with debris flow, and then the building official will take a look at what your geologist prepares.
So I'm going to be, when we get down the line a little more, I'm going to be advocating for some self-certification of various things in the building side. To me, this one is a good place to start that conversation. I'd like this pretty simplistic certification to just be accepted by whatever expert provides it. That's my proposal.
Well, you don't want to say what the expert
Is this expert a expert that is approved by the city of Malibu?
Someone who has a license to do whatever it is that's required to be done. It's science.
Just a license, and who checks the license, the owner? I just have questions about self-certification, which this would kind of fall under.
Licenses are checked by the staff on the state website, so state architects, state engineers, state surveyors, state contractor, all of those have different sites, and you can check there that a valid license exists.
But I think the proposal is that we wouldn't have staff be involved in this at all. They would just self-certify that they're complying and making sure that it's not going to slide away based upon the expert's testimony.
Right. I have in the past accepted a design license professional stamp, but you also do a quick 2-minute check to make sure the license is valid.
And we haven't defined what kind of a license you need to do this either. Hey, Bruce,
Staff can tell us what that is.
I would just recommend that if the council is interested in exploring self-certifications and establishing those parameters, and we would want staff to put together just that recommendation, we have that conversation, that it be brought back at a future agenda.
I agree. I don't think we should put that in the text here. Yeah.
Well, the text here explicitly is the opposite, right?
So you can eliminate the last sentence if you're, uncomfortable with that, but I wouldn't put in anything about self-certification until that's hashed out.
So I would then just set forth the objective standard in this provision and be silent onto whether there is or is not a review. I think the default would be there's a review, but we wouldn't be expressly saying it, and then we can decide down the line whether we want to waive review. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, that's why I think if you just eliminate the last one, that's what it does, or does it not do that?
Well, what about the sentence before that? A finding's required. Who makes the finding?
The geological survey person.
Tyler, remind me, was this text put forth by staff or by planning commission?
By staff.
By staff.
This comes to us from ESD.
Right, but we know the staff does not want anything self-certified, so there's always going to be in every proposal a certification requirement by the staff, and approvals by the staff.
And the city may want that too.
The city is us.
That's what I mean. We may want to do that.
We may. That's why I was inviting the conversation.
Well, I would argue that the city is both the elected body and staff, but I think that there's a place for that conversation. We would want our chief building official to be involved in that. And so we can definitely, if the council wants to give a consensus for direction to bring back at a future agenda, but we would want to flesh some things out so the council could consider that as a whole if we want to explore
If
it.
you look at some of the other cities that are doing self-certification, there are documents the engineer has to sign. I mean, there are a bunch of things that they make them go through. And we want to, if we're going to do it, we want to do the same kind of things.
We would want to flesh out indemnity language, all of
Right.
that.
I'd
Yes.
like a longer conversation about it. It seems very big for us to just deal with right now.
If you want to leave it out, if you want to leave it open.
Well, do we want at least this report to be submitted to the city just to be on file? So, we would say the report must be submitted to the city.
Yeah, I mean, in Woolsey, was there a requirement of this sort? I know it's a different property. I'm just wondering if there was.
No, but this one has unique.
I understand that before, but was there or was
this is new language. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
But I will say that, in the building code, there's stuff that, the building official did to ensure safety.
Look, there's another alert we got tonight with the rain in terms of flooding, and so, I think it's a legitimate request to make sure that these things are going to be standing there the next day, so.
Especially in a flood fire zone.
Yeah,
We know from past experience that there are going to be people that are going to get held up indefinitely because of the geo requirement from the city.
Well, this is just for the temporary.
This is just for temporary.
I know, and so it's going to be, even with respect to the temporary house, there are going to be multiple residents who are going to want to place it there, and they're going to get held up and they're going to be in limbo for a long time because even though their expert says it's safe, the city's going to not be satisfied yet.
Why don't we just leave the last sentence, the report must be submitted to the city, and leave it as that?
Sure.
Can we do that?
I can live with that.
All right, let's just take out the last, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 words. Got it.
What does that accomplish?
Nothing.
I will say that at least we have something on file. You don't want to self-certify and then not understand what happened. Yeah.
Yeah, we can leave it open as to whatever we come up with later.
Yeah, okay.
All right, let's go to K.
All right, so this is if you're supported by anything other than wheels or a trailer which can be readily moved, like a manufactured home, it shall comply with the requirements for a foundation noted in this, again, to the flood issue by the building code, and requires a building permit from the city. And then the planning commission added that the temporary housing that is supported on wheels shall be fastened to the ground.
Yep, same deal. We're just protecting it from getting blown away or swept away in a flood.
Right, but what kind of a foundation? I mean, the whole purpose of the temporary homes is that you're not on a foundation. So now we're saying you have to be on a foundation if you're not a
The building official is
RV.
not here, and I am not well-versed in chapter 16, 18 of Appendix G, so.
That one troubles me.
Are you saying you could put a non-movable trailer on the dirt?
No, I'm just saying if you're going to the extent of installing a foundation, it's making it a more permanent, the whole purpose of a temporary housing is that it's not on a foundation. So I would want more clarification of exactly the parameters of this foundation as to its permanency.
I get that, but what I'm asking is as a matter of, in the real world, I mean, can someone put something doesn't have wheels, so, you know, a container or what have you, can they actually put that on something other than a foundation? Can you just put it on dirt? I didn't think you could.
You can put it on a temporary foundation system. So you go to a job site where somebody is building something, the trailers are typically placed on a small foundation
So it's somewhere in between a real foundation and no foundation.
Correct.
So it's less than what's required by these chapters, or is that covered?
I'm not familiar with these chapters, but there are temporary systems. I concur with Mayor Pro Tem.
It's like temporary school buildings that they put in.
I mean, you need to have some kind of foundation.
Yeah, you got to have the four corners supported.
So what do we do with this?
I think most of them are going to be on wheels or a trailer.
Most are going to be trailers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you do put it down, you got to meet the code. Otherwise, you just have to have it strapped. I think we're okay with this. Would be my vote.
See, I envisioned, maybe I was wrong. I thought there are going to be people that are going to actually figure out where they're going to want an ADU. They're going to want to put what's going to become their ADU on the property where it's going to be. They're going to call it their temporary housing, and they're going to build their house like for like, and then they're going to say, there's my ADU. I want to convert my temporary housing to my ADU that the governor said I can have.
In order to do that, you have to take it off the temporary foundation and actually put it on a permanent foundation. And so,
Or you could just put it on a permanent foundation from day one.
no, because that's not temporary.
You can't do that because, it's not temporary, and you can't establish a secondary use on the lot before you establish the primary use.
Okay, so actually, I know I'm getting out of this, but the governor says also you can have new ADUs without any permitting, right?
Yeah, let me explain this. So the governor's order did have a specific governor's order, executive order related to this ADU issue, which was more detailed. And it basically said you could get your C of O for your ADU before you get, that was removed in the latest governor's order, which is attached to your staff report, which removed that language.
Okay.
Yeah.
So no one's allowed to have an ADU that they live on while they're building a permanent ADU.
I think that then
while
it just
they're
comes
building
up to the building code at that point. Whatever the building code allows, the building code allows you to get a C of O for the ADU, and if it doesn't, then you have to wait.
Okay, thank you.
So what do we want to do with K? Do I have acceptance? No.
Not by me. Not until I know more, that that's.
Councilmember, your microphone.
I don't agree with Kay at this point. I don't have enough information.
So what do you propose?
What don't you agree with?
I'd say we punt this until we can get more information. I mean, we're not going to finish this.
But should someone else be here tomorrow that can help us figure that one out?
The building official should be here.
Okay.
Good idea.
Can that work?
Yeah, we'll ask her. I'm sure she'll be more than willing to come.
Or her designee, whoever's is able to answer the question as to what those chapters entail.
So does that mean that we're meeting again tomorrow?
Sounds that way.
I think so.
Okay.
Trevor's not looking good at that.
I have 2 different council meetings tomorrow, but I could do in the evening.
Great.
Okay. What time's the evening?
6:30. My second meeting should be done around 4 o'clock, but I have to travel here from Lomita, which will take a while. So maybe like 6.
So we can start at 6?
Start at 6?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
All right, so let's get moves to tomorrow. Let's try and pound through this as much as we can to get ready for tomorrow then. All right, moving on to the next page.
So the consensus was to just talk about this tomorrow, K, right? And I guess we would talk about J a little more too.
Yeah.
Okay. So accessory dwelling units, we're proposing no changes to this section of the code because it already allows 1,000 square feet. But what is highlighted before you is a section about the requirement for a 20-foot wide driveway, or I'm sorry, 20-foot wide road as a requirement to get an ADU. And that was, Planning Commission asked the council consider whether or not to change this or not. And I think it was a mixed bag last night. Alexis, is that your recollection?
I think the comment was if the fire department
yes,
had a lesser requirement.
Yes, that was like the middle ground.
Yeah, I think if you put a sentence at the end, at least 20 feet in width, or a lesser amount is approved by the fire department.
We had a lengthy public hearing on our ADU law, and the 20-foot was a compromise from a proposal that no neighborhood that you didn't have ingress and egress, two places to get in and out could have ADUs at all. And some people wanted to make that the law, others wanted to not do that because it would restrict like 80% of the city from having an ADU, and this was the compromise. And now we're proposing on the fly to eliminate the compromise?
All I said was what the compromise language was for last night. I think having 20-foot wide access is a requirement for these things just because of the fire department. And
so why not tinker with it? Just leave it alone.
Just leave it alone.
Well, to your point, Mayor, that if it's truly should be based by the fire department, then that's what you would be saying with the change, is you would be saying we're just leaving it up to the fire department. This right here is requiring 20 feet, whether or not the fire department may allow a lesser.
Well, the objective in the compromise was to minimize density in higher fire risk areas. And if we didn't have a 20-foot wide road, we figured we were not in a high fire area, or we could compromise for that.
I don't know how many of you guys watched the Palisades fire, the day of the fire, and the cars coming down Palisades Drive. And at least as I watched it, the cars coming down couldn't get out, and the fire trucks couldn't get in. Now, if you want to replicate that, put ADUs up in Big Rock.
What does the fire department require and recommend?
It's generally 20. It's generally 20 feet, but there's sometimes concessions depending on certain circumstances, and the fire chief's not here.
I recall that it may not have been the fire department, but I remember there were fire experts that were actually advocating you should require 2 ways in and out. Yeah. And we threw that out the window, notwithstanding the fact that that was being recommended. So this was the compromise, and I think it's wrong to just throw out the compromise.
I think this is for more than fire department. It was for density in high fire risk areas. That's what this was for. And if the fire department allows it for one house, that's one thing, but if they allow it for a bunch of them, that's another.
Right.
I was told yesterday that it's for public roads versus private roads, so there's a distinct situation there. It's a moot, all of this ADU talk becomes moot if nobody can take the gift because of the road widening and density. So all of the last 2 hours talking about temporary housing, ADUs, things like that kind of become null and void until we get what is suggested. Like what is the fire department allows? Because Big Rock is a one-way in, one-way out.
So if we keep it, real quick, sorry, Maureen. If we keep it, it's not going to be like an all-out. There's people affected by this fire that do have the 20-foot wide road. It'll just be for those that don't, which we don't have the numbers, but it wouldn't be everyone that can't get an ADU.
And this has nothing to do with the temporary housing. This is the after they build ADU issue, not the while they're building temporary housing. All the conversation we've been having up to now was on temporary housing.
I was talking about when you said if they use their temporary housing for their ADU, then they have the ADU already there.
Yeah, but then I found out you can't do that.
Right.
Well, the reason we said that is because you want, this is what happened in Woolsey sometimes, is you buy this expensive prefab structure. You don't want to go sell it or get rid of it later because you just spent $100,000 on it. So you want to then put a permanent foundation down and get and keep it. So there is a correlation between them. Yeah.
All right, the question, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, that's okay. I mean, it does beg, the question is, you go out, you buy this structure. What do you do with it after if you can't use it?
That's the risk.
I know.
Yeah.
Okay, so the question is, do we leave it as is, or do we add language? What's the opinion of the group?
I say we leave it as is.
Leave it as is.
Steve?
Yeah, I'm still concerned with the one-way access out, but
I'm happy with the 20 feet as is.
I'm good with as is.
Yeah, all right, so it stays as is. All right, then in size, we've already talked about 1,000 square feet.
Yep.
Do we want to leave it at?
Yes. Yes.
So that's approved?
No, but I'm overruled.
Okay. So noted. All right. On the next page, we've got B on prohibition. This was a cleanup from the Woolsey fire.
Yep.
Anybody have objections to this?
No.
If not, it's approved.
Yep.
Moving
Well,
on to.
I just want to say, I suspect we're not going to have the appetite to do it tonight, but I disagree that you shouldn't be able to get a primary view determination that would have been able to have been obtained given the home that was in front of you. Because what happens is, we've seen this before. Someone won't have a primary view determination. The home that would block their view applies for a permit to do something which will now block their view. They run and get that primary view determination, and it's effective as long as it exists at the time the application comes to be heard. So there's a lot of people out there that didn't bother getting them because there was no need to get one. And if someone tomorrow is going to build, forget the like for likes, someone buys the property, or someone who lives there decides they want to build above the height, which they have the right to do so long as they go through the process, but the homeowner next to them or behind them is suspended from getting a primary view determination, either for their existing home or the one that was there that they're going to rebuild. They're now screwed because we've put a moratorium on. And I had a problem with this last time, so I think people need to be thinking about that.
The issue with it is because, and this is why it was, a moratorium was allowed in Woolsey, the PVD by definition is tied to your principal residence, because we have to establish that it's come from a main living area. So it can't be from your bedroom. It has to be 10 feet from your house. It can't be, out someplace in your backyard. And so without having that primary structure there, we don't know how their house is going to be put back. So that's why it becomes a very challenging issue if you just allow them to go anywhere on their property and establish a PVD.
Well, at a minimum, there are houses that haven't been burned that are going to have a house built in front of them that didn't establish a PVD.
Right, but those property owners have a right to have their house back.
Absolutely.
But how do you evaluate that without the house being there?
The same way you evaluate in the abstract what the house was, through technology.
okay.
This was abused after the Woolsey fire, so let's decide if we've got a consensus, and we're running short on time for Halen.
I thought, we were doing 3 to 9 again. I got to pick my kid up from a hangout.
Do we have consensus to leave this as is, as proposed? Yes?
Yep.
Yes.
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 All right, that's approved. Let's see how far we can get.
I have a question about the next section.
She either needs to go or not.
She needs to go.
I could go. You guys can continue.
If she leaves, do we lose our ability to proceed?
You could keep going without her, but I mean, you want her to contribute too.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so sweet. But I'm good.
Tomorrow night at 6.
Yeah, I'll be here tomorrow night at 6:30.
So at that time, Councilmember Conrad could then give us her comments. Shall she have any for the landscaping on?
If you have anything you want to say before you go, if you have any comments about the other sections, we can take those too.
Just that everybody's doing a great job, and I am impressed.
All right, let's do it. Come back tomorrow.
So we're ending?
Or,
All right, we're going to keep going.
We're gonna what?
We're going to keep going.
Let's keep going.
Oh, no, come on, guys.
How about we just do landscaping and then we go?
All right.
Is that a compromise?
yeah,
Because that's only,
All right, first item, it's C1B, all vegetation is prohibited. I personally think this is one of the best ideas we've got.
Yeah, do we want to be even more strict than maybe what the state allows and get rid of the 2 to 5 feet for turf grass?
All vegetation is prohibited. The turf grass, I mean, I don't know why they're going to allow that.
Yeah, okay. So turf grass eliminated, right?
All right, down at the bottom on H,
wait, okay.
all right.
Yeah, good, okay.
Anybody have any feelings about that?
H?
Yeah.
So the only concern I have,
So I'm sorry, you're good with everything up till H?
Yeah, we're looking at H.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
because there's
C1.
purple.
I'm
C,
sorry.
D, E, F, and G are good?
I missed the colors, I'm sorry.
C was added by the planning commission for the ficus species, prohibited within 50 feet of your structure.
Why did they add that? Is it?
I think it's flammable, or they determined it was, a flammable plant.
Okay. I'm fine with leaving that in. Anybody? Okay.
Why are we allowing new eucalyptus trees at all?
So I'm going to get to this because we're here. Oh, we don't have to, yeah, it's true. Sorry.
I know there's a lot of people that think that we shouldn't have them at all, so why are we allowing them?
So just to clarify for you guys' discussion about eucalyptus trees, that's why we're recommending E, because I think E was supposed to mean existing eucalyptus trees, because C is already prohibiting new eucalyptus trees within 50 feet, and then you get to E, and it's talking about monarch butterfly habitat. A monarch butterfly habitat wouldn't be established in a new planting, so that's speaking to an existing tree if you had it on your property that you didn't want to remove if it was within 50 feet of your structure. And then we added that new eucalyptus trees are prohibited within 50 feet to match C.
Okay.
And I'm not a bio expert, but maybe C only prohibits eucalyptus gum tree, not eucalyptus species like the other ones for whatever reason. But it is something you guys can say. You guys can say all eucalyptus are prohibited. Just like we do with A, that palm trees are prohibited.
Is this on our list of prohibited trees, eucalyptus?
I don't believe it is. No, it's not an invasive
The following
species.
species are prohibited within 50 feet of the structure, eucalyptus.
Yeah, this is just for rebuilds though.
No, this will affect everyone. This is actually one of the chapters that affects more than just the rebuild. So new development would have to meet these requirements as well. Yeah.
But existing development would not have to modify unless they wanted to
Unless
improve their safety.
Unless they trigger something, like they're planting more than 2,500 square feet of plants, and then all this stuff gets triggered again. Right. There's like some catches.
I'm fine with E.
Which one, Doug?
I'm fine with E.
E, okay, yeah.
Bruce?
I don't understand the biology well enough or the ecology, but I hear from so many people that eucalyptus trees are a major danger. Mm-hmm. And if that's true, I don't know why we wouldn't simply prohibit new ones.
That's what this does.
No, it doesn't. It only prohibits them within 50 feet.
If you would like to do that, you would need to add them, as Tyler mentioned, you would need to add the species to A. Or something similar.
Yeah.
As palm trees.
Yeah, and A only applies to new, even though the word new is not there?
No, this is, he said for everything.
Yes, for palm trees, yes. If someone had an existing palm tree, you're allowed to keep it unless you trigger something, like I said, the 2,500 square feet of landscaping or... So,
I know we've got environmental people who probably argue that we ought not to restrict them, and I don't know enough about the ecological issues, but I've heard from a fire danger standard, they really should be included on the prohibition list.
Well, actually, they're brittle. They fall apart in a high wind.
Which would counsel for putting them in A.
Yeah.
We have a I don't know who owns it, but there is a eucalyptus grove right out along our driveway that burns
Well,
every time.
does anyone have an appetite for adding them to A and deleting that sentence?
I would, yeah, I mean, the thing we heard from everybody in the fire was all these trees, blew up, so I let's put it in A.
If we're willing to take them all out, I'm fine with that. Let's put it up in A. It's a very dangerous tree in my experience.
You can always change it later.
Is that consensus to get rid of the eucalyptus?
Yeah.
Okay, so my suggestion is, put it in A, and then we'd have to clean up C because, it's a moot point because we're.
That's okay. It's just belt and suspenders.
Okay.